Good evening and welcome to C-SPAN's coverage of Election Night 2004. It's just after 9 p.m. on the East Coast. The polls have now closed in 39 states, representing 431 electoral votes. Right now you're looking at a live picture from the Kerry Edwards headquarters in Copley Square in Boston, Massachusetts. And now let's take you to Washington, D.C. We can show you the scene at the Reagan Building, the Ronald Reagan Building, just a couple of blocks away from the White House, where the Bush-Cheney campaign is headquartered tonight. We will be at both headquarters throughout the evening as the results continue to come in from around the country. And our special focus here tonight on C-SPAN is going to be on the Senate and key House races across the country. As we always do, our phone lines will be open for you to be involved in our election night coverage, and we have our phone lines set up this way. If you voted today for Senator Kerry, the number is 202-737-0002. If you voted for President Bush today, 202-628-0205. And if you voted for someone else other than the two main candidates, 202-628-0184. Throughout the night, we'd like to hear about your experience at the polls today, how long the lines were, how the voting process went for you, your comments on the results, and especially if you've got a good race going on in your own state, tell us what you think about it as C-SPAN's election night continues. First stop tonight for us will be at the hotline, where they've been following all the returns thus far. Chuck Todd is on your screen right now, and good evening to you, Chuck.
Good evening, Susan.
Tell me what you know. Let's start with the presidential race, of course, and where does it stand right now?
Well, look, we haven't seen a single state that George Bush carried where he's lost that state, and every state he's carried so far is a state he carried in 2000. Every state that John Kerry has been awarded by been called by the networks are states he carried in 2000. But basically, we have two bones of contention right now. And a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that we're hearing about, and that involves Florida and Ohio. These were the two states that everybody speculated were going to decide this thing, and this is the two bones of contention. In Ohio, there's been all sorts of court fights all night tonight having to do with whether the polling places should be kept open. At 7:30 at poll closing time, there were a bunch of people waiting in line to vote, and a judge stepped in and said that these people should be allowed to vote. Now there's a question whether they're going to be able to vote with paper ballots even. So lots of contentious issues going on in Ohio. Meanwhile, in Florida, there had been a lot of enthusiasm with some Democrats because there had been all these leaked exit polls which made it sound like they were doing well. Actual vote count and modeling that we've been hearing about shows that the race is absolutely dead even, and Florida is nowhere near as just as close as it was 4 years ago. And the Bush campaign has been putting out word to a lot of its supporters to saying, don't believe the networks on Ohio and Florida, don't be listening to don't try to read between the lines. So there's definitely sort of a war of enthusiasm going on between both camps with those two states in particular.
I want to explain to people as we show you the results tonight. First of all, at the bottom of our screen, you'll be seeing results in key House and Senate races throughout the evening. And then full screen graphics not only on House and Senate races, but also the presidential results. What we are using here are results, real-time results as reported by Associated Press. No projections. If you're watching the networks, they are using an exit polling system, and when they feel pretty confident, they are making projections. And Chuck, you are very familiar with the way that the networks are operating tonight and how cautious they are. Will you talk a little bit about what you have versus the AP real-time results?
Well, it was interesting. Let me give you a great example. Virginia. Polls closed at 7 o'clock. Virginia had been modeling all day about anywhere from a 3 to 6 point advantage for President Bush. But any number, the networks you're absolutely right. If their model is basically 4 points or less, and at poll closing is 6 points or less, they won't call it right away. People were probably shocked when they didn't see South Carolina called immediately, and they didn't see North Carolina called immediately. Now, they've since been called as they did some testing of the precincts, but one of the issues here in this exit poll is there appears to be, at least in the exit poll, a very, very large African-American turnout, particularly in some of these southern Senate races in South Carolina and North Carolina, at least according to the exit poll. And it has so what they do is they sample a precinct, and then they double-check precincts and certain precincts, and then they sort of put the two models together, and then they're able to do a projection. For instance, that's how they were able to call Virginia, even though while President Bush, for instance, has about 11-point lead in the raw vote total right now, Northern Virginia hasn't really reported at all. So it's why people are probably wondering, well, how did Virginia get called even though the Democratic areas haven't been put in? They were able to sample precincts and model it.
Show you a little bit of the difference in how it works right now as we look through a couple of the key Senate races. Let's begin. I have 4 races I want to look at right now with you as we start the evening. Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida. Let's begin with the Kentucky Senate race. We've got the AP results as they stand right now, and you can add some additional information to that.
Well, I'll tell you, the modeling that networks are doing has it at 50-50. It looks like there's about 15 to 20% of precincts that are still yet to report. Kentucky's a fast counting state. What's interesting about the fact that Monjardo's held up here, and he's been leading the entire night in the polls, been leading the entire night as the raw vote has come in, is that he's been leading despite the fact that President Bush won by a little bit bigger of a margin than some people expected, and in the 2 key House races, in the 3rd District, in the Louisville-based district, and in the 4th District in northern Kentucky, where George Clooney's father was trying to hold on to a Democratic House seat there. Republicans won both seats, and won both seats quite handily. If you had told that to the Jim Bunning campaign, then they would have said, oh, we'll be fine. That's not the case. I have a feeling that this is going to be a very long time before they call it because it's modeling at 50-50. It doesn't seem like there's enough vote there left for Monjardo to pull this off by what I've looked at in the county totals, but I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on Kentucky counties and projecting or anything, but it's going to be basically Bunning's been eating away at Monjardo's total all night as these western Kentucky counties have been reporting in.
Let's move on to North Carolina, a race which pitted Erskine Bowles against Mike Easley.
Well, this race, it's interesting. All day in the exit polls, there had been rumors that Bowles hadn't been doing well, and then they modeled it and they realized, oh, this race is a lot closer. Burr's been leading the whole night. I'm sure your viewers are seeing that the raw vote total has Burr up a couple of points. From everything we understand, they're going to have to wait till there's pretty close to 85 or 90% reporting to actually call this race. It's going to be that close. It was that close in the tracking the night before, so this is a case where the pollsters had this one right.
That's Richard Bull, the Republican, Erskine Bowles, the Democrat, who served during the Clinton administration. Right. And on to South Carolina, the race with Congressman Jim DeMint against Inez Tenenbaum, which had been at the outset not so close, and then became quite a race as it got closer. How's it turning out?
It closed big time, and all day the exit polls had shown President Bush, for instance, with only a single-digit lead in South Carolina, which really got Republicans nervous about the Senate race because Inez Tenenbaum, the Democrat, was performing about 3 or 4 points better than John Kerry. Well, the spread in the presidential race is more like what they expected in the double digits, in the low double digits. The Republicans I've talked to believe that that's going to be enough for DeMint to hang on, but the modeling that we've heard about has certainly kept this race close, and they want to wait until they know exactly how big was African American turnout. The jobs issue and the exit poll was a huge issue, and a lot of people thought that would cut the Democrats' way. So Tenenbaum is hanging a lot closer than people expected, but it's not clear. A lot of Republicans believe there's just not enough vote there for Tenenbaum to overtake DeMint.
Okay, let's return to Florida, but this time for the Senate race, the Martinez-Castor race.
Well, this is where Republicans ought to be very concerned. Martinez is running consistently about 4 or 5 points behind the president in these early reporting counties, these very Republican counties. Castor in this raw vote total is only behind 3 or 4 points, and while that might seem like good news for the Republicans, none of South Florida is in. Everything we understand about Florida and the presidential level is 50-50. If you look at some of the raw vote total in Florida, the president's up 7 or 8 points. Castor's clearly outperforming Kerry. Martinez is underperforming Bush. This should cause a lot of concern for Republicans who thought Martinez could pull this off and should keep the Castor people feeling pretty good about their chances tonight.
We've got so many House races, but we're going to focus in at this early point in just a couple that were interesting to you.
Oh, I'll tell you, in Indiana, we may have our first surprise of the evening, and that's in Indiana's 7th District. Julia Carson, the incumbent there, has had many health problems. Some of them have been publicized, including most recently where she had to go to the hospital. Well, apparently that publicity has not helped her. We've been watching this race all night. There's more than 60% of reporting. She's only up 2 points, only up a couple thousand votes. It was not a race that was targeted by Republicans. It's something that, kind of what happened to Jim Bunning. You get some late publicity about your health or questions about your ability to serve full time, and all of a sudden, voters are paying more attention to this election than most. Carson may be a victim there. Two other races in that state are dead heats. Republican John Hostetler is up by barely 1,000 votes with more than 50% reporting. And Barron Hill, a Democrat representing a district that President Bush is likely to carry, he's only up about 1,000 votes. But both of those were targeted races. We expected both Hostetler and Barron Hill to be in very, very tough fights, and that's turning out to be the case.
Well, Chuck Todd, I can't leave Indiana without getting some update on the governor's race there.
Everything's looking just like most people expected. Mitch Daniels has a fairly healthy lead. Looks like he's going to oust the Democrat there, Joe Kernan. But nobody's called anything, but Daniels' lead seems pretty healthy. And you mentioned the Kentucky 4, the race with Nick Clooney. What's the current standing on that? And that one's been called by most of the networks we've seen. Jeff Davis, the Republican there. That's a very Republican district. The Democrat that retired there was sort of a unique Democrat, pro-life Democrat, it's actually Jim Bunning's old congressional seat there in northern Kentucky. But yeah, it looks like we will not have Ocean's 12, I guess that's the new movie that's coming out with George Clooney pretty soon. Looks like we won't have his dad in Congress. So the star power wasn't a factor for the voters in the district? Not at all. Might have hurt a little bit. Hollywood with a conservative district is not always the best thing. Well, as always, we appreciate your help. We'll be at the hotline throughout the night as they tabulate and analyze the results coming in from across the country. Thanks for your help as we get started tonight. You got it. We're going to take your telephone calls, and as we do, again, what we're looking for tonight is your experience at the polls, what you can tell us from the reporting in your own state, from the local networks, and also what you think about what's been happening so far. And as we take our first set of calls, we're going to go through the results that we know so far in the Senate races across the country. Let's watch those and listen to our first call of the evening from New York City, who voted for Senator Kerry. You're on the air, caller. Go ahead, please. What'd you think of your experience today? Let's move on to a call from Rockville Center, New York.
Yes, hi. My experience voting today was wonderful. I had no problems at the polls. I actually live on Long Island, and I voted for President Bush. I think he's a strong leader, and since 9/11, he really knows where he stands on the issues. He wants to protect the U.S. no matter what, and I really hope he wins. How long were the lines at the polls? For me, I went around 7:30, and I didn't hit any lines, but this morning it was very, very crowded where we are. And what are you going to be doing tonight? Do you staying up all night no matter how long it takes? Well, I don't know. I'm a school teacher, so I have to get up early tomorrow to go in and talk to my students about what happened during the night, but hopefully we'll come to some conclusion by the end of the night. I have a feeling it's going to carry on, though, so we'll be watching it again tomorrow. All right. Thanks very much. Next is Winston-Salem, North Carolina, supporter of Senator Kerry. Please turn down your TV volume and tell us about your voting experience today. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Thank you. Hi. I got to the polls at 10 minutes to 7, and I had a 2-hour wait. And was that 7 this morning? 7, yeah, 10 minutes to 7 this morning, and I was out of there by, let's just say, about 8:30, 8:45. And what was the mood like at the polls? There were a lot of young people there. I live in a college town, so, and I have never seen that many people at the polls since I've lived there. And you've got also a governor's race and a Senate race going on. What are your thoughts about what you've been hearing about there? They say that this is a Republican town. I voted for both. And why did you make that choice? Are you a straight party ticket voter? I did, basically, yes, I did. Well, thanks for sharing your experience. We're going to move on to our next call of the evening. This is from Taylor, Michigan, supporting the president. You are on the air. Go ahead, please. Hi, this is Karen. I'm calling from Taylor, Michigan, and I voted for President Bush, and I'm hoping that he's reelected. I think he's done a wonderful job, especially in Iraq. He's taken a lot of criticism, but I think he's really led us in a good direction. I waited about 2.5 hours today to vote at the polls. What time did you go? It was about 11:30 this morning. And so it was not rush hour for people going to work, and it was still busy. Yes, still very, very busy. That's the largest crowd I've ever seen in an election, ever. And I was one of the lucky ones. Some people waited longer. to vote
And
than I did.
what was your experience waiting online? People generally upbeat, or what was it like there?
Generally, they were. There were a few people who were getting kind of tired of waiting in line. It was a long time to wait. But generally, everyone just said, you know, this is what we have to do. It's our duty. We need to vote. This is how we get counted. And I've never seen an attitude like that before in any of the elections. This is the first I've ever seen this type of attitude towards voting. I think it was great. But no one was really upset about waiting too long because it was the fact that, you know, they felt that this is what they had to do. There were a couple of people who I was very surprised because for some reason they weren't on the rolls, and they thought that they should have been. So there were a couple of problems there. But there were people immediately who I assume were from some type of authority, election authority, who came in and started working to get the problem resolved immediately. So they seem to be right on top of things.
So a positive experience all the way around, it sounds like.
Yeah, you know, it was a long time to wait, but it's well worth it. And I think that everyone there thought so, too.
Thanks for your call.
Thank you.
Hampden, Virginia is next, supporting Ralph Nader. You're on the air.
How's it going?
Fine, thanks.
I voted for Nader. I had to write in. But I went to the polls at about 8:15 this morning, and it was a pretty decent wait. But 4 years ago, when I was a senior in high school, we had to go to the polls and hand out flyers, and it wasn't half. You know, it was twice as many people as 4 years ago. It was probably more. It was incredible.
And as a younger voter, what's your sense of what's happening? Why are so many people turning out?
People are turning out because they really believe they have a voice. If they have a body to go to war, then they have a voice to say they don't want to go. And I think the war is a major thing in this election.
And the Nader vote was on your part because of his stance on the war.
Well, my vote for Nader was because I didn't like either major candidate's stance on anything. And I think Nader, he put his feet to the fire, and he really said a lot of things that I think had an impact on the things that Kerry said and the things that Bush said. But
how easy did they make it for you to write in? It's an electronic voting system in Hampton?
Well, they had a Scantron, I guess, just bubble in. And they had a blank line with a bubble on it, so I just put Nader Camejo on the line, and
away it went.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Next call up is from Baltimore. This viewer voted for Senator Kerry today. What time did you vote, and how long were the lines?
I voted at around 11 a.m., and the lines were actually very smooth, and it went pretty orderly. The experience was fine. From what I've been seeing on TV, I think I was one of the fortunate ones. I see these long lines in some of the other cities and states, and I just consider myself extremely lucky.
And give us your sense on the Barbara Mikulski race.
It went the traditional Democratic way, although we have a Republican governor right now, so I don't know if I'm really making a case for the fact that we're a Democratic state traditionally, but it was a pretty clear-cut win for Mikulski from what the returns look like.
And as you're flipping around the channels tonight, as a supporter of Senator Kerry, how are you feeling right now?
Cautiously optimistic. These swing states, as they're calling them, look like they may not be decided tonight. My concern, and something that I certainly just wanted to bring up tonight, was just, I don't want to call it necessarily voter irregularity, but I almost just wish there could be one consistent electronic way or just way of voting throughout the country, so it doesn't seem to be confusing to, dare I say, some of the people that may be less experienced with computers, some of the older people that honestly, while my lines were small, it seemed like some of the older voters were a little confused with the touchscreen, which seems easy enough. And I almost wish that could just be kind of a universal way throughout the country that the votes are tabulated.
Thanks for your call. Next is Prunedale, California. Still early in California. And did you vote already today?
Yes, I did.
And you voted for President Bush. What was your experience like? Could you please turn your TV volume down? We're getting some feedback.
Okay, there we go.
And how long were the lines at the polls today?
They were pretty small actually. I was surprised, but they said it was busier before I even got there. People stayed pretty quiet, but then there was a few that were talking, and it sounded like they were Democrats, but then there sounded like there was a couple that were undecided, and they asked my opinion. I guess you're not really supposed to say it, but I had a Bush sticker over on my car, and I said, support the troops. Bush supports the troops. Kerry abandons. I said, if you support the troops, and if you're undecided if you support the troops, then I would vote for Bush if you're a Christian, and if you're against stem cell because it's going to go into cloning.
And
and they said, thank you, we're going to vote for Bush.
What about the Senate race in your state?
It seems to be going, as far as I know, Republican, even though there was a bunch of Democrat signs out. It seemed like the Republicans were trying to stay quiet, but it looked like the Republicans might get it.
And what part of the state are you in?
I'm in Central California,
and
on the Central Coast.
And how many times have you voted for president over the years?
Since I was 18.
And how long ago was that? Was your first race?
Well, I'm 32 now.
And have you voted consistently Republican all along?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling in with your experience today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Prudendale, California, that is. Well, let's next listen in to some expert analysis from Christopher Keating, who is the Capitol Bureau Chief of the Hartford Courant. And Connecticut being a state with 5 congressional seats and a couple of really close House races this year, and also a Senate race with Chris Dodd in it. Mr. Keating, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Well, what do we know about the Senate race thus far?
Well, Senator Dodd has already won. He's already been on local television here in Connecticut and made a victory speech. He basically won a historic 5th term there, and he's essentially following the footsteps of his father, who was also a U.S. Senator.
And how close was this race all along?
Not very close at all. Dodd was running against a man named Jack Orchuli, who had never held public office before. He was a business person involved in a fashion designer house in New York City, and was not very well known in Connecticut, versus Dodd, who is obviously one of the best known people in Connecticut.
You getting any sense from the Secretary of State's office about turnout in the state?
Turnout has been huge. Some people have it at 85%. The final tallies are not in. Some people were still waiting online in Connecticut, believe it or not, as much as an hour after the polls had closed in small towns like East Windsor. So the turnout is massive. It's not usually as high as 85% that we have now.
And the rules in your state, if you're online when the polls close, you get to vote?
Yes, that's correct.
That's
in other words, the polls generally close at 8 o'clock, but if you are there and it goes past 8 o'clock, if you're there, you can still vote.
Before we leave our conversation about Chris Dodd, he has a pretty close relationship with John Kerry, isn't that correct?
Yes, Dodd has had a long-time relationship with Kerry. He's a bit of a next-door neighbor, but they both served in the Senate together for approximately 20 years.
Is there any speculation about Chris Dodd's future if there's a Kerry administration?
Well, some people think, frankly, if Daschle loses tonight, that some people believe that Dodd could be the minority leader. Dodd loves the Senate. People who know Dodd will tell you that. I'm not so sure if he would work in the Kerry administration, even though he is close to them, but he really enjoys the Senate and feels that he can be effective there.
Let me move on to the House races, 2 that we've been following and been following nationally. One is the Chris Shays race in the 4th District.
Yes, that's basically Shays' toughest re-election battle of his career. He's basically a 17-year incumbent, but he's against a very well-funded challenger this year named Diane Farrell, who is essentially the first selectman or the mayor of a small town called Westport.
Why has he had such a challenge?
Well, Farrell is a very good campaigner. She was very well funded. She had a whole series of high-profile people came in to campaign for her, including Senator Hillary Clinton, House Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi, actor Paul Newman, just a whole series, Ann Richards, the former governor of Texas. all came in to campaign for her. She was very well funded. She was endorsed by Emily's List and MoveOn.org, so she was getting national funding, and a person in her first race for Congress, she raised money in all 50 states. So she was basically the toughest challenger Shays has ever had.
But in the Congress, Chris Shays is seen as a pretty moderate member in the Republican Party.
Yes, he portrays himself as a maverick. He is known as a moderate. He has been campaigning here in Connecticut twice with John McCain, once with Rudy Giuliani. He has brought in a series of moderate people, moderate Republicans, to kind of burnish his image. But on issues like campaign finance reform and the environment and other issues, Shays is definitely known as a moderate.
And what do you know about how it's shaping up so far?
It's very tight. Both election headquarters, I talked to our reporter down there 10 minutes ago, no numbers had been posted as of yet. The turnout is very, very heavy in the city of Stamford and basically across the district, but we could not project a winner at this point, that's for sure.
And so a lot of nail-biting going on in the two campaigns, it sounds like.
Yes, definitely both the 2nd District in Connecticut and the 4th District in Connecticut.
Well, tell us about that 2nd District race, please.
The 2nd District is an incumbent Republican named Rob Simmons, who is a 2-term Republican running against a Democratic challenger named Jim Sullivan. That has become basically a bit of a negative, nasty race, which the Democratic Congressional Committee, the DCCC, was pouring a lot of money into it against the NRCC, which is the National Republican Group. It's kind of a knockdown, drag-out battle. It's a Democratic-leaning district that Sam Gadenson represented for about 20 years here in Connecticut, and then Simmons, who is a Republican, took the seat from Gadenson 4 years ago. But it's a nip-and-tuck Democratic-leaning district, and it's very hard for a Republican to win.
Well, since it's still too close to call on both of those, hope we can talk to you later on in the evening.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Christopher Keating, Hartford Courant's Capitol Bureau Chief, on the phone with us tonight from Hartford, Connecticut. Next up, we're going to stay in New England, and we're going to talk next to Ed O'Keefe of ABC News, political producer, who's on the scene at the Carrie Edwards headquarters in Boston, in Copley Square. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Well, what can you tell us?
Well, it is becoming a scene of anxious anticipation here in Boston. Senator Kerry arrived just about noontime. Since then, he has been engaging in his Election Day traditions. He voted at the State House, then he went on to have a meal at the Union Oyster restaurant here in Boston. It's one of the oldest seafood restaurants here. It's a tradition that he has carried on since 1982. And then he went over to the Westin Hotel, which is very close to where we are right now. He conducted 38 satellite interviews with affiliates around the nation. He then went back to his home. That's where he is now. He's enjoying dinner with his family. He will be coming back out here to the election site where his supporters have been gathering throughout the day. Now, if we could just set the scene for you a small bit, right outside of this hotel, which is the Fairmont Copley Plaza, one of the oldest hotels in Boston, there have begun to be a mass of Carrie Edwards supporters filling in the streets and the park area right in front of the Boston Public Library. They have a massive stage set up with the library as the backdrop. They have begun their entertainment program. They're going to be hearing from Sheryl Crow. They're going to be hearing from the Black Eyed Peas, having all kinds of pre-entertainment before they get to the main event, which they hope will be in a decent time, and that, of course, being Senator John Kerry and John Edwards.
How is the crowd getting word of how the race is shaping up?
They have a large screen television right outside. They are watching CNN at the moment. They can see the returns as they're coming in. They're still milling about. And as I mentioned, this is an anxious anticipation here in Boston. They feel very good about what they're seeing so far. And the people in the Kerry campaign, they feel good as well. But they do not want to get too ahead of themselves. They want to make sure that they see how those big 3 states and some of the others in the central part of the United States come in before they really count their chickens before they hatch.
Now, the media briefing room where we're talking to you is how far away from that crowd?
It is not far at all. We're literally within walking distance of the event site itself. If you simply walked out of the Fairmont Copley Plaza, you would be immediately immersed into a sea of people. They, as I mentioned, have been gathering throughout the day, and it is now so full outside that the streets around the event site have been completely filled in as well. So it fits about 5,000 to 6,000 people in the park itself. That's not a huge event site, but it is one that the Carrie Edwards team wanted for its visual effect, more for the number of people than they can fit in it.
Where is Senator Edwards at this point?
Senator Edwards should be momentarily in Boston if he has not landed already. He was going to make a surprise stop in North Carolina, mainly to aid his fellow senator, or hopefully his fellow Senator Erskine Bowles. He did not do that. He came straight here to Boston, and it is unknown at this point, of course, when the Carrie Edwards team will actually emerge here on the scene. It is expected, however, that they will travel from the senator's Beacon Hill home, which is about 10 to 15 minutes from here, and stay at the Westin Hotel rather than watching the returns at the senator's home.
That's a real detailed question, but what's the temperature like for that crowd outside?
It's actually not so bad. It's getting chilly, of course. It's Boston. It's November. It is about hovering around 45 to 50 degrees. And, of course, as the sun went down, it's been getting a little more chilly. But they're hardy here in Boston, and I think they're serving it quite well.
When was the last time, Mr. O'Keefe, that you saw Senator Kerry?
Well, we actually saw Senator Kerry vote today. He went to the State House and voted this afternoon. That was the last time we had up-close contact. Of course, we traveled with him from La Crosse, Wisconsin this morning, and on that flight he was very wistful, very nostalgic for the campaign. He gathered several of the folks that had been with him the longest, myself being among them. There were 6 reporters in total that went up to the front cabin of the plane and spoke with the senator for a few minutes. He wanted to thank everyone for their time on the campaign, and he's been at this for quite some time. To this day, he has been out campaigning for the presidency for 698 days. That's 698 days on the campaign trail, through 11 slogans, 2 campaign managers, countless rallies, all kinds of speeches, and he finds himself here in Boston tonight waiting for the returns and to hear of his fate.
And how many of those days did you share with the campaign?
I shared a good portion of those days. I actually started covering Senator Kerry last August and began traveling with him when he officially announced his presidential campaign last September. And of course, ABC News sent me out with the intention of only going out for a short while, and then I was going to return to Washington and go back out. Well, while I was out in South Carolina with the senator, they called and said, you know what, I think we're actually going to have you stay out there. So since that point, it's been no looking back. We've been on the road with Senator Kerry every day since.
Can you share any personal conversation that you had when you were called up to the front of the plane?
Well, absolutely. I mean, Senator Kerry was, as I mentioned, very nostalgic. He actually seemed to me to be much in the mode that he was in right before the Iowa caucuses. There was only one difference in his attitude. During that time, it seemed as though he actually knew something that we all didn't know, and that he was doing much better than he expected in Iowa, and that he was indeed going to win that race. This is a situation in which I do believe the senator, having watched him for a year, does not know exactly how it's going to go, but he is content. He seemed very at peace. He was very at ease with the campaign that he had run. He was pleased with the progress they had made, and they were, quite frankly, boasting of the fact that they found themselves basically tied with an incumbent wartime president on Election Day. So the senator was quite comfortable with his standing and felt very good about his chances tonight.
Now, for people who don't understand the reporting process, should we take anything from the fact that the room behind you is kind of empty looking at this point?
No, I don't think you should take anything from that fact. Most of the reporters are milling in and out of the file center, as they like to call it. Several of them have gone out to do live shots such as this out at the event site. There will be reporters all over Boston. It's unclear exactly how many have descended upon this city, but you can only go about 10 feet outside of the doors of this hotel, and you will run into a mass of satellite trucks, all kinds of equipment, and reporters with credentials demanding they get in everywhere, all around you.
Ed O'Keefe, political producer for ABC News, who has spent much of the year with the Kerry campaign, thank you for telling us about the scene in Boston tonight.
Good to be with you.
Well, next, WRAL North Carolina is reporting on the Senate race in that state, and let's take a look at what they have to say.
And joins us now live. Any reaction to Elizabeth Dole's comments so far?
Well,
not so far, Bill. The band is playing. It's pretty loud here, and there's a definite festive atmosphere, but not necessarily because of the Senate race. You have to keep in mind that Democrats are coming here tonight to watch all of the returns come in, and some of the races they're feeling pretty good about. The Senate race, on the other hand, is very tight. Too close to call this early on, and everybody expected that it would be a tight race. I did speak with some of the people that are watching the returns come in, some of the Bowles supporters that told me, quite frankly, they are concerned at this point that it's not looking too good. But other people, on the other hand, say that they're going to stay confident. This is going to be a tight race, and they'll be confident till the end. One of the people that is staying confident is his press secretary, Carlos Monje. And Carlos joins me now to kind of talk to me about the mood among the Bowles camp. How is Mr. Bowles feeling tonight?
Well, I haven't seen him. Last I heard, he was still working the polls. There was a polling station out in Wake County where there was still a line, and he worked until there was nobody left there. Now he's starting to settle back in, starting to watch the returns. We're all just watching and waiting and hoping, same as everybody else. And when you tell us we won, that's when we won.
But now you've been working so closely with him, and obviously you're not with him right now.
Yeah.
But if you see, as he sees these results come in, how do you think he's feeling?
Oh, it's just anxious and hoping and praying. He's got his family with him. He's got his wife. He's got a lot of his staff with him, and we've really become a family and worked really hard together. And we know we've run a great race. We know we've got the best candidate. We know he'll make a great senator. And now we're just waiting.
Now, is there a part of the state that you guys are really watching to see those returns?
We're watching the whole state, and every vote counted, and every vote was something that we didn't take for granted. So we wanted to pay attention to the whole state.
Carlos Monje, thank you so much for joining us. And again, we'll be here and watching the returns come in with Carlos and the rest of the camp. And hopefully, eventually, Erskine will come down and make a speech and talk to supporters about which way this race went. Back to you, Bill.
All right, Lori Clowers covering the Bowles campaign in Raleigh. Let's go to Winston-Salem now. Grove Stadium, where Elizabeth Dole just was on the podium and really kind of electrified that crowd up there. Kelsey Carlson is covering the Burr campaign. Does this mean that they're pretty confident, Kelsey?
Well, certainly the sense in the room is that everybody is feeling very confident. Behind me, the crowd is starting to build. It's a lot bigger than it was an hour and a half ago, I'll tell you that. Senator Dole has made an appearance, and former Governor Jim Holshouser is also expected to come to the podium and talk a little bit later on. Richard Burr has not made an appearance yet. We're told that he is quietly watching for results to come in with his family, either at campaign headquarters or at his house. About 15% of the precincts reporting right now, according to his folks here. And they want to wait until they have a better indication of how this race is going to go before he will come out and make a public appearance. Of course, this is a very important race for both national parties. Richard Burr's campaign raised $11.1 million in this campaign. And that was the plan from the very beginning, was to save up a lot of that money, use it after Labor Day. You saw a lot of ads on both sides, both for the Erskine Bowles campaign and the Richard Burr campaign. And looking back, when I talked to Richard Burr this afternoon, he said he does not know if he would do anything differently.
But I think every good campaign always takes a day at some point after the election cycle, sits down and says, what would we do differently? What could we have done more effectively? We'll do that as well.
Up until now, this campaign was fought with campaign ads on radio and on TV. Today, it was about voter turnout. Richard Burr had to wait for an hour and 15 minutes to cast his ballot, and he checked voter turnout at precincts around Winston-Salem all day long. The lines were long, and of course, we already know voter turnout was at a very, very high, very high pace. A lot of lines and a lot of people waiting and waiting for several hours. Bill?
All right, Kelsey Carlson, thank you for that update from the Burr campaign.
And let's take a look at the results as they stand right now, with 20% of the precincts reporting. These are results from Associated Press. Richard Burr, the 5-term congressman, stands at 51% of the 20% so far tabulated to Erskine Bowles' 46.9. Congressman Burr, 5 terms in the House of Representatives. Erskine Bowles, his resume includes serving time as President Clinton's chief of staff, and this is his second bid for the Senate. He ran in 2002 and lost to Elizabeth Dole. We're going to return to your telephone calls. You're looking at a live picture right now from the Ronald Reagan building, just a couple blocks away from the White House, and it serves as the headquarters for the Bush-Cheney campaign tonight. And we'll be there throughout the evening. And right now, as you can see, the crowd being entertained. Later on, speakers, and you can see, too, the television networks above the screen so that the people in the audience can keep track of the results as they come in. We're going to return to your phone calls. And our question to you tonight is about your experience at the polls today, how long the lines were, how your voting process went for you, and your reaction to the results as they are coming in from your own state. Clearwater, Florida is next, a supporter of Senator Kerry.
Hello?
You're on the air.
Hi. I only had to wait about 20 minutes. I went around 10 o'clock to vote, but at 7 a.m. the lines were like 2 hours long. I'm surprised about the turnout, just because when I went to the poll, it seemed like a lot of younger people were voting for Bush, which very much surprised me.
How did you know who they were wearing stickers or the like?
Yeah, wearing stickers. And I have friends, like I'm only 27, and I have a lot of friends that were voting for Bush, but they didn't know a lot about the issues. It seemed like everyone basically focused on the war in Iraq, and that was the only issue that they really seemed to care about.
And what issues besides the war are important to you?
Definitely women's issues, and health care and education is very important to me.
And how interested were you in the Senate race?
Very interested. I attend University of South Florida, which Betty Castor used to be the president of, and so I voted for her because all my professors have said nothing but wonderful things about her. And I've also done some research on her, and I really stand behind her views, and I don't stand behind Mel Martinez, especially with the wage amendment.
As an interested voter, what was it like listening to the ads from the Castor-Martinez race on television?
I thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting that Betty Castor pulled hers, but Mel Martinez didn't take a stand and pull his.
And why do you think that was?
I tend to think, I'm a Democrat, so I tend to think that the Republicans just are better at the spin than the Democrats are, and that they're going to take every opportunity to put the Democrats on the offensive.
Well, what's your tolerance level for all this on Election Day? Are you glad it's finally here, or has it been an interesting process?
Yes, I'm very glad it's here. I hope the outcome is better than I'm seeing right now, because I really hope Kerry wins. He's my hope, basically.
Thanks for calling in tonight.
You're welcome. Bye.
Los Angeles is next. This caller supports President Bush, and you're on C-SPAN. Go ahead.
Yes, hello.
Good evening.
Hi, Stephen calling.
And your voting process today was what time, and how crowded were the polls?
Well, it was about 8:30, and it only took about an hour.
Is that typical for you in past elections?
I guess it was a little more crowded, I guess.
And what's it like being a Bush supporter in Los Angeles?
Well, I'm a rare breed, I guess.
And why do you support the president?
Well, I support his thoughts on the war, and I'm not too sure that Kerry would be able to pull it off.
And what'd you do in the Senate race?
Well, I voted for the Republican candidate.
That's Bill Jones.
Correct.
And because you know.
I don't think he has a chance, but.
And why'd you vote for him?
Well, I'm a Republican.
So you vote the party ticket?
Oh, pretty much. I like to vote for the person, but can't always do it.
Well, thank you for your call tonight from Los Angeles. Next call of the evening is a Nader supporter from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, one of those battleground states. And tell me what your voting experience was like today. Hello, Milwaukee. Are you there? All right, we're going to move on to Williamstown, Massachusetts. This caller is a Kerry supporter. Sounds like a crowd in the room. Good evening to you.
Hi, this is Kip. I voted absentee.
You did, and why did you make that choice?
Because I'm in Williamstown, Massachusetts, unfortunately. I'm from Maine. I'll tell you that much.
I see.
But I've been very active in this entire campaign. Just yesterday, a group of us went out to New Hampshire and supported Kerry at roadsides with picketing and, yeah.
Are you in college?
I'm in high school.
You're in high school. And so this is your first time voting?
Yep.
And what's the whole experience been like for you?
It's been pretty interesting. Very, very dramatic. A lot of people either rabidly for Kerry or rabidly against.
And have you always been interested in politics, or was there something about this race that brought you into it this year?
I've always been interested in politics. I've grown up with politics.
When you went to New Hampshire, tell me what kind of reception you got from people.
A lot of people had their thumbs up, honked for us, and it was so great. We were out there, we were waving back at them, and as I said, there were a lot of really rabid people against Kerry. That's all I can say on public TV.
As an 18-year-old, how important was the war in making your decision?
A gigantic one. I have a lot of friends who are in the military, and I really don't think that Bush has what needs to be done.
Williamstown, thanks for your call and appreciate your participation. Hopkinsville, Kentucky next. This caller supports President Bush, and Kentucky's got quite a Senate race going on there.
Yes, they do.
And what can you tell us about what you're hearing on local TV?
Well, I've got you on right now, so I've got the volume turned down, so I'm not hearing much except the incumbent is behind, the last I did hear.
And what's your reaction to that?
Well, I'm a Republican, and a very strong Republican. Now, I did not vote in Kentucky. My husband voted in Kentucky today.
And where did you vote?
I voted in Georgia several weeks ago.
And how does that work in your family?
Well, the fact that I'm living in Georgia and he's living in Kentucky, that's not fun. But I voted a straight Republican ticket. I thought it was very simple. I just went into the registrar's office. I called them ahead of time. And I went in, and they gave me an application, and I filled that out. And then I went to the booth, and I voted. It was very simple. We had two referendums. One was on the marriage, and the other one was whether we wanted the federal courts to ask for state law when they were hearing cases that had gone to the federal jurisdiction. And we also had two places that there was only, in one there was only a Democrat running, and I wrote in the only Republican I could think of at the time from that area, Bob Barr, who I really, really liked when he was in the House. And then the other one said nonpartisan, and I don't like that, so I wrote him in on that also.
Would you handicap the Senate race in Georgia for us? Did you watch it pretty carefully from your...
No, I haven't seen that at all.
So
I've had you on and Fox.
No, I'm not thinking about tonight. I'm just thinking about how the race was conducted.
I didn't pay that much attention to how it was conducted.
But you voted.
Right. I always vote a straight Republican ticket.
I see. So you've got two states you're watching tonight, as well as the national results.
Oh, I'm mostly interested in the national results. That's the number one thing. I come from a very long line of military. From my grandfather, my father, my brother, my great uncle, my husband, my father-in-law, one of my nieces, myself.
So was this vote all about the war for you?
Very much so. When you go into the military, you take an oath that says, I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that alone, I could never have voted for Kerry. His actions during the Vietnam era, I could never vote for that man. I couldn't have voted for Clinton either.
Well, thank you for calling in and for results from two states. Appreciate your perspectives.
Thank you so much for C-SPAN.
Glad you watched. Next call from a battleground state of Pennsylvania. The call comes from State College, a big university town. And what can you tell us about what you saw at the polls today?
I didn't see very much, but it was a pretty small district that I'm voting in.
You chose...
I'm assuming that the turnout was pretty big in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you chose Senator Kerry. Do you always vote Democratic?
Yes, but I mean, not as a matter of principle. I would have voted for Nader or Cobb had I not been in Pennsylvania this election season.
Could you have written in?
Yeah, but I didn't want to make that mistake again.
Why do you say that?
Because what I saw in the previous election.
So your thoughts philosophically about a write-in vote are what?
My thoughts are I wish I could, but realistically I can't in this state, and especially in the area of the state.
What'd you do?
I was voting for Hoffel and several other Democrat
I see. I was going to ask about what your choice was on the Senate race.
Hoffel. I chose Hoffel.
And how do you think that race was fought? On the issues that matter to you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't seem like that we got much in the way of campaign coverage in the area. I think probably it was more localized in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but I'm not sure. But, you know, we didn't see very much in terms of the Senate race. At least I didn't. And I watch the local Pennsylvania station as well as C-SPAN.
Okay. Thank you for the call. It's State College, Pennsylvania. Next up, Scottsdale, Arizona, supporting the president. And what can you tell us about Arizona?
Well, I went to the precinct twice today because the first time the line was so long. It was like a 2.5-hour wait at 7 o'clock this morning.
And you went at 7 and the line was too long?
Yeah, I went back at 11:30 and ended up staying until 2:30 so that I could vote.
Is that right? Even at 11:30, it was several hours.
Yes, and the line was as long when I left as it was when I got there.
And what was the mood like in the line?
Everybody was pretty upbeat about it. Young people were talking about the wait, but we were, for the most part, everyone was pretty upbeat about it. Pretty happy that we had the turnout that we did.
Could you get any sense of how people were voting one way or the other?
People weren't really saying. We were talking about, like, we've got a bunch of propositions on the ballot for bond funds and stuff like that people talked about, but people didn't really talk about their own leanings towards how they were going to vote for the president.
And how much influence has Senator McCain had in his bid for re-election on the turnout, do you think?
It seems like it's probably pretty heavy. There were a lot of people that are very interested in what Senator McCain is going to do.
And what do you think his future might be?
You know, I'm afraid to speculate. Politics is not my strong point, but I'm thinking he may go pretty far.
So you think that he still has interest in national office?
I suspect he does, yes.
Okay, well, thanks. Scottsdale, Arizona, supporting President Bush this evening. Well, here on C-SPAN tonight, we're going to be focusing on your telephone calls. We'll be working with local television stations across the country where there are key Senate races and giving you a sense of their reporting, as well as watching for the victory and concession speeches by the candidates in those races, results from the Associated Press, and live cameras at the Bush and Kerry headquarters throughout the evening. And we'll be here until the wee hours, until we know what's going on nationally. Next up, we're going to talk with Christy Hoppe of the Dallas Morning News. She serves as the Austin Bureau Chief. And, of course, Texas has been a place with lots of money spent on House races this year. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Susan.
Well,
how are you?
Very well, thank you. We have been pulling in some of the debates in the congressional races, and I'm going to ask you to tell us give us a sense for people that didn't follow that closely, the whole redistricting issue. What's most important to understand about it?
Well, with the House taken over by the Republicans and the legislature in full control of the GOP last year, they decided to take what had been a court-written congressional map and redo it themselves. And what had happened is that there had been 17 Democratic congressmen and 15 Republican. That is going to change tonight.
To what?
Well, I would expect that Republicans would at least get 20 seats and leave the Democrats with 12. So that would be a swing for the Republicans of at least 5 seats.
And how much of that due to change in demographics, and how much of it due to redistricting?
Almost all of it due to redistricting. Most people will remember it was quite a contentious fight in Texas where the Democrats literally fled the state and went to Oklahoma to try and prevent a quorum so that that would allow the Republicans to pass this plan. They did eventually pass the plan. It took 3 special sessions to do it. What they wrote with Tom DeLay, the U.S. Majority Leader, leading the way, was a very Republican plan.
And is this issue settled within the court system, or are there more challenges?
Well, there's one big one, and it's pending right now before the U.S. Supreme Court, which has decided to take arguments on it and could possibly decide the issue of whether there can be too much political gerrymandering.
And if the outcome of that, could it change the results tonight?
No.
So it's
what
really
will happen tonight will stay for at least the 2-year cycle, I would imagine.
What happened in Tom DeLay's own district?
Well, there's only early voting so far, but in Texas, early voting is heavily heavily Republican. And what we're seeing in very early voting is that Mr. DeLay is only polling about 57%. That's a landslide in most places, but considering how Republican his district is, how early voting trends Republican, that is indicative that he might get under 60% this year, and that would be a big change for him.
Did the Democratic National Committee, the parties at all, spend money in his district against Tom DeLay?
No. Not to a large extent. His opponent, Democrat
Richard Morrison.
Richard Morrison, thank you, is a fairly political newcomer. He did raise money. He was able to mount a credible campaign, but he didn't attract the huge money that, say, a Martin Frost did in his North Dallas bid to retain his seat.
Well, speaking of Martin Frost, what can you tell us about the Texas 32 right now, which pitted Martin Frost against another incumbent, Pete Sessions?
They were paired together in the redistricting. Martin Frost has fought, it's the most expensive congressional race in the nation, spending millions in conservative North Dallas area. What's interesting is that the district is still 30% Hispanic, and Mr. Frost is depending on a heavy Hispanic turnout that might offset some of the more conservative white North Dallas vote. But right now, they don't have any precincts reporting. It's only early votes, and that shows Mr. Sessions leading 57% to 41%. So,
right, but the night is still young.
The night is still very young.
And the Charlie Stenholm race?
It's snowing in the Texas Panhandle, so that's slowing down, getting a lot of those returns in. Matter of fact, I heard that they've even sent troopers to some of the polling areas, state troopers, to retrieve the ballot boxes because the roads are pretty treacherous. So I think Mr. Stenholm has a very tough race on his hand. He is running against a gentleman named Neugenbarger, who has run a very strong campaign, and he's leading in early voting.
Now, for Mr. Stenholm, it would be his 14th term in the House of Representatives. Had he been an active campaigner in the past, or did he have to relearn old skills?
Well, most of these guys have had to really go back and do some door-to-door knocking and the old basic retail politics, because so much of their district is new. For Stenholm, I couldn't tell you the exact percentage, but I over half of his district had never met him or had to vote for him before or had that option. So a lot of these long-time state congressmen are working very hard. Some decided not to even take up the challenge. They gave up their seats, decided not to run at all. So those who have stuck it out recognize the uphill battle that they faced and have campaigned very hard. But their districts, in almost all cases, are over 60% traditional Republican voters.
If the Frost-Sessions race was the most expensive House contest, how did the Stenholm race compare?
I couldn't tell you exactly what the spending was on that. I think they've all been in the hundreds of thousands as opposed to the Frost session, which is set the high bar in the millions.
Well, thanks. It's early. We'll keep watching, and we appreciate the background on the contest in your state.
Thank you very much.
We've talked with Christy Hoppe, the Dallas Morning News Austin bureau chief in the state capitol there, and early returns only at this point from Texas. That's why you're seeing the 0 on the screen for the number of precincts in, and we'll keep watching those incumbent against incumbent races in the House in Texas. We're going to take some more telephone calls in a few minutes. Let me tell you, if you're calling in tonight, we have our phone line set up as who you voted for today. If you're a supporter of Senator Kerry, 202-737-0002. If you voted for President Bush, our number here is 202-628-0205. And if you are voted for an independent candidate tonight, our number in Washington, 202-628-0184. Throughout the evening, we are going to be taking you to live coverage whenever we can from key Senate races. We've got our eye on the Kentucky race. We're going to listen to a call from Annapolis. And if that live comes in, we're going to take a little pause and watch it. But Annapolis, you're on the air supporting Senator Kerry.
Yes, I voted for Senator Kerry today.
And what was your polling experience like? How crowded was it?
It wasn't crowded. I didn't go in until 11:30 this morning.
And are you a traditional Democratic voter?
Yes.
And how? What was most important to you this year?
What was most important to me is that the job. I've been unemployed for 2 years, and you can't live being unemployed. I mean, the health insurance that I have just keep going up. The war in Iraq, which I do not agree because I can say I'm a veteran because I did serve in Vietnam when George Bush did not. And I look at so many of his close workers, I guess you would say, or cabinet members. I looked at Ashcroft. He had 7 deferment. I looked at Dick Cheney. He had 5 deferment. I looked at Rumsfeld. He had 4 deferment. And George Bush, he went into the National Guard in order, knowing that that unit was not going to go to Vietnam. And I don't consider him a strong leader. I consider him a coward because when he had the opportunity to go and serve his country, he failed to do that.
Now, you told us at the outset that you've been unemployed for 2 years. What field do you work in?
I was with the federal government, and in that area, in the private sector, I would be classified as a manager analysis.
And people might be surprised to hear a federal worker losing their job. What happened to your agency? Did it downsize?
That's what happened. And when that happened, you're out there. And what I have been looking at and finding out here is just wasn't what I was making. So that's the problem out here. I went over to the state that's here in Annapolis, and I had a part-time job, and that was paying $6.76 an hour. You can't even buy a loaf of bread for that.
Thank you for your call from Annapolis. Those are live pictures on your screen right now coming from Boston, Massachusetts. That's Jean Shaheen addressing the crowd there who has been assisting with the Kerry campaign. Let's listen in for a little bit.
Folks, it's getting exciting. We watch these votes coming in. Pretty soon we'll be able to come back out here and say President-elect John Kerry. But before I do that, I want you to remember these polls are still open. There are record amounts of people over the polls right now. Get on your cell phones, call your friends, tell them.
And from Massachusetts, we'll take Jim Bunning, who's about to speak.
First of all, let me tell you that we're 2.5 hours early. It was 12:30 the last time, 12:30 in the morning. And Senator Mitch always has a way of taking your words out of your mouth and saying that instead of 2 votes per precinct, it was 3 times 2, which is 6 votes per precinct this time around.
All right.
And this lady is someone we could not have won without. Obviously, you know that. Thank you. I want to thank all of you and also the people of Kentucky who have shown a vote of confidence today and tonight. I'm humbled by the honor of your support and give you my solemn promise that I will work every single day and give you everything I have to be the best U.S. Senator that can represent this Commonwealth. Obviously, it was a very tough race, the toughest race in my political career, and I could not have gotten through it without Mary and my whole family who are on the stage with me. You hear a lot about the importance of family. That's because it's true. And I understand that more than ever, after going through such a difficult struggle as this was today. Mary is, I said, the best campaigner and the best fundraiser in the Bunning campaign. Mary, you're a great partner, and I love you very much. And I want to thank my children and my grandkids. You helped me help pull your dad and your grandfather through again. And I have to thank the literally thousands of volunteers and workers who sacrificed their time and gave of themselves because they believe in the democratic process and this great republic that we live in. We had help in every one of the 100 counties of this great Commonwealth. Our people worked nights, weekends, and went the extra mile that you have to do to win. I might not always show it enough, but I appreciate your help from the bottom of my heart. I can't thank everyone who worked and volunteered for this campaign by name. We'd be here all night. But I do have to single out just a handful of people. David Young, who's been here. He gave a year of his life in moving here for a whole year, and everything we had for this campaign for nearly a year, David made sure it happened, and thank you very much, David. Three more. Debbie McKinney, who has run my Kentucky office. For 18 years and can do it all. She's tireless, dedicated, and simply the best. Thanks, Deb. Blake Brickman has traveled with me this entire state on the campaign trail every day. He did an unbelievable job, and believe it or not, he kept me out of trouble most of the time. And Ann Liebschutz raised the money and made it possible for us to do it. Thank you, Ann. She's tough, she's smart, and absolutely tenacious. When I first started running for the U.S. Senate in 1997, I said I was doing it for the right reasons, to make sure that my kids and grandkids who are standing up here had the same opportunities that Mary and I did, to make sure they had a chance for the American dream. I still believe that today, and it's still what drives me in my public service. Since then, much has changed in the world. Times have become more dangerous. Nice roar, isn't it? But no one in the world doubts that America is still the greatest nation on the earth and remains the land of opportunity. We know there are people out there who want to destroy our very way of life. We also have to remember that there are many, many more millions and millions of people who want to come to America and do nothing more than build a better future for their families. That is because we remain the beacon of hope and freedom for the world. America is still the land where one can arrive with nothing and work hard and with determination build a better life for themselves. The American dream lives today as long as we remain resolute and believe in ourselves and the ideals of freedom and democracy that have served us so well for the last 2+ centuries. America will only continue. It will flourish, and that's what we really need to do. Protecting and preserving that dream is why I first entered public service and why I continue to give all I can to the people of this great Commonwealth. I want to thank everyone here this evening, everyone, for their votes and their support. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Yes. How sweet it is. Thank you. Hi, Rita.
Jim Bunning victorious in his second bid for the United States Senate. Senator Bunning called it the most hard-fought political campaign of his career. In fact, let me show you the results. In that state, with 93% of the precincts reporting, the vote is 50.5% to 49.4% for State Senator Daniel Mangiardo. So very close race for Jim Bunning, but he is the victor in that Kentucky Senate race. And it is now just a little past the hour of 10 p.m. in the East Coast, and a number of other states now have closed their polls, including Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah, and we will look for some additional results as they come in from those states across the country. President Bush is watching the results tonight at the White House, and we have, by videotape, just a short while ago, the scene there.
Barney. Barney. Don't let him come any closer.
Come here,
Barney.
Barney. Oh, Barney.
Come on, Barney.
How's it going, Mr. President?
We're very upbeat, thank you.
We're going to get a winner tonight?
I believe I will win. Thank you very much. I feel good about it. I'm glad to be able to watch the returns here with my family and friends, and it's going to be an exciting evening.
All right, thank you all. Good. Thank you all very much.
I think we will, yeah.
And from the White House just a little while ago to the Bush-Cheney headquarters just a few blocks away at the Ronald Reagan building. And Rick Klein is there tonight. He's a political reporter for the Boston Globe. Rick Klein, give us a sense of what the mood is like in that room.
Well, we've seen some really wild mood swings over the last couple of hours here. Very few people were coming out early on in the day when people first started gathering here. I think they were a little bit down about the exit polls. We've seen a major uplift in spirits here as some of the results come in. Obviously, we haven't seen any states really switch that are big surprises yet, but some of the early results have come in, and as they come in, what we've seen is, at least in the early results, we've seen an unexpectedly strong showing for the president, so the people here love it.
Who's in that room tonight, and how large is the crowd?
It's a couple thousand people. Most of them aren't actually on the floor at any given time. It's sort of a strange setup for this kind of a rally. It's not really an auditorium setting. Most people are off in side parties, off to either side of me, off to my left and my right, up in the rafters. There's actually a pretty small number of people actually on the floor at any given time. They kind of mill back and forth, get something to eat, get something to drink, and obviously there's been a big stream of people behind me speaking on the stage, governors, senators, cabinet secretaries for the president, Ed Gillespie, the RNC chairman as well.
Well, we were just, all the networks, given a little piece of videotape of the president watching the results in the White House. Have the people in that room had a chance for a peek at the president yet?
I don't think they've actually seen that particular clip. They'll go wild if they did see it. Is the president talking about confidence? What they've seen instead, mostly with the TV, is the sound off and just the results continuing to stream in. And as I say, as early results come in states like Ohio and Florida, some of the key states in this election, they're liking what they're seeing.
And what do they have in store for the rest of the night?
Well, it's actually up in the air depending on what happens. The big event will be when and if the president himself actually comes. And the expectation is this is where he will be to give a victory speech if there's one to give, and a concession speech if there's one of those to give. It's a little unclear what we'll get if we have another situation like 4 years ago where we go to bed tonight not knowing who the winner is.
Yeah, are they mixing in some entertainment along with the political speeches?
Yeah, that's right. We're getting some country music bands. A lot of them have been staples of the Bush campaign trail as well. They've come in and playing some of their favorites, getting the crowd going, and sort of a loud, raucous evening as people enjoy themselves here on the last night.
Have you been traveling with the president?
I have. Since roughly August, been traveling, including the last couple of weeks on the road, sort of a crazy swing. Just yesterday, I think we were in 7 different states, or 7 different stops in 6 different states. So yeah, I've been out with the campaign over the last couple of months.
And when is the last time you saw him?
Saw him physically? I saw him last night in Albuquerque at their final rally in a swing state. He hasn't had much access to the press, although he's come in over the last couple of days and at least addressed a few questions. He did so this morning in Crawford, Texas, his hometown, near his ranch, where after he voted, answered a few questions from reporters, although I wasn't part of that group at the time.
As closely as you've been able to watch him, are you able to gauge his stamina level?
He's a guy that I think he gets tired by the end of the night. And I think he was showing the signs of that very much this morning. He looked like he had seen, like he could have used a few more hours of sleep. It looked like he may have gotten that on the plane because by the time he showed up in Columbus, Ohio for a little drop-in on some campaign workers, he looked a lot more rested. And obviously the clip that you just showed, I think, shows him a little bit more at ease. I think his spirits are also lifted by these early returns.
Rick Klein, Boston Globe political reporter at the Bush-Cheney campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. And we'll check back with the headquarters throughout the night as this picture hopefully becomes a little clearer with the results coming in across the country. Thank you very much for your report to us.
My pleasure.
We're going to take a little look around the room, if we can, and show you what the scene is like there at Bush-Cheney headquarters. We're going to go to your calls in a couple of minutes, and what we're asking for people calling in today is to tell us about your voting experience, and if you've got a race going on in your state that you can tell us more about how that race is turning out, how you thought the campaign was conducted. We'd like to get your local perspectives on that. Let's listen in just a minute there.
They love Elvis and Graceland, good rock and blues band. Women from Memphis, they steal guitar.
And as we watch the scene at the Bush-Cheney headquarters at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, we're going to return to your telephone calls. You see some reporters there doing stand-ups, and you can see the large television monitors for the crowd in the room. Let's listen to a call from Bloomfield, New Mexico, and this caller is a supporter of President Bush. Go ahead. You're on the air, caller.
Hi, I'm from Bloomfield. This is actually my first time to vote, so yeah, I was pretty proud to vote for President Bush because I believe that we have a lot of the same agreement, our morals, like partial birth abortion and, stuff like that. I actually voted early, and there was a lot of people, and I guarantee there will probably be a lot of people now.
Now, you voted early today, or you voted earlier than today?
Earlier than today. I voted Friday.
And there were still a lot of people on Friday?
Yes, there was quite a bit of people. There was a lot of places for available in our county actually to vote, and even though there was still a lot of people in line.
And as a citizen of a battleground state, what's it been like watching television the past couple of days?
Oh wow. It's been nothing but political commercials, and it's been quite an experience, especially for my first time voting. And I can honestly say this is the first time I've actually paid this much attention to an election, because it's actually, been the first time that it has to be important to me. I mean, that I can have a voice in something for once.
And do you think this is a lifetime habit now? Are you intrigued enough by politics that you're going to stay interested, or is it just this race?
Oh, no, I think it's going to be all, because I think it's a very important issue, and it's something that my parents have instilled in me, that the importance of, our leader in America, and how I need to get out there and show my support in what I believe in.
Well, thank you very much for your telephone call. That's Bloomfield, New Mexico, first-time voter in the 2004 election. Dorchester, Massachusetts is our next call of the evening. This call supports Ralph Nader.
Yes.
And what was the voting situation? Yes, sir.
Oh, God bless you. It's the second time I've had the pleasure of talking to you.
Well, thanks for calling in tonight. Did you vote today?
Well, actually, I had to send in a absentee ballot.
And how easy was the Massachusetts absentee ballot?
Oh, it was pisser. That's a good thing in Boston.
And how easy was it to write in Ralph Nader's name?
Well, like finding my name.
Simple enough, huh? And why did you choose to vote for him?
Because I think he's the only honest politician running today.
Is the war primary issue for you?
Pardon me?
Is the war the primary issue for you?
Everything is the primary issue.
Everything?
Everything. The economy, the war, people getting killed, everything. And as far as I'm concerned, he is the only, okay, I was going to swear, but I'm not going to. He's the only man with integrity, honesty. I can't describe.
Well, we've got it. Well, thank you very much for the call. Dorchester, Massachusetts, supporter of Ralph Nader. Next call is Charlotte, North Carolina. This state has a lot of contests going on there, including a Senate race. Supporter of Senator Kerry. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm supporting Senator Kerry, and I'm truly wishing that he win. I looked at a lot of things that was going on in the race itself, a lot of negative ads and things like that, and it's just really overwhelming. It took me a long time to really make up my mind who to vote for. A lot of the religious leaders was telling on radio and television ads was telling us to vote for Bush because of the Kerry stand on same-sex marriages and things like that. But then I looked at it on the other hand, where Bush, being the president, has yet allowed 9 states to legalize same-sex marriage, and then Dick Cheney's daughter is a lesbian. So it really doesn't make any difference. Then I looked at certain things that is just truly upsetting. I'm really surprised that the state of North Carolina has voted for Bush. And as far as the polls today, it only took me less than 6 minutes to vote, and I was kind of surprised at that. I do understand about the early votes and everything that has happened. I was very upset about them voting on a Sunday because I think that was very wrong. But at the same time, I'm just hoping that Kerry wins, and I'm hoping that Erskine Bowles win.
Well, I think Richard Burr is the victor in that race.
Yeah, it seems that way, but, either way, I think the whole country needs to pray because if Bush wins, I don't think that we're going to be led in the right direction. We haven't thus far.
I got to jump in, sir, with apologies. Ralph Nader is at the podium in Washington, D.C. Let's listen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Okay. All right. You're all very kind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Teresa. Those very cogent words, and all of you for coming. The Nader Camejo campaign represents the future. There's no doubt about that. There's no way the American people are going to stand indefinitely for being told by the commercial health industry that if they don't have enough money, they're going to get sick or stay sicker. If they don't pay, they die. And 18,000 of them die every year, according to the Institute of Medicine. There's no way the American people, 47 million workers, are going to work full time for a pittance, not a living wage. They can't support their families. There's no way the American people are going to let their country be taken over by global corporations who have no allegiance to our country anymore, or communities, or workers, other than to abandon them or to control them as they see fit. There's no way that the American people are going to allow their children to be commercialized out from under parental authority. There's no way that the trends that are deteriorating our country are going to be tolerated with impunity. The poor will be heard from someday in our country. The Republican Democratic campaigns, they don't represent the future. They represent the past. They're taking our country backward into the future. They take our country backward into the future when every year there are more people in poverty, more children going to bed hungry at night. They take our country backwards in the future when the corruption of money breaks new records in turning cash against votes. They take our country back in the future when every year there are more people who don't have health care, affordable housing. They take our country back in the future when our energy efficiency declines instead of improves. There are all kinds of ways they're taking our country backward into the future. Then why are they getting so many votes? They're getting so many votes because decade after decade, as proxies for their corporate financiers, they have established a two-party electoral dictatorship. A two-party electoral dictatorship that in its nuances, in its statutory straitjackets against third parties and independent candidates, has deprived the American people of more choices and voices, deprived them of the future directions that they themselves want the country to go. The Nader Camejo campaign and all the people who are part of it will look back on this campaign as the harbinger for new politics, as the foreshadowing of an increasingly distasteful reaction by the American people against political rot and stagnation. It's often said by the two parties, vote for us, vote for the winners, and the people keep losing. It's often said by the two parties, only one of us can win, and they're right. But who doesn't win? The people don't win. But the problem goes even further. The politics of servility, not civility, servility, has reflected itself even among those who know better, the so-called liberal intelligentsia. The liberals who staff and fund so many of those good groups that years ago made demands on politicians. They don't make demands on the Democratic Party anymore. Environmental group after environmental group, civil liberties group after civil liberties group, minority group after minority group, anti-poverty group after anti-poverty group, labor group after labor group, consumer group after consumer group, all of whom supported John Kerry, made no demands on him. And of course, that allowed him to take all those votes for granted because he wasn't as bad as George W. Bush. And because they didn't pull on John Kerry, he was pulled by the corporate interests toward George W. Bush. This election is close between Bush and Kerry, not because they're too dissimilar, it's because they're too similar. On foreign policy and military policy, they're about the same. That's a big chunk. On domestic policy, in terms of what they actually do or don't do, what's the difference on corporate welfare? Hundreds of billions of dollars, siphoned from taxpayers to subsidies, handouts, giveaways that can be sent back home to repair the schools and modernize clinics and upgrade public libraries and put dazzling new public transit in place, make sure that people don't drink lead in their water or other heavy metals. Indeed, on corporate crime, how different are they? There's an entrenched corporate crime movement in this country. It's recidivist. It's deep. It's broad. It has drained or looted trillions of dollars in the last 5 years alone from small investors, pension holders, 401k possessors, and workers. The poster childs are Enron, WorldCom, Health South, Adelphia. But it goes much, much deeper and broader into the heart of Wall Street, the brokerage firms, the investment companies. And what's extraordinary about this is all this has been documented by the business media. We live in the only generation in American history where the business media documents all the crimes of their advertisers and their clients and their readers, and nothing happens. They really have the best of both worlds. They can acquire a larger audience because it's exciting to read about crime in the suites, and they don't have to be berated by their advertisers, to whom they deliver a larger audience. Taking the media's finest moments seriously, as the Nader Camejo campaign did, so simply means saying to the media, what are you doing all this work for? Why are you spending all this time investigating abuses of the poor, medical malpractice, occupational disease, corruption of politicians, defense contract frauds, and looting, ripping off Medicare by the healthcare industry? What do you do it all for? Prizes? You work 3 months and you get it on page 1 in a 5-part series, and nothing happens. That's because the political system is too weak to counteract the permanent corporate government here in Washington, D.C. It's not only too weak, it doesn't even try anymore except with a few luminous examples on Capitol Hill. It has become incorporated by the corporators themselves. I don't know a single department or agency in the U.S. government that is not overwhelmingly controlled inside by former corporate executives in high positions in government and outside by swarms of lobbyists and political action committee. It's over, my fellow Americans. It's all mythology now. The two-party electoral dictatorship, in their lust for monopoly power, are carving up our country into redistricting areas where only one party dominates, either Republican or Democrat, depending on who controls the state government. And so 95% of the House of Representatives districts are incumbent party dominated. There's no choice, there's no re-election, there's no selection, it's just a coronation. Out of 435 seats in 2002 in the House of Representatives, only 4 lost, the lowest in American history. When are we going to realize it's over? It's a farce, it's a fiction. We've got to mobilize and take our country back. To the Democrats who spent millions of dollars and hundreds of lawyers and paralegals and harassers and intimidators going right to the homes of our signature gatherers, threatening them with jail, spreading lies about who was allegedly supporting us. I say the following: just stay tuned. We are just beginning to fight. We'll make ballot access and electoral reform a prime civil liberties issue, with or without the help of the American Civil Liberties Union. Our electoral system and machinery have become the laughingstock of the world, including some third world countries. We do everything we can in this country, we being the 2 political parties, to obstruct people from voting, to keep candidates off the ballot line, to harass them when they try to register, to change precinct addresses without notifying them, to misidentify people as ex-felons and therefore depriving them of the right to vote, when ex-felons should have the right to vote. They put their time in. We need runoff voting, proportional representation, public funding of public campaigns. That's the most essential of all. We should never allow our public elections to be sold on the auction block. Same-day voter registration. Take a cue from Canada. They register people through the census. They have precincts with 500 voters, no more, close to your home and work. By 11 o'clock tonight, they'll know who won the election of their election day. They don't worry about chads, hanging chads, touchstone, software hacking that can be hacked into, no paper trail. They have paper ballots. They do it the old-fashioned way. There are so many people disenfranchised in this country that it even discourages people from trying. Never mind people who try and whose votes are not counted. The contempt that the Democratic Party has for groups that support them, when these groups do not make any demand on them, they're making the Democratic Party more like the Republican Party. The dynamic of the pull 24 hours a day is in the direction of the corporate interests who are pulling every day. Now, I want to give you an example of just how much contempt Senator John Kerry had for one religious and ethnic group. A few days ago, the American Muslim Task Force, a loose confederation of a dozen Muslim American groups, decided to endorse John Kerry and John Edwards. They asked for a meeting. There was no meeting. It was turned down. Well, how about at least a telephone call from Senator John Kerry to accept the endorsement? He refused. When Jim Zogby and the Arab Americans endorsed Kerry, they couldn't get him on the phone. That's what I mean by the politics of servility, the politics of disrespect. We always go back to Frederick Douglass, the great abolitionist, who said power concedes nothing without a demand. Our campaign had 2 sequences that animated us. One was to restrain greed, address needs, and sow seeds. We've done a lot of that. The next generation will have more people taking this country into a much more glorious future because of the direct and indirect stimulation that this campaign has accorded them. Many of them we don't know even their names. I wouldn't even have known the name of Alex Hathaway, except that he contacted us on our website, votenator.org. He's a 15-year-old youngster who said that he mowed enough lawns to collect enough money, and he sent us a $100 check. Goes. In our travels to the 50 states, and we did campaign in 50 states, I met Alex Hathaway. He's going to be a leader. And there are going to be a lot of those people who are going to be leaders. That's one of the purposes of a political campaign, is to bring in the younger generation, separate them from their culture of silliness, separate them from the commercial culture of entertainment that shortens their attention spans and leaves them far, far from fulfilling their potential as civic and political leaders. I think it's time to paint a future in our country through the political process, not through some utopian writings, although there's nothing wrong with that. We need to bring the sun to Earth. Imagine what the sun must be thinking of its planet offspring. It offers the greatest form of energy, possibly the best universal solvent for our environmental problems, from acid rain to strip mining to global warming. And the political system does not force the corporate technologies to use it. Look at our media. Have we ever had more stations and cable channels? And have we ever had less opportunity to speak in other than sound bites heading for a decade of sound barks? Look at our sovereignty, the principal mode of representing people, our nation state being undermined by WTO and NAFTA. Autocratic systems of international governance whose architects were the multinational corporations and their law firms. Look at the level of poverty in this country. 40% of all households are really in poverty. The official figure is ridiculous. The official figure says if you're a family of 4, according to the Department of Labor, and you make $19,000 a year gross, you're not poor. 40% of our nation's households live poor. In the richest country in the world, that has more billionaires than any other country, who's 1% of the richest people, has financial wealth equivalent to the bottom 95%. When you go into the low-income areas of our country, such as here in Washington, D.C., there's no rule of law. There's only rapacity, predatory behavior, anarchy. People can't even cash their checks without paying 5% to the cash checking stores. Predatory lending, landlord abuses, lesser municipal services in the poor areas, crumbling housing, libraries that fall apart, consumer exploitation, dumping grounds for shoddy merchandise, including dirty meat and poultry. And most of those cities were run by Democrats and the Democratic Party for years. After November 2, it's not the end. It's just the end of the beginning. We'll continue out of the box between now and inauguration to push those liberal groups who were so reticent in advancing their life's work, like the anti-war groups in the last year and others, to come to grips with their own introspection needs. And that is, the moment they go for the least worst, that will be their fate. There will always be a least worst between the Democrats and Republicans. Every 4 years, every 2 years. And least worst means that you exert no pull on the least worst. And therefore, your own influence and your own impact is self-limited. I want to conclude with a scenario for our country. We're the most powerful country in the world. We're a military superpower without peer in the history of the world. Not even the Roman Empire had that level of ascendancy. There is no number 2. There is no number 3. That is not how we will be known in history, with approbation. It will only be because we become a humanitarian superpower, leading the world in the assault on global infectious diseases, global environment, democratic movements, preservation of the land and the water and the forests. It's only when we collaborate with other Western nations and lift the yoke of the dictatorships and the oligarchs that the West has supported, propped up, and armed to repress their own people. It's only when we lift that yoke that we'll begin to understand the genius of third world peoples to solve their own problems. Genius which is now either suppressed or imported into this country under H-1B visas in our traditional brain-draining ways. A humanitarian superpower that leads the world in the abolition of nuclear arms, that leads the world in protecting small starts and the innovators and the creators that always start small. A humanitarian superpower that establishes the rule of law instead of the rule of brute force. One of these days, some of our messianic militarists, led by the President George W. Bush, will realize that we have far more to lose than people who are so desperate or reflect desperate conditions that we call stateless terrorists. They don't mind losing their lives. Our country has a lot more to lose. And it has a great need to go into the sources of the violent dissatisfaction.
We're going to leave Mr. Nader at this point to take you to South Carolina, where Jim DeMint, the victor in the Senate race, is getting up before cameras for his victory speech.
Well, about an hour ago, we were told that Congressman DeMint would be out in about 12 minutes, but it's actually been closer to an hour. But as you can see, Congressman DeMint, soon to be Senator Jim DeMint, getting ready to address the supporters tonight here in Columbia.
And you can see, I believe that is his wife by his side. A lot of people have complained about the type of campaigning, some of the negative campaigning that has gone on in this race, but you can see the final result appears to be that Congressman Jim DeMint is now Senator Jim DeMint.
He will take over for Ernest Hollings in January. Let's go to the podium now.
Across this room tonight, and South Carolina, folks, will never be the same. Never be the same. We have entered a new era. An era where we can turn to the President of the United States and say, Mr. President, you know what? We don't have one vote for you. We got 2 votes for you. That's enough for me. I want to tell you something. It is a privilege and an honor to introduce this gentleman to my right, a man that will mean so much to South Carolina. Oh, yeah. A man that says what he means and means what he says. Amen. The new junior senator from South Carolina, Jim DeMint.
Ms. Tenenbaum just called and graciously conceded the race. To say that I'm pleasantly surprised would be an understatement. Folks, the irony is if you add 23% to her total, you get my total tonight. Like we said before, it is amazing what a regular low-voltage guy can do with the help of some good friends and family. Thank you all for all you did in this race. You know, we started this Mission Impossible almost 2 years ago. And Mission 1 was getting by a pretty tough primary, 6-way primary, expensive primary, but mission was accomplished. Mission 2, a competitive runoff race, but that mission was accomplished too. Now, Mission 3 was the Super Bowl, and that was today, and that mission's accomplished. I'm your senator. And as they say on Mission Impossible, I love it when a plan comes together, don't you, man? Now, folks, some are going to say that coattails were a big factor in this race. But that's really not fair to George Bush, because I think we might have helped him a little bit, but he stood on his own in this race. All right. Hey, now they're going to ask what made the difference in this race, and there was a lot of high-level strategery in our campaign. I can promise you that. I'll give you one example. When I incurred a little foot and mouth disease, we decided to surround me with staff that put their feet in their mouth more than I did, and then they wouldn't notice me anymore. And it worked like a charm. Folks, if I sit down tonight and start writing thank yous to all of you who gave money, volunteered, everyone who helped in this campaign, I would not get finished if I did it for the rest of my life. And so you're going to have to take my word for it. I really appreciate all the work that you did. I want to thank God for sustaining me and Debbie and the family. Thank you. And I know this, from all the emails and cards and phone calls we've got, I've gotten more prayers in the last year than I got votes today, and I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Let me just thank a few people, if you'll be patient. I want to thank all my three chairmen. Gresham Barrett was one, Governor Jim Edwards, and Congressman Tommy Hartnett. Thank you for jumping on early and being a part of this thing. I want to thank Barry Wynn, who's my friend and mentor, the great Republican. Barry, thank you for all you've done to encourage me. Great new friends, former adversaries in Tom Ravenel, Charlie Condon. They were a huge help to me in Charleston. I particularly want to thank Senator Lindsey Graham and Governor Mark Sanford, who campaigned with me. my congressional colleagues of Joe Wilson, Henry Brown. Of course, Gresham's part of that. And I want to welcome Bob English back into the fold. He just won. Folks, and we've got the best organized state party that we've ever had. I want to thank Caden and Luke and Jason and all the victory folks. And of course, David Wilkins, his leadership in the state. We've built the majority in the House and the Senate. We've got the governor's mansion. We've got a lot of promises to keep now, folks. We're going to get it done. I got to thank my campaign team. I don't think there's ever been a better campaign team assembled in this state. I particularly want to thank Shelley Carson for helping me raise. I think we've raised more money than's ever been raised in the history of a South Carolina campaign. Nobody does it better than Shelley, and nobody spends it quicker than Terry and Warren and Scotty and Susan. Thank you all for your help. I don't know if I can hit them all, but in the campaign office, George and Jenny and Kara and Jeff and Ryan, Tim Rash, Tim Lawless, Wes, Christy, Jacqueline, Gene Cecil, Tom, Craig, and everyone who came in and out of that office every day. Thank you for a great campaign. And the folks here from my congressional office, Matt Hoskins brought a lot of folks from D.C., Kelly Long from locally. Thank all of you. And most important, I want to thank my wife, Debbie, who... And I've got the rest of the family. I'm going to get up on the stage in a minute. Jake and Laurie, Ginger and Donna, and Tim. Did any of you see the commercials with the daughters in it? I want to thank my mom and sisters and brothers who are right here in front of the stage and for being here tonight. Thank you. Please give them a hand. Folks, just quickly, I think the best news is not just that we won tonight, but that all of South Carolina won. In spite of all the attempts to confuse and mislead and frighten people, South Carolina didn't fall for that nonsense. This election should tell us as Republicans that South Carolina is ready to embrace the future. We're ready to engage the world. We're committed to challenging the status quo. We're serious about confronting our problems with new ideas.
You've been listening to Senator-elect Jim DeMint. Right now we want to go to Inez Tenenbaum.
Together we ran a top-notch campaign that made this race neck and neck. Together we raised the issues that matter most to South Carolina's families. Together we took this race to every community and every corner in the state. And together, in the end, we got closer to the finish line than the pundits ever dreamed. When I look back on this year and the campaign we've run, I am so proud of the things that we fought for. We fought for jobs and the 70,000 South Carolinians who have lost their jobs in the last 3 years. We fought for our schools and for Washington to keep its promises to our children. We fought fought for health care and the 500,000 South Carolinians who will go to bed tonight without any health insurance.
Yes.
And we fought for a middle-class tax cut for South Carolina's families. And we fought to keep America safe from those who would harm us.
Yes, we did.
And I'm also proud of what we built together. We built this campaign from 3 people in a one-room office to a team of more than 100 staff members and countless volunteers. Now, if I started naming names, I'd be here all night. So let me just say this directly to my staff. You have been the best staff any candidate anywhere ever hoped for. Thank you. You have yelled your lungs out, walked your feet off, worked your hearts out, and for that I will give you my undying respect, my heartfelt love, and my eternal gratitude. Now, there are a few names that I would like to name and thank them publicly tonight. First of all, to my dear husband, Samuel, the love of my life. You have sacrificed so much, and yes, you've even held your tongue a few times to stand with me on this journey. Thank you. I love you, and I cannot say how much your sacrifice means to me. Second, to Senator Fritz Hollings.
Yes.
To Senator Hollings, you have served our state for more than 40 years, and you have helped me in every step of this campaign. You inspired me, and you showed me what South Carolinians have known for decades, that independence is strength. And finally, to Frank Holloman, who took leave from his legal practice to run my campaign. Trail with confidence that my campaign was in Frank's able hands, and I cannot thank him enough for his friendship, his leadership, and his strength. Now, I will not tell you a lie. I hate to lose. Losing hurts. I know it does.
Well, there you go. Inez Tenenbaum conceding the race tonight to Jim DeMint. Of course, she loses the race for U.S. Senate, but she remains.
And that's the report from the Senate race in South Carolina with both the victory and concession speeches. Let's look at the results from AP with 79% reporting, but it gives you an idea of the size of the spread between the two candidates. At 79%, Jim DeMint has 53.6% of the votes, Inez Tenenbaum at 44.1% of the votes. And let's also look at the Senate race in Oklahoma, which has been hard fought, and there Tom Coburn is being declared the winner. He is getting up to speak. Let's listen.
No better than to take what's been dished out in this campaign, and they ferreted out the difference, and I want to tell you I am so honored to have the privilege to represent this great state for the next 6 years as your next U.S. Senator. Thank you. I think back about our country's history. I think back about our state's history and all the efforts that have gone in to giving us the freedom, the opportunity, the potential that lies before us. And my commitment to you is that I won't stop in the U.S. Senate to make sure that the sacrifice, I will model a sacrifice of service and commitment to make sure that the next generation has the same opportunities and the same freedom that we have all enjoyed. I believe I will fight with all my being to make sure that federal judges quit legislating in this country. I will make sure with all my being that we keep the commitments to our seniors, to our veterans, and those that depend on us. But just as assuredly, to keep the commitment of hope and trust for the future for our children and our grandchildren. We can do both. We must do both. Finally, we cannot deny the spiritual heritage of this country and how I will not be ashamed of my faith. I will stand for my faith, and that will influence my ability to work in the U.S. Senate. I want to take a minute. There are so many people, and I'm going to forget and fail to mention many, but you know, back in late February, some guys that used to work for me in the House started really irritating me about running for the U.S. Senate. And it's Kurt Price and Brian Treat, and Greg Treat, and Jerry Morris. They had a dream that we could, in fact, win this race. And we went with it. We went with it because we felt to be obedient to what the call was. And this isn't a race about Tom Coburn being a U.S. Senator. It's not. It shouldn't ever be about our politicians. It's got to be about the principles that our country holds dear. But I want to thank so many people, and I cannot name them all. From Mike Schwartz, who has dedicated his life to the pro-life cause, to Congressman John Shadegg, who was at my ear advising me on the political maneuvers to make, and his staff that have been so helpful.
All right, you've been listening to Senator-elect Tom Coburn. He will not go into the Senate as a freshman, typical freshman senator. Served in Congress from 95 to 2001, known as a maverick in D.C.
It's a local report from Oklahoma in the Senate race, and that's Tom Coburn, medical doctor and former member of the House of Representatives, in a hard-fought campaign against a current member of the House. His challenger was Mr. Carson, Representative Carson. We have his concession speech from about an hour ago.
He's going to do his speech.
Thank you all for your great support. I just spoke with Tom Coburn
Irish
and
Carson
gave
is
him my
giving a
best
speech
wishes,
right
my
now. Can you
prayers,
hear me?
and my best hopes for his successful career as our next United States Senator. No, please. No, please. Campaigns are the time of rancor, and this has been a rancorous one, too much so for the people of our state. Our hopes and prayers are with Tom Coburn as our next United States Senator. And please join me in wishing him our best.
Are you going to come to me first or just straight to him?
This has been a historic campaign for legacy, I hope, of the thousands of people who are some here tonight but spread out across the state of Oklahoma who for the first time have been involved in a political campaign. People who share a vision for a better state, one not quite realized tonight, but one that awaits us as our destiny, to be realized by other people perhaps. But tonight, the first steps have been taken in that direction. To all of you in this room, to all watching on television,
Kevin, he has already given
I
his
am so
concession
grateful for
speech.
your help
Let's
and
take a
support.
listen.
I have been in every county in this state, from Boise City to Ida Bell, from Hollis to Miami, everywhere in between, and it is an amazing state. I leave my office as the congressman for the 2nd District in good hands with Dan Boren, a young man who will live up to the expectations we all have for him. I leave this race, yes, not successful this evening, but with a tremendous appreciation for the people of this state, for the small towns, for the big cities, for everything that makes us great, for people who want nothing in return but spend so much time on behalf of my campaign, on others, because they want the simple knowledge that they're doing something to make this state, this country, a better place. So many people to thank. Those of you in this room who have been with me for, well, the last 5 years, running for office almost, I said incessantly, time and time again, I am grateful to you. To those across the state and all the small towns, small communities that I've had the pleasure to visit, I thank you too. To the thousands of people, young and old, who have volunteered on my staff, the work you have done, it's not always been noted, but it has not gone unnoticed. I am enormously grateful. To my parents who are here, who have given me every opportunity, I am very thankful to you. To my wife, who, as I have often said, this was not her dream, but she has shared in it. And it is time for us to do the things that other young families should be doing. So I leave here with a great appreciation for this state, the great honor I have had to fill the shoes of people in the 2nd Congressional District, men like Ed Edmondson, Mike Sinar, and now Tom Coburn, who will be our next United States Senator. There is a better state awaiting us out there, a state that is one where our young people come back, one where people in Washington, D.C. speak of the wisdom of our leaders. I have every expectation, every faith that Tom Coburn will march in those same shoes. It has been a tough campaign. Tonight, I wish him the very best. To all of you, I thank you for the prayers, the hopes, the votes you have placed in me. We have great things awaiting us in the state of Oklahoma. Other people will pick up the banner that I leave behind. Great things await us. This is a great, great state. And I leave here with a renewed faith and the intelligence of people to understand the issues, their equity to do their leaders justice, and a simple and humble belief that the people know what is in their best interests. I have a great respect for them. For Julie and I, we wish Tom Coburn the best. To you in this room, thank you for the graciousness you have shown us. We will never forget it. We appreciate it so much. And to Tom Coburn again, we wish him the very best. He will be, I have every expectation, he will live up to the hopes that his many great followers have for him, and he will represent all of us well. Our prayers go to him. Join me in giving him our prayers, our hopes, and our wishes for the best. Thank you, guys. God bless all of you. It's been a tremendous campaign.
That's Brad Carson in his headquarters in Tulsa at the Renaissance Hotel, coming to us by the NBC affiliate KFOR-TV in Oklahoma City. Here's a look at that race. It was a hard-fought campaign, as we said, but a strong win for former Congressman Tom Coburn. AP reporting with 68% of the returns in that state, 51% for Coburn, 42% for Brad Carson. There's been let me give you a quick look at the races across the country. Just looking at the races we have so far, where there have been some turnovers, the Republicans have picked up Zell Miller's seat in Georgia. It's been a Democratic pickup of a Peter Fitzgerald seat in Illinois by Barack Obama, and a Republican pickup of Fritz Holling's seat in South Carolina. So as they started out with the 51-48-1 That's where things stand in the contested Senate seats so far tonight. Well, one of those seats that everyone has been watching, the race has been in South Dakota, the Tom Daschle seat, where he has been defending his tenure against a challenge by John Thune. This is where it stands right now, very close race. 37% of the votes counted so far in that state. John Thune, the Republican, at 50%. And Tom Daschle, the incumbent and minority leader, at 49.9. And we'll keep watching that. And this is what it looks like in the Daschle headquarters in South Dakota. Let's listen in for just a little bit.
Right now, the sun going down, no amount of money is all needed, and the temperatures go down. 14 residents in California, whether that's happening, 38 degrees, and Sioux Falls has at 37. All day long, great neighborhoods, Sioux Falls, we saw lots of this. That is the sunshine, partly clouds in the sky, so it's a beautiful day for election. And maybe you could get a little bit like that big turnout. High temperature, Sioux Falls, 49 degrees, 1 degree cooler than normal.
It's 15 minutes past the hour of 11 o'clock here on the East Coast, and the polls are now closed in all states except for Alaska, but lots of votes still to be counted tonight. And we're going to return to our telephone calls. We're asking you about your voting experience today. If you live in a state with a Senate or a governor or interesting House race you'd like to tell us about, please give us a call and give us your analysis of what happened there. If you voted for Senator Kerry, here's the number, 202-737-0002. If you voted for President Bush, 202-628-0205. If you voted for an independent candidate, 202-628-0184. Please remember that 202 area code as you're dialing in tonight. And as we listen, we're looking at pictures from Boston, and that is the headquarters for Senator Kerry. Let's listen to a call from Massachusetts. This is from the town of Beckett and a supporter of Senator Kerry. You're on the air.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. I voted for John Kerry today in Beckett, Massachusetts. It is a town of 1,726 people.
What part of the state?
It's in the Berkshire, far western part of the state.
So you pretty much know everybody there, huh?
Oh, yeah.
And what
yes, it's exactly that. And our town clerk, I'm happy to say, also voted for John Kerry. So it was very homey, and we had a paper ballot with a secret sleeve, which was a part of a file where you stuck your ballot in so you could keep your vote private.
And did everybody finish voting early in town?
I think the polls were open till 8, but yeah, I mean it's a very small rural area, and you walk in and everybody says hi to you. They know you, so you don't have to show ID or anything like that.
Well, are you biting your nails at this point in the evening?
I am. I'm very hopeful for John Kerry. I can't wait to see the election results. I'm very anxious to kick Bush to the curb. I'm about done with the Bush administration and all who is entailed in that.
What kind of campaign do you think Senator Kerry waged?
To be honest, I am a Kucinich fan originally and switched over to John Kerry as a sort of a second. I think he did have a strong campaign. It was sort of I think Dean was going to be the first guy, and then when it was finally Kerry, he had a strong backing, especially in our state, who is, basically a Kerry state. I think he pulled up from the rear to do a very good job campaigning, and I'm very hopeful. I'm looking at the Copley Square right now and have my fingers crossed.
Thank you for making the call tonight and for your comments. San Bernardino, California is next. Another California Bush supporter. We're hearing from a few tonight. Good evening to you.
Good evening. I am a avid supporter of President Bush and his administration. I am a conservative Christian, and yesterday, on Sunday, our pastor encouraged us to go to the polls and vote according to Christian standards. I think President Bush and his administration represent those views of Christians and really support our president. And it looks good in Florida. It looks very promising in a few states, and we're a little concerned, a little bit of nail biting. But overall, very pleased with the returns on the election.
And earlier, California caller said easy voting at the polls. Was it quiet or busy in your polling station?
Well, I decided to outsmart the system. At 7 o'clock, the polls open here in California. And I thought, well, there may be some problems or technical difficulties. So I opted to go about 8:30, and there was a line of about 5. I guessed it right. As soon as I came out of the polls, there was a huge line.
Did you vote straight party ticket? You have a Senate race in the state, too.
Yes, I voted for Bill Jones, our Republican senator, as well.
Okay, thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Next telephone call is from Croton, New York. Croton, you're on the air, supporter of Senator Kerry.
I'm there, yeah. I'm here.
What do you have to tell us?
Number one, the Americans are morons, and they don't vote in their economic interest. That's the first problem. And 6% of the news controls 80% of the information, and only 50% of the voters were really properly informed on this election.
Well, let me pick you up on your first point. Why do you think people don't vote in their economic interest?
Because they're influenced by abortion, gun control, gay marriage. But most Americans are losing on the economic wage. The wages are down. Even the middle class who makes like $50,000 to $60,000 a year is losing out. And people even can't afford to go. They can't afford to send their kids to college.
And you can't believe that for some people, maybe some of those issues might be eclipsed by the economy? I mean, they might eclipse the economy? Gay marriage, the other ones that you mentioned, the social issues?
Yeah.
You just don't understand why that would be for some voters.
I think the American voters are 50%, I said, are not really intellectually informed, and only 50% are. And the way our elections are run, it's a joke, and I ain't voting for Nader, because Nader isn't going to do anything, but down the road we need a third party.
And what would that third party do?
Somewhere between the crossover, the moderates and the liberals, and would really try to get more American workers in tune with local,
Okay.
what really their pocket is.
Thank you, sir. Let's take you to Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the Richard Burr campaign headquarters.
First, one man that's with me tonight who served as an advisor from the very beginning of my campaign and who went across North Carolina on my behalf helping to raise money, Senator Jim Broyhill. Jim, Brooke, and I thank you for everything that you've done. And also the chair of my campaign, who I look forward to joining in the United States Senate. She campaigned for me, with me. She made TV commercials for me, and I greatly appreciate everything she has done. And soon I will have the great, distinct honor of referring to her as the senior senator from North Carolina. She threw me a little while ago because she put me on the phone with the other Senator Dole. While they couldn't be here tonight, there are 4 individuals who served as advisors and who did their part in a large way to make this happen. And I hope they're watching on TV tonight so that I can thank them in the right way. Senator Jesse Helms. Senator Helms, even with the limitations that he's currently under, was tireless in the requests that we made and the locations that he went to. Senator Locke Faircloth. I can tell you that I did events from Washington to Georgia. And as I got to those events, I looked around and there was Locke Faircloth already there as a supporter on my behalf. I can never thank Locke Faircloth enough for what he's done. former Governor Jim Martin, and former Governor Holzhauser. I've talked to Governor Martin and I've talked to Governor Holzhauser both tonight, and they both send their regards. They wish they could be with us, but their advice to me was just, from a standpoint of statewide candidates, was invaluable to this campaign. There are some other very special guests that I want to thank. For without them, I couldn't have entered this race, much less be standing here tonight as a winner. First is my wife, Brooke. For those that don't know, she has a full-time career. She set that aside. She went out on the campaign trail when I couldn't come home from Washington. She went out on the campaign trail when I said, here's an area that we need to beef up, and I've been there, and they need to see a fresh face. They need to see the other side of that commercial, "We approved this ad." For the last 10 days, on and off, she and I have traveled together. I think it's mystified the national media and the local media that in the last few days of a campaign, she and I would actually go to Main Street of Waynesville, North Carolina, Main Street of Elizabeth City, Main Street of Edenton, Main Street of Hendersonville. I said very early on in this campaign, I don't do things like most statewide campaigns, and I proved that works. I owe Brooke more than I can ever say to you publicly, and tonight I just want to say, Brooke, thank you for everything. What do I say about Tyler and William? Yeah, Carolina. I think Tyler was changing voters one girl at a time. And William, I told this story on the campaign trail that William and I had a Saturday night where we happened to be home together. Brooke was in the Northeast traveling. We're driving to eat dinner. William looks over at me and he says, "So what are you going to do if you lose?" Said, "I don't know. I guess I'll be home more often. I can help you with your homework every night. Make sure that dinner's on the table at the right hour and that you actually have what you should be eating." He looked over at me. He said, "I guess I better start campaigning, huh?" Listen, without these two, Brooke and I really could not have done this. They have put up with the brunt of us being gone, of the inability to have two parents at home for really the last year and a half. And to them, I am eternally grateful. I can't stand up here without thanking my parents, David and Martha Burr, who have supported me in everything. They have supported me in everything that I've attempted to do. They have done TV commercials, they've done radio commercials, they've helped introduce me to voters and told everyone that they knew that I'd be a good senator. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Thanks. Then there's my sister, Debbie. Do you think Erskine regrets that ad now? I called Debbie on a Tuesday morning when Brooke and I had woken up in Rocky Mountain. We had seen the barrage of ads, not just from the Bowles campaign, but
you've been listening to Richard Burr as he's made his acceptance speech, victory speech, winning the race for the U.S. Senate seat being vacated by John Edwards. Erskine Bowles, to whom you heard him refer, is about to speak. Are we ready to go to Erskine now, or time to go to Greg Fishel for a quick look at the forecast? Then we will get back to Erskine Bowles and his concession speech. Greg?
All right, very good.
We'll return and let you hear Erskine Bowles' concession speech. That was Richard Burr, the senator-elect in the state of North Carolina. That's a turnover of the seat. It was held by John Edwards, and now 2 Republican senators in that state. Richard Burr, 5-term member of the House of Representatives. And on your screen is a look with 67% of the votes counted. Richard Burr at 51.6% and Erskine Bowles at 46.9%. It's Mr. Bowles' second bid for the United States Senate. Well, we're going to return to the hotline. And Vaughn Ververs is with us. Hello, Vaughn. Nice to see you.
Hi, Susan.
Yeah, we have to take a look at some of the Senate races. I want to start, if you don't mind, with Colorado.
Sure.
And find out what's happening there.
Sure. Well, as the last I looked, these numbers probably changed a little bit, but Ken Salazar, the Attorney General, the Democrat, had taken a 51-47 lead over Pete Coors there, starting to build up a nice lead, although Coors was keeping this very close at the beginning. That's only with about a little over a third of the vote counted. Now, it's important to know about Colorado that part of some of the places where the vote hasn't come in yet, I understand, are in El Paso County. That's a very good Republican stronghold. But also in that 3rd district, the western slope of the state, that's usually a traditionally Republican territory, but that's Salazar's home turf as well. He ought to be able to get enough vote out of there, I think, to keep ahead in this race once El Paso County comes in. But this could be a little bit tighter than a lot of people expected with the president winning the state there. Still a little too early to figure out what's exactly going on there, but Salazar appears to be building a little bit of a lead.
Hey, Vaughn, can you stand by for a minute? Erskine Bowles just got up. Let's listen in.
Okay.
Edwards and Elizabeth Dole, and respect for our Senator-elect, Richard Burr. Respect for all of those who care enough to get involved in the political process. I also leave this campaign with a real sense of gratitude and understanding for the blessings I've been given to be a North Carolinian and an American. Let me say a special word of thanks for those of you who supported me. Let me say as simply and sincerely as I possibly can, I thank you. To all of you on my staff who worked so long and hard and so well, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the literally thousands of people who volunteered in this great effort and gave their time and their energy and their resources to this cause, I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. Tonight, let's not look backwards, let's look forward. I ask all of you who supported me to join me in a new endeavor. This Senate election is over. The presidential election, I hope, will be over tonight. Now it's a time to put politics and partisanship and polarization behind us. It's time, it truly is time, for us as a state, a nation, and a people to come together as one. It's time to work together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans or independents, but as Americans. It's time for all of us to work across party lines on solving the many difficult problems and opportunities that face the people of North Carolina.
For the second time, Erskine Bowles making a concession speech and a race for the U.S. Senate, and again, very gracious in defeat.
Well, Deborah Morgan is in Boston, where John Kerry and John Edwards are expected.
We're going to leave WRAL and return to the hotline, and that's Vaughn Ververs on your screen. We're talking about Senate races. That's North Carolina you just saw the results from. But Vaughn, what I'd like to do is talk to you a little bit about Pennsylvania. The results that I have from Associated Press say that it's been a pretty tight race for Senator Specter. What do you know?
It has been a very tight race. The latest results I saw with about almost 70% in had Specter with just a narrow 1-point lead. Now, it's important to realize about Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if the sort of vote problems that we saw on the presidential side, there was some controversy there that delayed making that call. Kerry eventually took the state. Not sure if that's having any impact on the Senate race, but traditionally in Pennsylvania, the results come in from the Republican areas a little bit later than they come in the Democratic areas. Those always come in first. We've seen this in several races in the past. The Santorum race was like this. It looked really close, and at the end, the Republican candidate pulled away. Specter favored to win this, but it's still close at the moment.
Next up is the Louisiana Senate. Louisiana has an unusual rule. They've got a multiple candidate race, and there's a 50% rule. Would you explain how it all works?
That's right. Anybody can run. All the candidates are listed on the same ballot. You can have as many Republicans and Democrats as you can get on there. And basically, the top two finishers will go in a runoff if somebody doesn't get over 50%. If somebody gets over 50%, they're automatically elected to the United States Senate or the House. This has been an interesting election in that respect because most often in the past, we've seen Republicans field multiple candidates and really fight it out amongst themselves. Democrats having an easier time picking a candidate, getting somebody to be a front runner, and even if they do get into a runoff, Democrats traditionally have had the edge in Louisiana in those runoffs. Tonight, it looks like that pattern may be broken. Congressman David Vitter was the sole Republican candidate. They cleared the field for him, and he's running against two major Democrats and a couple other minor Democrats. But at this time, David Vitter is just above that 50% mark. He's at 52%, but that's about with almost 90% of the precincts reporting. If he can stay over that 52% mark, he avoids the runoff, he gets elected to the United States Senate, and that would be a huge win for the Republicans in their quest to keep the Senate.
Yeah, that would be a handover from the seat held by Democrat John Breaux.
Yep.
Some House races. You were talking about Colorado. What's important to know in Colorado House?
Got a couple Colorado House races that we've been watching all along. The first one is in that 3rd district that I mentioned earlier where Ken Salazar is from. Well, his brother, John Salazar, is running for Congress from that district. The Salazar family's been there for 5 generations, definitely have roots in that area. And tonight, it's a little bit of a surprise so far. Greg Walcher, the Republican candidate, has a slight lead over John Salazar in that race. This has been a very tightly fought race. It's been pretty nasty at times, and it's been very close. But Salazar has had a lead there throughout. Still only a quarter of the precincts reporting, but Walcher has a slight lead there. One of the closest races, in fact, I think was perhaps the closest race in 2002 was the 7th district. This is the new district in Colorado where Congressman Bob Beaupre won with just 100 and some votes in 2002. Well, he is building up a nice-sized lead against his Democratic opponent, Dave Thomas, with about 70% of the vote in. He's got 57%. Dave Thomas has 41%. This looks like Beaupre is probably going to go on to win that. This was a race that was targeted by Democrats. It's an evenly divided district. Beaupre has only been in one term, so vulnerable as a freshman representative, but looks like he might have gotten the job done there tonight. Finally, I just wanted to mention a House race in Illinois. That's the Illinois 8th district. Phil Crane looks like he is going to be going down to defeat to Melissa Bean. Almost 100% in now. Crane with only 48%, Bean with 52%. There's always a race, congressional race, where an incumbent loses that you don't expect to necessarily lose based upon their district and their time there. Perhaps Crane has worn out his welcome in that district. He's been there a long time. Also, the second Republican incumbent to go down tonight, Max Burns in Georgia, which was a more hotly anticipated race, also went down tonight too. So it's been a good night for the Republicans in the House so far, but they've seen a couple incumbents go down.
Well, thanks very much. Before we leave you, can you give us a quick update on the presidential contest?
Well, I've been away from the TV for a little while on The Wire, so I'm not quite sure. Everybody's sitting around waiting to see what's going to happen in Florida and Ohio.
Yeah.
Those are the two key states. If President Bush loses either one of those, it really, the math becomes very difficult for him to get the 270 electoral votes. We're also watching the popular vote come in. John Kerry has been closing Bush's lead in the popular vote a little bit. We'll see when those returns really start coming in from California what happens there. That's expected, of course, to favor Kerry pretty heavily. So we'll see. I mean, we could be faced with a long night, maybe even into the morning, and we could have somebody who wins the popular vote and somebody else who wins the Electoral College.
As I've been watching the networks and their websites, it's been holding steady at about 197 to 188. That's Bush to Kerry.
And that's the other thing I think that needs to be pointed out and people need to keep in mind is the networks are being very, very, very cautious about making any calls this time. And that in and of itself, even when they think that they might be able to make a call, I think they might hold off on these states, especially Florida and Ohio.
Back to the hotline later on in the evening.
All right.
Vaughn Verver's giving us an update on key Senate and some interesting House races around the country. Well, let's take a look at where the Senate stands right now. The current Senate, 51-48-1. The net effect is 51-49 because of the independent generally voting with the Democrats. The new, as it stands right now, 51-43-1, with 5 races still to be decided. We're going to go back to your telephone calls. Our live camera right now is at the Bush headquarters in Washington, D.C. at the Ronald Reagan building, and we'll watch that as we listen to calls. Our next telephone call comes from Oklahoma City, and this is a supporter of President Bush.
Hi, Susan. Hello, C-SPAN.
Good evening, sir.
There's 2 things I wanted to say, Susan. Number one, I voted for President Bush because of his moral belief. Kerry was all over the place. And the second reason I'm calling is because I have watched a lot of C-SPAN over the last 2.5 years, and I can tell you what the biggest problem of all, Susan, is. It's a guy by the name of Tom Daschle. He has obstructed the energy bill for the last 2.5 years, but yet he'll turn around and criticize President Bush because they can't get an energy bill passed. He has obstructed the judges with an up-and-down vote. He don't give good judges votes. And he's obstructed all the reforms like Social Security, which everybody knows it's going broke and we've got to fix it. And I hope he loses because he is the main problem. Why I think he's putting down the whole Democratic Party. And everybody sees it. Everybody I talk to says Tom Daschle, the dead zone. That's all they talk about here in Oklahoma.
Oh, can I ask you, as an Oklahoman, to handicap the Senate race, the Carson-Coburn race?
Coburn, they just predicted here that he is going to pull it out, but it's been a nasty, dirty fight. And Coburn was more after the morals, and we had a lot of outside Democratic Party money coming into the state, and it was a close fight. But Coburn should win that, and he'll return Christian conservative values. And to the person that called you and said that we're a bunch of morons, all I can say is Tom Daschle's the moron. He's putting down his whole party.
Well, as a matter of fact,
I hope that Bush will win, and I do appreciate C-SPAN.
Sure.
And thank you.
Well, as you were on the phone, I think you missed the speeches from Oklahoma, but that race has already been decided. So thanks for your telephone call. Next up is Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. This caller is from Pennsylvania and a Nader voter.
Yes, I had to bring a pencil with me to vote today.
And how busy were the polls?
Where I lived, it was a relatively quick poll. It only took about 45 minutes.
Well, Mount Pocono is not that large a town, so that seems like a long line.
Yeah, well, nearby towns, they were well over 3-4 hour waits.
No kidding.
Yeah, the town just north of me in another poll, they were still going to be counting votes, and the local news said till 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
There was another township that reported they still had the last person waiting to vote after 11 p.m., so there's a lot of problems with our voting machines, it seems, out here in Pennsylvania.
That's what we're hearing. Now, tell me about why you voted for Ralph Nader.
Grown up in a union household, I had union values instilled in me at a young age, and growing up at this point in time, I'm very disappointed in the Democratic Party's lack of support for the unions. Even though my father, a union member, voted for Kerry, I just feel I have asthma and I can't afford health insurance with my job, and I certainly agree with him when it comes to medical insurance, and there's no generic prescription drugs for my asthma. I mean, if I have to go to the emergency room, that's hundreds of dollars out of my own pocket because I can't afford hundreds of dollars a month for insurance.
What did you do in the Senate race?
In the Senate race, that was a tougher one. Arlen Specter, I could go either way on. I wasn't too sure about Hoffel, and I went independent on that one too, because I think we also do need some fiscally conservative leadership in tough times of our economy right now.
Did you vote for James Clymer?
Yes, I did, actually.
Did you know much about him?
Well, I know I disagree with him on many other issues, but certainly I do agree with him when it comes to the war in Iraq, the Patriot Act, just wasteful spending in our tax dollars also. I guess I'm a bit of a tightwad, even though I'm also a bit of a liberal, but I'm not a libertarian by any stretch of the imagination.
Caller from Mount Pocono, thanks for making the call tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, Lowell, Massachusetts, and this is a supporter of Senator Kerry. Well, how you feeling? How you feeling right about now?
Nervous.
Nervous?
Yeah.
And what was
I'm flipping.
what was
go ahead.
what was the polling like in your city tonight or today?
Well, I voted the last couple of times, and it was like quiet for like city council, and then March for the primary, and in September for the primary. But today it was a lot of older people out and a lot of Hispanics out.
What kind of race do you think Senator Kerry ran? Do you think he did a good job?
I think he could have talked about a lot more. I think we didn't even begin to hit on the issues. China, Iraq is, oh my, they're sending reservists out every day. And it's just a shame, you know, young kids, most of them never even got a chance to vote in the presidential election. And whoever is president is going to still have those problems tomorrow.
What do you do in Lowell? What line of work are you in?
Well, I'm just a student right now.
You're a student. And Lowell is an old factory town that in an earlier age lost a lot of jobs. How's it doing these days?
Well, my opinion is that the outsourcing really affected us because of the high-tech jobs and the manufacturing jobs. And, you know, you could get, over in China and India, you could get an engineer for a quarter of the price you could get it here. You know, plus you have health insurance and education. I think things went downhill after No Child Left Behind.
Thanks for your call.
Thank you.
Next up, a Bush supporter, Torrance, California.
Hi.
Good evening.
Yeah, we support President Bush. And, you know, he's just doing a really great job for our country. And, you know, our daughter's in Boston, and she's an adult, and she voted absentee ballot, as their other daughter, and we all, discussed it, and it was wonderful. And we really think President Bush is going to win. California, he's not going to win, but popular vote, perhaps he will. We also supported John Thune because we knew our Senate race was lost with Barbara Boxer. Bill Jones didn't do any advertising, so we put our money towards John Thune, defeating Tom Daschle, who the man from Oklahoma is completely right. Tom Daschle has tried to block every good bipartisan measure that's come before him, and he really is just not a good person for the country.
Thanks for your call.
Thank you.
Next is Helena, Alabama. Do you say it Helena or Helena?
It's Helena.
You're on the air. Welcome.
Thank you. The only problem that I've really had with the campaign, as far as I feel like they made it really too political, as far as it's either you're Christian or you're non-Christian. And I live in a predominantly Republican area, but I just feel like they shouldn't. It's not you're with us or against us, and that's the position that I feel like I've been put in. And it has nothing to do with the issues. It's all about, well, if you don't vote for that, then you're not for the troops. If you're not supporting President Bush, and that's and that's just not the way I feel. I feel like you have to look at all the issues and vote, on what you believe in different things as far as the economy, as far as the troops in Iraq, and as far as what's being done with the budget.
When I introduced you, I didn't tell the audience you ended up voting for Senator Kerry. Do you generally vote Democratic?
No, I don't. I was a registered Republican before this time.
And when did you make up your mind?
Probably when I really started seeing how much the debt was going up, and that there really are no plans as far as fiscal responsibility. Nothing I could see that were going to work as far as what the Bush campaign was saying.
What'd you do in the Senate race?
The Senate race, well, all the good it did me, I voted Democrat there too. And mainly it was because of that. When they had the CIA operative that was outed, that really bothered me.
Thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Next call is Omaha. This viewer, is a supporter of President Bush.
Oh, Susan, I'm so excited that I got through.
Well, welcome.
I've been waiting all night, staring at the TV and pushing the redial on my phone.
What do you want to tell us?
We are high supporters of Bush. This is my first time voting, and I'm 24.
And what was this campaign like for you?
It's fun. We enjoyed watching Bush come to office. He spoke in Council Bluffs, so we got to watch him drive by and wave. But it's been fun. My family really keeps me up on the campaign and everything because I really wasn't into it. I wasn't informed of it, really.
When you started out, did you know you were going to support the president, or were you open-minded and decided for him?
No, I've been supporting Bush for 3 years now.
And why is he your candidate?
Because he is really supporting our country. He's really there for us. He's with us physically, mentally, and 9/11, I don't know anyone who would just be down in the middle of that disaster supporting all of us.
What were the polling stations like today when you went to vote?
I went during lunch, so there wasn't too many people. There wasn't a line, and I had my son with me, and there wasn't a line, but when everybody got off work, there was a big line.
Now, if President Bush wins, what do you want from a second Bush administration?
Oh, I don't know. I'm a little nervous on the phone live, but I'm not nervous watching the TV, so I don't want to sound too uneducated about everything.
Well, you cast a vote on his record or for the future?
For the future.
So what are you expecting?
I'm expecting right now that he gets us through all the terrorism. That's my main concern right now. I'm not concerned so much about, I don't know, about the little things.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate the call. You're looking at a live picture from the Republican headquarters, the Victory Party, and you can see that they have on their screen there 5149 from the reporting on the Daschle Thune race. That's coming via their screen, and we'll keep you up to date with results as we have them from the Associated Press. Next telephone call is from Topanga, California. This is a night for us when all of our California callers seem to be supporters of the president. Good evening. You're on the air.
Well, I wish it was reflected more in our vote, but I didn't expect a great deal.
What part of the state are you in?
I'm between Malibu and Pacific Palisades in a little mountain town of Topanga.
Sounds lovely. Why are you a supporter of the president?
Well, I've really looked hard and really tried to understand his policies, and I can say that I'm behind every single one of them. And when I don't at first blush think that maybe something might be questioned, but I'm entirely behind his policies. And I have great reservations about John Kerry from knowing a great deal about his records, not only in the military, but it's consistent through his current period, what he shows in his character. So I'm glad that Bush is doing well.
Did you vote for the Republican in the Senate race?
I did because I have met him and discussed a great deal with him. But again, I didn't have great high hopes. He hadn't done a great deal of campaigning. and he didn't do all that well in terms of the number of votes he got.
And so did you cast that vote willingly or with a bit of regret?
Well, no, I cast it very willingly, but knowing that it probably wouldn't be a winning vote.
Now, let me ask you the same question I had with the conversation with the last caller. If President Bush wins, what do you expect from him in a second term?
I would expect that he is doing the restraining of terrorism, which is really the, it's violence. It's killing, harming, murder. And I would hope that, and I've heard that 2 more robots will be brought in, although it will take some time to get them manufactured, but that I just think it's important to take that stand, difficult as this is, because as we have seen the UN turn a blind eye to much massacre in the world, and I think we have the guts to take a stand and say we would not tolerate that kind of treatment of people in the world who also are going after us. I even heard that Osama bin Laden is against the Patriot Act. And I got this from someone who worked for the Department of Defense and the State Department at various times in his career, that was part of his message. So I realize that's a real threat that he would like to overcome.
Thanks for your call. North Carolina, we talked about the Senate race a number of times tonight, also had a governor's race, and here is Governor Easley's victory speech. Take a look at the results before we go to it. Mike Easley with 55% of the vote against challenger Patrick Ballantyne, the Republican, and that is with 74% of the votes counted. His speech happened at 9:45 Eastern Time, but let's listen to his themes.
What he called a long, hard-fought campaign. You're looking at a live picture from the Raleigh Convention Center. The governor and his wife, Mary, at the podium.
It's going to be a long night, but when we wake up in the morning, we're going to wake up to a better America and a better North Carolina. And I'll tell you, Erskine Bowles will make a great U.S. Senator. You know, I made an ad with Andy Griffith. Y'all got to see it. Andy and I were playing a little bit of guitar while we were between takes. And he looked up at me and he said, "You know, you better stick to being governor." And I'm proud to say the people agreed with him tonight. Let me take just a minute to thank a couple of people, very important. When you're running for governor, it's a lot easier if you're not governor. And you have to give up a lot more control if you're an incumbent. And I want to thank my campaign manager, Jay Wright, for doing a great job for us. As good as they come. And I want you to know I got a call from Patrick Ballantyne, very courageous and courteous call at the mansion about 30 minutes ago. And he ran a good and a hard race, and there'll be another day, but not with me. I know my best asset is also my best friend, and I want to thank Mary for not only being a great wife, but for being a great First Lady. Thank you so much. And I could not have made it through the summer campaign without my best buddy and campaign aide, my son Michael. You know, we're very proud of him. It seems like only yesterday we were standing up at these events and Mary was holding him. And I was his T-ball coach, and now he's off in his second year of college, pursuing his own dreams and aspirations and ambitions. And that's what we want for every family in North Carolina, to see their children grow and prosper and reach their full potential. You know, the politicians have been able to speak a lot and talk a lot the last 10 months of this year. But tonight, the people got to speak. Tonight, the people spoke up, not for me, but they spoke up for opportunity and for progress, so that every child in every corner of every county of this state will have the opportunity to play in the winner's circle of our economy in North Carolina. The people spoke. The people spoke up. They spoke up and they said that in good times and in bad, we will not retreat on education in North Carolina. The people had their say tonight. They had their say, and they spoke up for those who built this country and made it great. They said, we will never leave our seniors behind. Not in North Carolina, not in America. They spoke up for schools, for colleges, for universities, for those who learn in them and for those who teach in them. And they say we are going to make sure they're taken care of in this state all the way through the university system. That's what the people said tonight. But most importantly, the people sent a strong and powerful message to the politicians, one that I think we all heard very clearly. They said, you do whatever you have to do to bring good jobs and a better economy to this state, and we will support you and protect you all the way. They encouraged us to make the tough choices. And so I say to the people tonight, I will be bold and aggressive. I will not be satisfied with the status quo. We have work to do. And I say to the people that I will take your hopes, your dreams, your ambitions, and your aspirations, and I will embrace them as my own. And I will work as hard as I can every day in every way with all of my energy to bring to the people of this state what they so richly need and deserve. Thank you all for all of your help. God bless you, and God bless North Carolina.
And we go from North Carolina to the race in Delaware, where Ruth Ann Minner has been reelected in that state. She is seeking a second term. She defeated Bill Lee, a former state Supreme Court judge in the state of Delaware. There are 11 governor's races around the country. Here are some additional results. Out in Indiana, Mitch Daniels, who served as the Director of Office of Management and Budget in the Bush administration, easily winning a full 4-year term. He defeated Joe Kernan, who has been in office for just over a year. Joe Kernan took over after Frank O'Bannon died in Indiana. In Missouri, Matt Blunt is ahead with 50.5% of the vote, with Democrat Claire McCaskill at about 48.1% of the vote. Claire McCaskill winning in a Democratic primary, but Matt Blunt, the son of the House Republican whip, currently ahead in that state. And in Montana, Brian Schweitzer, who is the 2000 Democratic Senate candidate, is ahead in that state. In the state of Montana, Bob Brown, the Republican candidate, Brian Schweitzer, has about 55.5% of the vote in Montana. And in New Hampshire, one incumbent who is seeking a second term, Craig Benson, currently, according to the Associated Press, he is actually behind John Lynch, the Democratic candidate, with 51.3%. Craig Benson at 48.6% in New Hampshire. It's a two-year term, so again, according to the AP, Craig Benson is behind in that race. That could be a Democratic pickup in the state of New Hampshire. And as you saw earlier in North Carolina, Mike Easley winning a second term over Patrick Ballantyne, who's the state senator and the minority leader in the state of North Carolina. We will continue with your phone calls as we look at more results. Next up is a call from Philadelphia. Good evening.
Hi.
Yes, go ahead, caller.
How are you?
You're on the air. Go ahead with your comment.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say that I'm a huge supporter of Carrie Edwards' campaign, and this was my first time voting, and I think that Carrie will win the state of Pennsylvania, especially because of the way and how many people are voting for Carrie in Philadelphia alone.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go live now to KUSA, which has Ken Salazar declaring victory in the Colorado Senate race.
Thank you very much. Let me just say, this race is not yet over. Okay. But it is 10 after 10, and I know that many of you have to work tomorrow. And I know that I have to work tomorrow, and I know that my family has to work tomorrow. So what I wanted to do is, before the night continued on, was simply to come down and to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me the opportunity to have the ride of my life as your candidate for the United States Senate. Like my family behind me, and like all of you here, you have been the wind beneath my wings, and I love you all for giving me this opportunity. And I have been blessed. I have been blessed with the likes of Stuart Bliss as the chairman of the board of my campaign, and Mike Stratton, my campaign chair, and Jim Carpenter, and the greatest staff ever put together for any campaign for the U.S. Senate in Colorado. Now, you know, at this point, depending on whose count, you know, it seems like we are about 4% ahead. But there are still a lot more votes to count. And so, we will be back to make a more formal presentation. At this point, all I wanted to come down and say to all of you that I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I love you for letting me ride this horse the last 7 months. Thank you so much.
Democratic Senate candidate Ken Salazar speaking. At first,
and that's coverage from KUSA, one of a number of television stations that C-SPAN is partnering with to show you what's happening in the key Senate races around the country. Let's look at the numbers again from the Associated Press. Ken Salazar, who is seeking to replace Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell. This is a Republican seat. Senator Campbell decided not to seek re-election. According to the Associated Press, Ken Salazar, the Democrat, with 51.2% of the vote, compared to Pete Kors, the Republican candidate, with 46.7%. And as you heard from Ken Salazar, more votes yet to be counted in the state of Colorado, but he is currently ahead with 46% of the vote reported in the state of Colorado. Meanwhile, in North Carolina, some more results in that race where Richard Burr is the winner, has been declared the winner by the Associated Press. This, by the way, was Senator John Edwards' seat. Erskine Bowles ran in 2002. He lost to Elizabeth Edwards. Erskine Bowles, the former White House chief of staff in the Clinton administration. According to the AP, Richard Burr has 52.1% of the vote, compared to Erskine Bowles with about 46.4% of the vote. Earlier tonight, Jim Bunning, who was in a closely watched race in the state of Kentucky, declaring victory. We have some of his remarks from earlier this evening. This courtesy of Kentucky Educational Television.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Whew. First of all, let me tell you that we're 2.5 hours early. It was 12:30 the last time, 12:30 in the morning. And Senator Mitch always has a way of taking your words out of your mouth and saying that instead of 2 votes per precinct, it was 3 times 2, which is 6 votes per precinct this time around. All right. And this lady is someone we could not have won without. Obviously, you know that. Thank you. I want to thank all of you and also the people of Kentucky who have shown a vote of confidence today and tonight. I'm humbled by the honor of your support and give you my solemn promise that I will work every single day and give you everything I have to be the best U.S. Senator that can represent this Commonwealth. Obviously, it was a very tough race, the toughest race in my political career, and I could not have gotten through it without Mary and my whole family who are on the stage with me. You hear a lot about the importance of family. That's because it's true. And I understand that more than ever, after going through such a difficult struggle as this was today. Mary is, I said, the best campaigner and the best fundraiser in the Bunning campaign. Mary, you're a great partner, and I love you very much. And I want to thank my children and my grandkids. You helped me help pull your dad and your grandfather through again. And I have to thank the literally thousands of volunteers and workers who sacrificed their time and gave of themselves because they believe in the democratic process and this great republic that we live in. We had help in every one of the 100 counties of this great Commonwealth. Our people worked nights, weekends, and went the extra mile that you have to do to win. I might not always show it enough, but I appreciate your help from the bottom of my heart. I can't thank everyone who worked and volunteered for this campaign by name. We'd be here all night. But I do have to single out just a handful of people. David Young, who's been here. He gave a year of his life, and moving here for a whole year and everything we had for this campaign for nearly a year, David made sure it happened, and thank you very much, David. Three more. Debbie McKinney, who has run my Kentucky office. For 18 years and can do it all. She's tireless, dedicated, and simply the best. Thanks, Deb. Blake Brickman has traveled with me this entire state on the campaign trail every day. He did an unbelievable job, and believe it or not, he kept me out of trouble most of the time. And Ann Liebschutz raised the money and made it possible for us to do it. Thank you, Ann. She's tough, she's smart, and absolutely tenacious. When I first started running for the U.S. Senate in 1997, I said I was doing it for the right reasons, to make sure that my kids and grandkids who are standing up here had the same opportunities that Mary and I did, to make sure they had a chance for the American dream. I still believe that today, and it's still what drives me in my public service. Since then, much has changed in the world. Times have become more dangerous. Nice roar, isn't it? But no one in the world doubts that America is still the greatest nation on the earth and remains the land of opportunity. We know there are people out there who want to destroy our very way of life. We also have to remember that there are many, many more millions and millions of people who want to come to America and do nothing more than build a better future for their families. That is because we remain the beacon of hope and freedom for the world. America is still the land where one can arrive with nothing and work hard and with determination, build a better life for themselves. The American dream lives today as long as we remain resolute and believe in ourselves and the ideals of freedom and democracy that have served us so well for the last 2+ centuries. America will only continue. It will flourish, and that's what we really need to do. Protecting and preserving that dream is why I first entered public service and why I continue to give all I can to the people of this great Commonwealth. I want to thank everyone here this evening, everyone, for their votes and their support. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Yes. How sweet it is. Thank you. Hi, Rita. The biggest admission, just a minute, the biggest admission I had, and when you have a lot of things on your mind, you don't want to slight anyone, but without Senator McConnell's help and his dedication, particularly on this bus trip and everything that we just went through, the fly around, we could not have won this thing without Mitch McConnell. Thank you.
Hall of Fame baseball pitcher Jim Bunning going back to Washington, winning his second term, defeating Dan Mangiardo by about 22,000 votes in a closely watched Kentucky Senate race. A lot of attention also on the race in South Dakota, where John Thune ran 2 years ago and lost narrowly to Tim Johnson. Looking at the results from the Associated Press, you can see that John Thune currently is ahead with 50.4% of the vote. Tom Daschle, the Democratic leader in the Senate, with 105,000 votes, 49.5% of the vote. David Kranz is joining us on the line from the Argus Leader in the state of South Dakota. Good evening. Thanks very much for being with us.
Hi, how you doing?
First of all, what can you tell us about these numbers? 60% of the vote reported from the Associated Press that we have. What are you reporting tonight?
Right now, it would have to favor former Congressman Thune at this point. What we're seeing here is we have a few more counties to completely report in East River, and of course that's where Senator Daschle's strength is. The second level of strength, of course, is on the Native American reservations, and what we're seeing there is a lot of the votes are counted, but you still have absentee votes that are being counted, some in Minnehaha over in Sioux Falls, and also in quite a few of them on the reservation. But there's still, you look at the West River as a whole, and the sum total definitely favors Mr. Thune in this situation. So it looks like it's a tough road for Senator Daschle right now. It's not impossible, but it's still a long road to travel right now at this point.
If these numbers hold up, David Kranz, and Senator Daschle is defeated, what did John Thune do differently this time compared to 2 years ago when he ran against Tim Johnson?
He's a much tougher candidate. It's almost as if he went to school to develop a whole new style of speech, a whole new style of presentation. He was much tougher. He's more of a fist-pounding candidate this time than he was before. He really spent a lot of time hitting hard at moral values issues. He did that, too, in 2002 against Senator Johnson. It's much more profound this time. I think he just really hit it hard. And the one thing he ended up doing is he ended up controlling the message during October. Senator Daschle had to spend most of his time responding during that time, and that proved to be effective for Mr. Thune.
We should point out to our audience that you're looking at the scene at Daschle headquarters in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. You mentioned the Indian reservations, and going back again to the race 2 years ago, Tim Johnson was in essence able to win re-election because of the support that he received from those reservations. What type of tallying will take place overnight or tomorrow or in the next couple of days if this race tightens any further?
What kind of counting did you say?
Yes.
One thing that we've got now is that we've got a slight problem that we've been told on Pennington County, which has got a small number of Native American votes, so it's not really that issue as much as it is some outdated machines that seem to be slow counting. On the reservation, again, you have the situation of absentee ballots, which of course was an issue last time too. This is the first time South Dakota's had a open season on absentee ballots where you don't have to provide an excuse, and that's meant a ton of additional absentee votes this year. So they're really out there, but they're also there in areas where Mr. Thune is strong, so they may end up just balancing out, and by any means, the final total is going to be close. But you're going to have to see a slow count of absentee ballots for a little while, too, so we're waiting for that.
One last question on the Senate race. We're talking with David Kranz of the Argus Leader in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. As you look at these numbers, does anything surprise you? It's been 52 years since an incumbent leader of the Senate has been defeated, and again, according to these numbers, with about 60% of the vote reported, Senator Daschle looks like he may be defeated tonight.
I think the big surprise in all this, of course, is that Daschle's campaign had a pretty good ground game, get out the vote effort, but I guess you can have a great effort all day long, but if the votes aren't there to get out, then that makes it difficult. But South Dakotans, have said a couple of things in 1980 and again in 1996. I just talked to Senator McGovern a little while, and we were kind of looking back. South Dakotans don't like longevity. We've defeated in 1980 and 1986 two candidates who were seeking fourth terms. Both those candidates, Senator McGovern, who was likely going to be the chair of the Senate Agriculture Committee if he won that race, and Senator Pressler was the chair of the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee. So we kind of show that we don't like longevity, and we don't like it necessarily when you have too much clout to the point where you don't seem like you're one of us anymore. And I think that was reflected a little bit again tonight.
In the at-large House seat, Stephanie Herseth, who was seeking a full 2-year term, she won in the special election this past June. What can you tell us about that race?
That looks like she's going to be reelected. Her staff told me a little bit ago that she's been trending well ahead of virtually every county from the special June 2nd election, and she seems to be just accumulating a bigger lead every time we see the totals. I'm kind of surprised they haven't projected that one yet, but it's the point now where, and again, I think a little bit of the problem is absentee votes that we have here, but she's doing very well right now.
Let me just remind our radio audience, in case they just joined us, Stephanie Herseth in the South Dakota at-large seat with about 53.6% of the vote, compared to about 45.7% for Larry Dietrich, and that is a rematch, as you pointed out, from the at-large, from the special election that took place this past June. David Krantz from the Argus Leader, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it, joining us on the phone from Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Thank you.
Let's look now at the U.S. House of Representatives, the current Congress, and the 109th Congress. You need 218 votes to have a majority, and by all accounts, the Republicans will maintain that majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. Right now, the 109th Congress will include 205 Republicans and 172 Democrats. Races yet to be decided, 57. One Democratic pickup is the defeat of Phil Crane in Illinois. But again, the Republicans maintaining control of the U.S. House of Representatives in the next Congress, which will convene in January. We also want to show you what the map looks like. Red, of course, for President Bush, blue for Senator John Kerry, and races yet to be decided. We are using the Associated Press numbers, and so you may notice that some of these states yet to be called, but you can see in states like Arkansas and the upper Midwest, also Nevada, Washington, and Oregon, you need 270 electoral votes to win. According to the AP, President Bush currently has 210 electoral votes. Senator John Kerry, 189, yet to be decided, 139. Let's continue with your phone calls on this election night as we look at the scene at Copley Square in Boston, Murray, Kentucky. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hadn't it been a day where I voted? I guess there's a couple thousand in there. And I had a doctor's appointment, and my daughter tried to hurry after an hour and 45 minutes, and I said, no, this is more important. I'll go to the doctor another day. But it was just all the young people out. I was glad to see them out, and a lot of them for Bush, and that's who I voted for, and two of my daughters voted for. And but these students surprised me, and we did have a sabotage of our voting machine. You know, somebody ran in there and did something to it.
What did they do, caller? What did they do to the voting machine?
They come in and they're, you know, we've got that little punch. You put your finger up there, and you know that's how you vote. Well, there is a spot up at the top, a little opening, and he rammed paper all the way down in there as far as he could get it. And then they said they wondered why he ran out. So that was a 30-minute wait, and they decided, all the people, Democrats and Republicans, poll people, decided that, went back there and looked, decided to mash it, kick that off, and, you know, since he hadn't voted.
Okay.
And so they kicked that out, and the machine got fixed. But of all the years, we've had 2 voting booths there. Today, we only had 1.
Thank you for the call from Murray, Kentucky. We're getting your comments, what it was like for you as you went to the polls today. And we're showing you the scene at the Kerry headquarters. This is Copley Square. Light rain has been falling during much of the evening in Boston as some heavy rain moved along the Ohio Valley into New England. and the performers continue at Copley Square. President Bush is at the White House along with his family, including former President Bush, where they are watching the returns. And at some point during the course of the evening, now 12:30 here in the East Coast, we expect to hear from the President and from Senator Kerry. But still, neither candidate has the 270 electoral votes that they need in order to be elected president under the current system. More of your phone calls. Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Cannonsburg. I voted for Kerry. I believe in all his issues. I'm disabled, and I'm a caregiver, and I have to pay for my own health insurance, which I think health insurance is important. But Kerry, I stand behind him because Kerry's reformer of the health industry. I'm a caregiver. I take care of my mother. My mother is 82 years old, and she told me, and I believe what she said. I've talked to a lot of elderly people. They told me if Bush gets back into office, we're going to have one of the biggest depressions we ever had. My mother lived through a depression, so I know what she's talking about. And there's a lot of jobs been outsourced in this country because of Bush, and I don't believe in it. And I don't get paid very much. My money comes from the hearing aging, but under the PTA waiver program, they get federal and state, but the state matches more than the federal government.
Thank you for the call. By the way, the numbers that you're seeing on the bottom of the screen, these are actual vote totals from the Associated Press, and we were showing you the race in New Hampshire, which could be a Democratic pickup, where Governor Benson is currently behind in that race. We're going to continue with your phone calls. We also want to show you some of the House leadership results in the U.S. House of Representatives, where the leadership on both the Democratic and Republican side appear to be coming back for the 109th Congress. Let's get our next call, coming to us from Amarillo, Texas. Good evening, or I should say good morning.
Yes, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
I voted for Bush because he showed great strength when our country was being attacked at 9/11, and I feel like, on the health care issue, when Edwards or Senator Kerry had sued the manufacturer of the flu thing, that they have to raise the price of drugs to cover those lawsuits, and I feel like that hurt a lot of people having to pay money out for drugs.
Thank you for that. What was the turnout in your district?
It was very good, even considering we had 8 inches of snow.
8 inches of snow?
Yeah.
Thank you for the call. Next is a call from Bethel, Connecticut. Good evening.
Good evening. The turnout at our local polling place was all-time high. I'm flabbergasted as I looked at the results tonight. I promised myself I wasn't going to look till tomorrow, but I had to look tonight. And I was flabbergasted because it seems to me, as I looked around at the results, that the Republicans actually seem to be picking up seats and defeating people. For the idea, for me, for instance, that South Dakota could elect Thune over Daschle, things like that. I mean, if the country could look at this president and this majority in the Congress and what they've done for the last 4 years and re-elect them and even strengthen them, I'm at a loss for where the country is. It makes no sense to me, and I can't understand how people can miss all of the evidence that's right there in front of us of misinformation and a different agenda from everything that's been presented to us.
Thank you for the call. You're looking on the left of your screen at the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. It is the Republican Party campaign headquarters. The Reagan Building, one of the newest office buildings in the nation's capital, and it is just about a block and a half from the White House, where President Bush and his family continue to monitor the results. On the right-hand side of the screen, of course, is Copley Square, Boston, Massachusetts, the Kerry Edwards campaign headquarters. Senator John Edwards recently arriving to Boston just in the last hour and a half to be joined by John Kerry as they await the returns. Neither the President or Senator Kerry receiving the 270-plus electoral votes that they need. Many states still to be decided, including Ohio. We're going to watch the results, continue with your phone calls. Bridgeport, Illinois, go ahead, please. You're on C-SPAN.
Yeah, I vote for Bush because he is for America, and whenever the trade center happened, he went down and mourned with the people. He didn't have to, but at least he had the smarts to go down and mourn with the people.
Thanks for the call. Next is Waterford City, North Dakota. Go ahead, please. You're on C-SPAN.
Yes, it's Watford City.
Watford, I apologize. Good morning.
That's fine. That's fine. I voted for Kerry. I think this business about morality is a very slippery issue. I'm not sure that we can afford to have our political system. I think it's scandalous, the amount of money that we spend all the time doing this. And if we're going to talk about a morality issue, then all of the things that get said in campaign things, the half-truths and the lies and that kind of thing, I really don't pay much attention to political campaigns or violation of the commandment about bearing false witness. And I'm pretty serious about saying if we're going to go after moral issues, then I think that we have to have a truth in what we do in terms of the kinds of things that candidates say about one another, the lies that they say, and those kinds of things. Another thing is that I have a very difficult time understanding the switch that was made after we went into Afghanistan and after Al-Qaeda, and then within a few weeks we stopped talking about that, and our attention shifted almost immediately to Iraq. And I know that the administration had the idea of wanting to go after Iraq almost from the beginning, and I've never been in favor of that. I think that the world is less safe because we are there. I'm not speaking now of the troops who are there. That's not their decision to be there. And I think the situation in the Middle East is very complicated. I've done a small amount of reading about that.
Okay, caller, I'll stop you there. Thank you very much for the call. We also want to remind you that if there is a particular House or Senate race that you want the results from, or a particular state, you can log on to our website at cspan.org. A lot of attention on Ohio, and right now, according to the Associated Press, with about 79% of the vote reported in that state, President Bush is currently ahead, with 51.2% of the vote in Ohio compared to 48.2% for John Kerry. Again, that's with 79% of the vote reported. This, again, according to the AP, now giving Florida to President Bush, which increases his Electoral College vote, but he can't do it without Ohio, and so still waiting for the results from that very important state. We'll continue. Toledo is next. Good evening.
How you doing?
What was the turnout like in the Toledo, Ohio area?
Excellent. It's actually a Lucas County, mostly Democratic voting personnel that came there. I'm actually on leave. I'm from Toledo, Ohio. I serve in the United States Marine Corps, and it's just mind-boggling that Senator Kerry is just this close to George W. Bush. You know, Kerry with how he voted in the second debate, he was outraged because we didn't have proper equipment, we didn't have body armor, we didn't have anything, but yet he voted against the $87 billion to give that to us. I've had several friends last March that died, you know, serving our country because we did not have, you know, our flak jackets weren't the best they could have been. It's just, it's incredible. George W. Bush, you know, from all the people in my unit, from all that I hear, you know, people are just amazed how close Kerry is.
Okay, thank you. Hayward, California. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hi, how are you?
What was the turnout like in your... Where is Hayward, by the way?
It's right near Oakland.
And what was turnout like in that part of the state?
Well, there was a bigger turnout in Oakland and the African American neighborhoods, and there's the overall state broke a record. I'm just right now, I haven't given up hope. I see the numbers. I voted for Kerry, but all in all, if Kerry doesn't win, I have to be realistic because slavery was around for 400 years before it was changed, and and he's been in office for 4 years,
okay.
and they were Christians, as he pronounces himself to be.
Okay, thank you for the call. The polls are closed across the country, only about 15 to 20 minutes left to vote in the state of Alaska, and some attention also on Hawaii, just as a note that President Bush is behind in the state of Ohio, John Kerry winning that state with about 15% of the vote reported. Hawaii is of note because, as you know, Vice President Cheney made a last-minute visit there on Monday to try to secure some of the vote. Polls in Hawaii showing that it was a neck-and-neck race, but that state at the moment looks like it will be one that John Kerry will win, a state that Al Gore won with 19% of the vote margin of victory in 2000. Palm Bay, Florida is next.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Thank God Florida isn't in the limelight this time. I think I voted for President Bush. I support my president. And if John Kerry would have been elected, he would have been my president also. And I think Democrats have really done a disservice to themselves. They have splintered their party in such small groups like PETA, the environment, the minorities. They have so many different little groups. You can't vote for one without doing a disservice to the other one, and they can't come together and unite. And this country needs to unite behind the president in our country. The United Nations is almost the same way. You keep hearing people say, well, what about North Korea? What about Iran? We needed to start somewhere. This dictatorship around the world needs to stop. And we need to listen to our president and spread freedom and democracy in the Middle East.
Caller, can I thank you for your comment. I want to ask you a question, though, about what it was like when you went to the polls today, because a lot of attention, as you know, on Florida and high turnout across the state. Traditionally, that high turnout, you would think, would have benefited the Democrats, but as you pointed out, the president winning Florida by about 300,000 votes.
Well, I think a lot of people are thinking about this terrorism. I left my house, and within 25 minutes, I went to the precinct, voted, and came back. So nobody in line or anything. This was about 1 o'clock. I left at 12 and got back at 12:25. But, I think people need to realize that France, Germany, and even England, through the ages, tried to civilize the Middle East and change their civilization, and America's not doing that. We're just trying to add freedom and democracy to it. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you for the call from Palm Bay, Florida. Let's look at the results from that state. Again, one that George Bush won very narrowly 4 years ago by fewer than 600 votes. He has won by a more comfortable margin with 98% of the vote reported, according to the Associated Press. A state that has 27 electoral votes, the president with almost 52% of the vote in Florida. John Kerry with 47.1, both candidates spending a lot of time and a lot of money in that battleground state. Also, a lot of attention in Oklahoma, where former Congressman Tom Coburn was in a very close race, according to the polls, against Democrat Brad Carson, but winning by a more comfortable margin, declaring victory early this evening. Here's what Dr. Coburn had to say to his supporters.
I see firemen and policemen and farmers and businessmen and people that care an extreme amount about our state. But there's also somebody else that sacrificed, and that's my wife, Carolyn. She gave, Carolyn? This is a victory night. This is a victory for freedom. It's a victory for our children. But it's also a victory for truth. The fact is, Oklahomans know better than to take what's been dished out in this campaign, and they ferreted out the difference. And I want to tell you, I am so honored to have the privilege to represent this great state for the next 6 years as your next U.S. Senator. Thank you. I think back about our country's history. I think back about our state's history and all the efforts that have gone in to giving us the freedom, the opportunity, the potential that lies before us. And my commitment to you is that I won't stop in the U.S. Senate to make sure that the sacrifice, I will model a sacrifice of service and commitment to make sure that the next generation has the same opportunities and the same freedom that we have all enjoyed. I believe I will fight with all my being to make sure that federal judges quit legislating in this country. I will make sure with all my being that we keep the commitments to our seniors, to our veterans, and those that depend on us. But just as assuredly, to keep the commitment of hope and trust for the future for our children and our grandchildren. We can do both. We must do both. Finally, we cannot deny the spiritual heritage of this country and how I will not be ashamed of my faith. I will stand for my faith, and that will influence my ability to work in the U.S. Senate. I want to take a minute. There are so many people, and I'm going to forget and fail to mention many, but you know, back in late February, some guys that used to work for me in the House started really irritating me about running for the U.S. Senate. And it's Kurt Price and Brian Treat, and Greg Treat, and Jerry Morris. They had a dream that we could, in fact, win this race. And we went with it. We went with it because we felt to be obedient to what the call was. And this isn't a race about Tom Coburn being a U.S. Senator. It's not. It shouldn't ever be about our politicians. It's got to be about the principles that our country holds dear. If there's anything that needs to be changed in this country, it's where the money comes from in campaigns. We've got to fix it, folks. We can't go through this again. We need to have Oklahomans controlling the future of our state. And we're going to try to make that happen. I want to leave you with the thoughts of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He spoke some very straightforward words, and I believe they apply to us today as they did when he spoke them. No greater thing could come to our land today than a revival of the faith. A revival that would sweep through the homes of the nation and stir the hearts of men and women of all faiths to a reassertion of their belief in God and their dedication to His will for themselves and for their world. I doubt if there is any problem, social, political, or economic, that would not melt away before the fires of such a spiritual renewal. That's what I hope for our land. That's what I hope for Oklahoma. And that's what I hope for each of you. May God bless you. Thank you so much.
Tom Coburn served 3 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives, has been out for a couple of years, and now coming to Washington, defeating Brad Carson by a comfortable margin in the state of Oklahoma with a 10-point victory in one of the more closely watched U.S. Senate races. Let's take a look at some of the latest numbers in the presidential race, state by state. First of all, New Hampshire. This is a pickup for the Democrats and John Kerry. 4 years ago, George W. Bush won New Hampshire. And now with 83% of the vote reported from that state, John Kerry from neighboring Massachusetts winning with 50.4% compared to 48.8%. Still about 16-17% of the vote needed to be reported. In the state of Ohio, this is with about 79% of the vote reported in that state. President Bush is ahead with just over 51% of the vote in Ohio compared to 48.2% for John Kerry. In Wisconsin, John Kerry is currently ahead in this state with about 56% of the vote reported, but it remains very close. As you can see, President Bush with about 49%, a 1-point margin in the state of Wisconsin. In Iowa, the state that gave John Kerry his first win in the race for the Democratic nomination, right now John Kerry is ahead in Iowa with 50.2% of the vote compared to 48.9% for President Bush. 2 states in the Midwest, Minnesota and Michigan. First of all, in Minnesota, President Bush with 45.6% of the state. Minnesota is one of those states that the president put an awful lot of time and attention to. John Kerry currently ahead with 53.1% of the vote in Minnesota. And in Michigan, this is a traditional Democratic state, and right now with about half of the vote reported from the Associated Press, John Kerry ahead with 51.2% compared to 47.8% for President Bush. In Illinois, Barack Obama, who is the gentleman who delivered the keynote address at the Democratic Convention in Boston this summer, easily winning over Alan Keyes in that race. Barack Obama is a Democrat, a state senator from Illinois, and now coming to Washington. This is a Democratic pickup. We'll show you what he said earlier tonight in Chicago.
Thank you, Illinois! Thank you! Thank you, Illinois. I don't know about you, but I'm still fired up. I am fired up. Look at this crowd. Thank you, Illinois. Let me begin by thanking all the people who have been involved in this effort, from downstate to upstate, city, suburb, from every community throughout the state. Let me say how grateful I am to all of you for the extraordinary privilege of standing here this evening. Let me thank, because I will forget later on, it's a thankless task, let me thank right now the best political staff that there has been put together in this state. They are wonderful. You know who you are. You guys have been outstanding. I appreciate all of you. Let me thank my pastor, Jeremiah A. Wright, Jr. of Trinity United Church of Christ. Fellow Trinitarians out there. Let me thank all the elected officials who've stood by me through thick and through thin. But most of all, let me thank my family. I am so grateful to my nephew Avery, my niece Leslie, my mother-in-law Marion, my brother-in-law Craig Robinson, his wonderful girlfriend Kelly, my sister Maya, my new niece Suhaila right there, my brother-in-law Conrad, and most of all, my 2 precious daughters, Malia Obama and Sasha Obama. And the biggest star in the Obama family until the two girls grow up, the love of my life, Michelle Obama. Give it up for Michelle. Give it up. Before I begin, let me also thank the service of the person whose seat I'm going to be replacing. Peter Fitzgerald comes from another party, and yet he served ably and with integrity in this state, and I'm grateful for his service, and we should all applaud the service that he provided to us. "656 days ago, I announced in a room a little smaller than this, all right, it was a lot smaller, that I was announcing for the United States Senate. And at the time, as many of you know, people were respectful, but nevertheless skeptical. They knew the work that we had done to provide health insurance to children who didn't have it, to help make the tax system more fair, to reform a death penalty system that was broken. But they felt that in a nation as divided as ours, there was no possibility that someone who looked like me could ever aspire to the United States Senate. They felt that in a fearful nation, someone named Barack Obama could never hope to win an election. And yet, here we stand because we had a different concept, a different notion of the American people. We understood that there was a core decency to the American people, that there were a set of shared values that extended beyond race and region, extended beyond income and ethnicity. A belief that every child in America should have a decent shot at life. A belief that we are brothers and sisters, and that we have mutual obligations towards each other, and that those mutual obligations express themselves not only in our family, not only in our workplaces, not only in our places of worship, but also through our government. We believed the possibility in a government that was just as decent as the American people are. And we knew that despite the misinformation, despite the bitterness, despite the partisan politics, that when you talk to people, those common values would come out. That the innate instincts of the American people would surface if we could speak to them, if we could connect to them, if we could talk to them directly. And because of the efforts of so many of you in this room, we had the resources, we had the manpower, we had the capacity to touch each and every one of those hearts throughout the state. And so as a consequence, I had a chance to hear the stories of people. And they would tell me, we don't expect government to solve all our problems. We know that we have to teach our own children initiative and self-respect and a sense of family and faith and community. But what we also know is that government can help provide us with the basic tools we need to live out the American dream. And we also know that we're tired of politicians who are attacking each other instead of attacking problems, and that if we can come together as one people, that we can make progress and close the gap between the ideal of America and its reality. And today, we stand here in the land of Lincoln, the man who once called for us to appeal to the better angels of our nature. We stand here as testimony to that belief that Lincoln articulated, the possibilities of appealing to those better angels. We stand here as one people, as one nation, proclaiming ourselves to be one America with the capacity to work together to create a better future for each other. And it is and what a magnificent gift that is to the nation. How wonderful it is that we've been able to accomplish this without negative ads and without the normal partisan politics, and just focusing on the issues that matter to people: health care and jobs and education. And it is because of you that I've been able to do that, because you created a protective garment over this campaign. Your spirit allowed us to run the kind of campaign that we've been able to run. We've had some good breaks in this campaign. There is no doubt about it. And I am under no illusion. I am under no illusion that we come out of this assuming that all people throughout the state of Illinois agree with me on every single position. But I think that what we've showed is that all of us can disagree without being disagreeable. That we can set aside the scorched earth politics, the slash and burn politics of the past. We can consign that to the past. We can look forward to the future. We can build step by step to ensure that we arrive at the practical common sense solutions that all of us hope for. That's what this campaign has been about. But we also have to remind ourselves that this is really just the end of the beginning. This is not the end itself. In the ultimate equation, we will not be measured by the margin of our victory, but we will be measured by whether we are able to deliver concrete improvements to the lives of so many people all across the state who are struggling. We will be measured by whether those men all across the state, in Galesburg and Rockford and Decatur and Alton, those folks who've been laid off their jobs, seen their jobs moved to Mexico or China, lost their health care, their pensions threatened, whether they are able to find jobs that allow them to support a family and maintain their dignity. We are going to be measured by how well we deliver the resources to the school districts all across the state who are in deficit spending, to make sure that our children have the teachers and the programs they need to excel. We are going to be measured by whether or not we can provide access and affordability to health care so that no families in Illinois are bankrupt when they get sick. We are going to be measured by whether our senior citizens can retire with some dignity and some respect. We are going to be measured by the degree to which we can craft a foreign policy in which we are not simply feared in the world, but we are also respected. That's what we're going to be measured by. I told some of you about a story a couple of days ago where during a rally that the clergy had organized on the south side of Chicago, I was asked to meet with a woman who had attended a reception beforehand. And she was a woman who had voted absentee for me already and wanted to shake my hand and take a picture with me. And she came to the reception and she was very gracious. She said how proud she was to have voted for me, how proud she was of the campaign that we had run. We shook hands, we hugged, we took a picture. And all of this would be unexceptional, except for the fact that she was born in 1899. Her name was Marguerite Lewis. She may be watching television tonight. She's 104. She will be 105 on November 24th. And I've had much occasion over the last several months to think, over the last several days to think about Marguerite Lewis. Trying to imagine what it would be like for this woman, an African-American woman born in 1899, born in the shadow of slavery, born in the midst of Jim Crow, born before there were automobiles or roads to carry those automobiles, born before there were airplanes in the sky, before telephones and televisions and cameras, born before there were cell phones and the internet, imagining her life spanning 3 centuries. She lived to see World War I. She lived to see the Great Depression. She lived to see World War II, and she lived to see her brothers and uncles and nephews and cousins coming home and still sitting in the back of the bus. She lived to see women get the right to vote. She lived to see FDR drag this nation out of its own fear and establish the GI Bill and Social Security and all the programs that we now take for granted. She saw unions rising up, and she saw immigrant families coming from every direction, making a better life for themselves in this nation. And yet she still was held back by her status until finally she saw hope breaking through the horizon and the civil rights movement and women who were willing to walk instead of ride the bus after a long day's work doing somebody else's laundry and looking after somebody else's children. And she saw young people of every race and every creed take a bus down to Mississippi and Alabama to register voters, and some of them never coming back. And she saw 4 little girls die in a Sunday school and catalyze a nation. And then she saw the Civil Rights Act of 1964 passed and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 passed. And she saw people lining up to vote for the first time, and she was among those voters, and she never forgot it. And she kept on voting each and every election. Each and every election, she kept on voting, thinking that there was a better future ahead, despite her trials, despite her tribulations, continually believing in this nation and its possibilities. Marguerite Lewis believed, and she still believes, at the age of 104, that her voice matters, that her life counts, that her story is sacred. Just like the story of every person in this room, and the stories of their parents and grandparents, the legacy that we've established, the history of so many people building calloused hand by calloused hand, brick by brick, a better future for our children. That's what America understands, that we don't just inherit the world from our parents, but we also borrow it from our children. And that is why tonight, as we stand here, we have to understand that we have another journey ahead. And it's going to be a journey even more challenging than the one we've already embarked on. There are people today, right now, who are as skeptical about the future as they were at the outset of this campaign. There are people who are saying that the country's too divided, that the special interests are too entrenched, that there is no possibility that one person in the Senate can ever make a difference. They don't believe that we can provide affordable health care to families across the state of Illinois. They are not convinced that we can provide economic development for rural communities that have been forgotten. They don't really ascribe to the notion that in this competitive global economy, we can still assure that every person gets a living wage. They are skeptical of the possibilities that our children can enjoy a better future than we have. And for those skeptics who believe that we can accomplish what we set out to accomplish, if our minds are clear and our heart is pure and we believe in a just and merciful God, I say to them, look at this crowd tonight, look at this election today, And I have 3 words for them, the same 3 words that we started this campaign, the same 3 words that we finished the primary, the same 3 words that are going to carry us, because as Dr. King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. As long as we help bend it that way, I have 3 words for them. What are those words? Yes, we can. Thank you, Illinois. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, Illinois. Thank you, guys.
Senator-elect Barack Obama from Illinois. This is a Republican seat. Senator Peter Fitzgerald opted not to seek a second 6-year term. Barack Obama, a state senator from Illinois, which means a Democratic pickup in that state. He wins with about 71% of the vote to 26.1% for Alan Keyes, formerly from Maryland, former 2-time presidential candidate who moved to Illinois earlier this summer to challenge Barack Obama. We're looking at the scene at the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. as Ohio is called for President Bush, according to NBC News, that closely watched battleground state where the president is up between 1 to 2 percentage points, according to the AP, in that state. Tammy Lytle is joining us. She is with the Orlando Sentinel, the Washington bureau chief. Thanks very much for spending a couple of minutes with us.
Thank you. Good to be here.
First of all, what can you tell us has been going on over the last couple of hours from your vantage point?
Well, the crowd here has sort of been building in excitement as each of the states gets fought here. And a really big one here not too many minutes ago, as you noted, was Ohio, where the president had been very close with John Kerry, and it was crucial to his re-election chances.
So as you look at the Electoral College map, and if you're with the Kerry campaign or the Bush campaign and you're trying to stitch together that 270 electoral votes that you need, noting that Florida went to President Bush, where else does the president need to look for, and what does John Kerry do at this hour?
Well, the president, I think Nevada has not been called, and he'd be expected to win there. And New Mexico, although I went to Al Gore 4 years ago, the president is leading there. And New Mexico alone would put him at 270 votes.
Earlier this evening, and I know there are many in this town looking at some exit poll numbers that showed very heavy turnout across the country, and yet looking at this, the president appears to be heading to re-election.
Yes, and traditionally people had thought high turnout would help the challenger here, but the Bush administration and campaign has put a lot of time and energy into their get-out-the-vote effort, and that seems to have paid off.
And finally, Tammy Lytle, as our audience hears the music behind you, what's it like to be in that room as a reporter, and what will you be looking for in the next hour to hour and a half?
Well, obviously, we as reporters, we start thinking about what's next. Is there going to be a recount? And if there's not, what does it mean if we have the Bush administration back for another 4 years for policy and personnel, cabinet, all that? So, but in the meanwhile, there's quite a party going on here.
Tammy Lytle from the Orlando Sentinel, thank you very much for being with us. We move from the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. to Copley Square in Boston. Pat Healy of the Boston Globe is joining us from that city. Good morning to you.
Hi, good to be with you.
What can you tell us is going on at this hour? Where is John Kerry?
John Kerry's at his house on Beacon Hill, and he's talking to his advisors who are at a hotel across from the rally site here, trying to figure out what's happening in Ohio, what's going to happen in the Midwestern states, and when he should come down here. There are thousands of people standing outside who've been listening to musicians all night long. There's a light drizzle falling. It's a little after 1, and they're trying to figure out what comes next.
Pat Healy, we're going to come back to you in just a moment, but we want to head down to Florida. Mel Martinez is speaking at the podium in the Florida Senate race.
The greatness and the kindness of the people of America. And I believe in the promise of America. I believe that regardless where you come from, what language you speak, the color of your skin, or your economic circumstances, if you believe in the American dream of freedom and opportunity, and you pursue it with hard work and with an abiding faith in God, all things are possible. You know what? This has been a hard-fought campaign. And campaigns tend to focus on those things that differ between the candidates and highlight those things about which we disagree. But bringing people together is my nature. I have spent my life building bridges, cultural bridges when I got here to this country, a different culture, different language, building bridges between political parties, opposing points of view, people of different faith. And so tonight I want to first of all thank those people who in Florida tonight placed their confidence in me as their next United States Senator. I talked during the campaign about what a serious decision this was. We elected the senator for 6 years. It's a major spot in the political calendar. And so I want to tell you, if you had the confidence in me tonight and you voted for me, I want to thank you. But let me also talk to those who tonight I did not earn their vote. I want to work in the next 6 years as your senator to let you know that I will be representing all Floridians, all of Florida. That'll be my job, that'll be my task, that'll be my quest. So when I go to the U.S. Senate, I hope that I will work diligently each and every day to build consensus, to bring people together, to reach out so we can get things done, to move America forward, to make the contribution that I want to make to this great country. Today we're writing a new page in our nation's history and in this state at a time when we're being tested abroad and needing to improve things at home. But I know that the American people are good people. We're dedicated to improving our nation and to our greatness. I want to look for common ground, and I want to find those things that unite our country. Tonight we've got to move beyond the partisan rhetoric. We need to move beyond being Democrats or Republicans. We need to begin to think of all of ourselves as Americans, first and foremost. And so tonight I stand once again as a living testament to all that in America, all things are possible. And as your next senator, I will work hard to ensure that in America, this will always be true for all. And to my Hispanic community, I want to say just a couple of words beyond what I said earlier. Hoy es un día de gran significado para nuestra comunidad y para nuestra nación. Hemos hecho historia. Siempre haré todo lo posible para representarles con dedicación y espero que sea una fuente de orgullo para todos, principalmente a la juventud. A mis hermanos cubanos les digo que nunca cesaré de luchar porque veamos la libertad de la patria que nos vio nacer. You know, the America I know is Ronald Reagan's shining city on a hill. I saw its beacon as a young boy from behind the wall of communism. I felt its warmth through the genuine goodness of its people, and I'm eager to repay my debt to America and to Florida by passionately defending it and safeguarding the American dream for this generation and for future generations. So tonight I say to you, thank you, Florida. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Mel Martinez, who served as housing secretary in the Bush administration, he came to the United States at the age of 16 from Cuba as part of Operation Peter Pan. He becomes the first Cuban American to serve in the U.S. Senate. Let's look at the numbers as we see his victory speech from Orlando. This is a Republican pickup in the U.S. Senate. With Bob Graham retiring, Mel Martinez, according to the Associated Press, getting 49.3% of the vote. This is with 98% of the Florida vote reporting in. Betty Castor at 48.4% in that Florida Senate race. Let's also take a look at some of the still closely watched races in the states for the presidency. First, in Ohio, with 79% of the vote reporting in Ohio, President Bush is currently ahead, just over 51%. John Kerry at 48.2%. In New Hampshire, which appears to be a pickup for the Democrats, John Kerry is currently ahead in that state with 50.4% compared to 48.8% in New Hampshire, 83% of the vote reporting in that state. In Nevada, John Kerry is currently ahead at 49.8% compared to 49%, still very close, only 15% of the vote reporting in Nevada. And in New Mexico, a state that George W. Bush narrowly lost, fewer than 350 votes 4 years ago, he is right now ahead with 51% of the vote compared to 47.7% in New Mexico. Patrick Healy is joining us from Copley Square in Boston. Again, thanks for holding on as we heard from Mel Martinez. Again, we were looking at some of the numbers in those closely watched states, including Ohio. What has yet to be reporting, with about 11% of the Ohio votes still outstanding from your vantage point, Pat Healy?
Well, there are some precincts in Cuyahoga County where the Kerry people are really staking all of their hopes. Areas in and around Cleveland where they're hoping that new voter registrants, young voters, minority voters will put them over the top, and that those votes will be counted in the next minutes and hours, and that'll still bring them Ohio. But a couple networks have now called Ohio for President Bush, and there's a real question about how many votes they can make up at this point.
And as we look at the other numbers, and again, keep in mind only 15% of the vote reporting from Nevada. Right now, John Kerry is ahead. New Mexico was a state that Al Gore won 4 years ago. President Bush is ahead in New Mexico.
Yep. Senator Kerry has really made a push in Nevada, going to Las Vegas several times, having surrogates from his wife to Wes Clark to others, campaign heavily in Reno and in the northern parts of Nevada. He's really hoping for a pickup there. He's also hoping that he can hold on to New Mexico with the help of the Democratic governor there, Bill Richardson, and keep that for his campaign. There's some talk at this point, if you do the math a certain way, that if President Bush wins Ohio and wins Alaska, as he's expected to, and John Kerry wins the rest of the upper Midwest, New Mexico, and Nevada, it could be tied at 269 to 269 electoral votes, which would kick it into the House of Representatives. This is not a scenario that the Kerry campaign is looking forward to, but it's one that's out there.
One of the stories that likely will be talked about in the next couple of days is, by all accounts, record turnout in many states across the country. And as we've been talking to other reporters earlier, the high turnout in the past traditionally has helped the Democrats. And in this case, again, it's still early in a number of states, but it's helping President Bush. What do you make of that?
Well, if Senator Kerry loses, there's going to be an enormous amount of reckoning that goes on within his campaign and the Democratic Party. They very much felt like they had a real edge going into tonight, as you said, with voter turnout, with ground forces, with new registrants in Florida and Ohio. They were quite confident about Florida, that they felt like they had 1 million new registered voters compared to 2,000, that would put them well over the top. Clearly, the numbers game hasn't cut their way every way. So there is going to be a lot of, what President Bush likes to call Monday morning quarterbacking, probably, if Senator Kerry loses.
And what is the strategy by the Kerry campaign? We're now looking at states that Al Gore won in 2000. John Kerry has won. The states that President Bush won 4 years ago, he is again winning tonight. So the maps almost seem to mirror what we saw 4 years ago, almost to the day. Will we see John Kerry tonight if Ohio is still in question, as you pointed out, with Cleveland and Cuyahoga County?
They're talking about that now. There are thousands of people outside in sort of a light drizzle. They're running out of musicians at this point. So, James Taylor only played 2 songs. He probably should have played 6 and just dragged this baby out, but that didn't happen. So, they're not sure if Senator Kerry is going to come down from his house yet. There is a feeling that if their lieutenants in Ohio are telling them, don't concede, don't concede, there are absentee ballots, there are votes that haven't been counted, wait until the bitter end. I think they're going to wait. They don't want to repeat mistakes of 2000 where there was a concession from Gore, he took it back. They don't want to get into that kind of messiness. So their ground game is to wait really until every vote is counted.
And Pat Healy, let's be honest here, those of us who have been looking at the early exit poll numbers tonight, this afternoon, saw that it looked like John Kerry was going to have a good night, again, according to the exit poll numbers.
Right.
What happened? Why were these exit polls so wrong in so many states?
Well, they were based on a number of assumptions about newly registered voters, like I said before, and voter turnout and the ground game mobilization. They really thought that taking it together, combined with the early voting in some states, was really going to rebound to their benefit. I've been in this media center all night, so I can't tell you exactly. They're still predicting victory in Ohio, just as they were predicting victory in Florida, and it appears the Kerry campaign's lost Florida quite a bit. So what happened, I don't know if they were overly optimistic or just they were perhaps oversampling. I know that they put a lot of emphasis in trying to count new voters who expressed a real passion for going to the polls, who may not have had a history of voting necessarily, but who indicated that they were really going to come out for Kerry. Maybe some of those people didn't come, maybe the numbers were just off, but it's not quite over yet, so we should wait and see a little bit.
Pat Healy, who is joining us from Boston inside at the Fairmont Hotel, and just outside Copley Square is where many of the Kerry supporters are waiting and watching and taking a look at the numbers. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
We're also expecting to hear from Stephanie Herseth in South Dakota. She is running for another term, a full 2-year term. This is the scene in South Dakota. Stephanie Herseth, this is a rematch from the special election that took place in June and is currently ahead in that at-large South Dakota congressional seat. Let's look at the current and the new Congress. For the 109th Congress, you need 218 votes for a majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. And right now, the Republicans holding on to that majority with 219 compared to 191 Democrats. Races yet to be decided in the U.S. House, 24. Also in the U.S. Senate, 51 Republicans in the current Senate, 48 Democrats, and right now the Republicans picking up one more seat with still 4 races to be decided in the U.S. Senate, and so by all accounts, the Republicans will maintain their majority in the 109th Congress. We're going to continue with your phone calls and show you the scene here in Washington, D.C. at the Reagan Building, Bush campaign headquarters in Copley Square in Boston. Next up is Seattle, Washington. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Well, I just wanted to call and give you my report about my voting experience. And we went up about 1 o'clock, and this is Jim McDermott's district in Seattle, so it's kind of a leafy, liberal district. And we vote up on the at the Masonic Lodge up on the hill, and it was just a little bit more traffic than normal. Not too bad, really.
You also have a Senate race out in Washington, and the Associated Press has declared Patty Murray the winner by a comfortable margin. Did that surprise you?
Not really. That was a really nasty race. I mean, there was a lot of mudslinging around, and I don't think Patty Murray is kind of entrenched in a way. The more contested race, I think, is this Christine Gregoire and Dino Rossi. That one's a real cliffhanger. And that's going to make a big difference because, I think we really liked our governor, Gary Lott. And kind of everybody liked him. And the candidate that the Democratic Party put forward, I don't think was, I think of her as kind of lackluster. So she wasn't really inspiring a lot of, so it could be possible that we could wind up with a Republican governor here.
Thank you for the call. We appreciate it. Bye. Let's take a look at the numbers in the Colorado Senate race where Ken Salazar, with about 80 of 100% of the precincts reporting in, is ahead with 813,000 votes compared to 783,000 votes for Republican Pete Coors. And again, this is from the Associated Press. We'll continue with more of your phone calls. Next is Greenbelt, Maryland. Go ahead, please. Hello, Greenbelt. You're on the air. Greenbelt, Maryland, you're on C-SPAN. Good morning. We'll try Walkertown, North Carolina. You're next.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi. I voted for Bush in the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And in North Carolina here, our governor now is a Democratic. He was the one who was in office before, Mike Easley, and he was reelected. I voted for Bush, but for governor, I voted for Easley. I switched parties to vote for Democratic because I thought he did a better job in the state, but yet I am a Republican. And I am a new voter, too. I'm 21, first year being able to vote. But I seem like everything that I've seen here seems very well in the state from what he's done. And I really stand behind him, even though he is a Democratic.
And who did you vote in the race for presidency?
President Bush.
Okay.
I did vote for Bush.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Brattleboro, Vermont, you're next.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to make the comment that all the news channels, cable news channels, seem to be, well, they certainly called Florida for President Bush, and they've called Ohio now. And I just, as a Kerry supporter and as a Democrat, I just wanted to say that I'm really not going to be satisfied this time unless the Democrats ask that the hard drives from the Diebold voting machines be seized so that the hard drives can be looked at. The chairman of the Diebold Corporation is a personal friend of President Bush, made the comment at the time that he delivered those machines that he looked forward to delivering the states of Florida and Ohio to...
Caller, let me ask you a question that may cut to the chase on this issue. If we have another close race in which the president narrowly wins re-election, do you think we'll continue to have another couple of years in which Democrats, and in this case Kerry supporters, feel that they've been cheated out of something?
Yes, I do, and I do have to tell you, I will never accept the legitimacy of President Bush's presidency, because even if it were proven that he were elected the second time he ran, I'm sorry to use the term, I'm sorry to be impolite, but he stole the incumbency, and the incumbency is such an advantage that he has an illegitimate win this time. But as I said, I really think it's essential that the hard drives on those machines be looked into.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. We'll continue with your calls. Just want to show you what the scene looks like in South Dakota, where Stephanie Herseth running for a full two-year term. She is the current representative. She won in a June special election. This was the seat previously held by Bill Janklow, who resigned earlier in the year, and she has been declared the winner in the South Dakota at-large House seat. A lot of attention in South Dakota also on the Senate race, where John Thune is currently ahead narrowly over the Senator Tom Daschle, who is the Senate Democratic leader, seeking a fourth term in South Dakota. Society Hill, South Carolina is next. Go ahead, please.
Hey, I voted for Bush, and hope he wins tonight.
Okay. What was the turnout like in your part of South Carolina?
It wasn't that crowded. Went in and voted in maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks for the call. We want to take you back down to Florida. Betty Castor is at the podium, conceding the race to Mel Martinez in that Florida Senate race.
We will be monitoring the results as they come in through the night, and we will be monitoring all of the events with the canvassing boards tomorrow, and paying very careful attention to those absentee voters, and we would ask all of the voters and residents of Florida to join us on a level and fair playing field. Thanks very much.
When you heard that he had declared victory, what went through your mind in Southern Department?
Well, I was conjuring up 2,000. We want every vote to be counted in this state before there is any absolute completion of this race. And I think that's what the people of Florida want as well. Thanks.
Why have you hired an attorney? To challenge the results or just to monitor?
This is the same firm that has been working with us throughout the campaign and helping us with forms and election laws, and now they'll be giving us some advice as we go forward.
Dan McLaughlin mentioned some irregularities across the state. If there's not an automatic recount that is triggered because you reach that threshold, would you start some sort of challenge?
Well, what we are anxious to do is find out what the final vote is. And as soon as we find out what the vote is, then we'll make the decisions accordingly. Thanks very much.
An idea of when you'll find out the final vote?
Pardon?
Any idea when you'll find out?
Well, there are a lot of absentee ballots out there. There are precincts that have still not come in. So I think I think there's some work to be done in the next 24 hours. Thanks very much.
Have you talked to him? You didn't call. You didn't call him. No. I'm assuming no.
Betty Castor in Florida, and let me clarify, she was not conceding the race, but she was saying that she wants to wait for all the votes to be tabulated, including the absentee ballots. Let's quickly look at the numbers in which Mel Martinez is ahead with 49.3% of the vote compared to 48.3% for Betty Castor. Meanwhile, Stephanie Herseth is at the podium in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where she is declaring victory for a full 2-year term to the House.
And even though we have yet to hear from some of our good supporters up in Brown County and in Indian country, we've seen the trends. And I'm so honored to share this victory with you tonight. And I'm so grateful. And of course, to receive this kind of welcome, I am so very humbled. Thank you so much for your excitement and your enthusiasm and sharing in this celebration with my family and with me, and yet another victory here for South Dakota this evening. You've given me the chance to be an independent voice for South Dakota, and I am determined to never let you down. We just got a phone call from Larry Dietrich's campaign offering their congratulations. They were, of course, so gracious and kind. And for thousands of South Dakotans, Larry Dietrich has been an important voice, and I have nothing but deep respect for their strong belief in their candidate. And while I hope to earn the trust of Larry's supporters in the months and years ahead, there can be no doubt that their affection for Larry, for Jackie, and their beautiful family was well-deserved. Larry ran a strong campaign. He and I both agreed that the most important part of this job is standing up for South Dakota, which is why I hope you'll all join me and take a moment to thank Larry Dietrich for his service to the state of South Dakota. You know, we all remember standing here just a few months ago in June, but the truth is I very much remember standing here 2 years ago when our campaign ended very differently, but not without the same kind of enthusiasm that you all welcomed me with. Now, while we may have lost that campaign in 2002, we gained something far more important that year. We gained the respect and the appreciation of thousands of South Dakotans, including many who didn't cast their vote my way, because of the positive tone we maintained and the enthusiasm of all the young people we inspired. Since we lost that election 2 years ago, so much has happened. A tragedy, a new beginning, and tonight, a reaffirmation. No one wished for this sequence of events, but from great pain can come great hope. And as I said 5 months ago, I will never forget why I'm standing here today, and I will do all that is in my power to justify your faith in my leadership for South Dakota. My guiding principle as your representative in Congress has been and always will be that you deserve an independent voice. You deserve someone who has nothing but South Dakota's best interests at heart. It's why I'm proud of the campaigns we've waged. We've stayed true to our commitment to running a positive campaign based upon ideas and the strength of our convictions. I will always believe that South Dakota campaigns can set a higher standard, and I will always do my part in accomplishing that very important goal. Tonight, we've seen history being made. We saw more voters come out than any other election in recent memory. Voters felt that the future of South Dakota and our country is at stake, and they're right. The choices we make over the next several years will have profound consequences for all of us, for our national security, for our economic security, our family farm security, our seniors' social security, and the security of knowing our health care system is leaving no one in the cold. Over the next several years, all of these issues will be at the forefront of our national debate and of our neighbor-to-neighbor conversations in South Dakota. Here in the center of our country, I think we have a pretty good idea of what works for the nation and what doesn't. And that's why, with your help, I'll keep taking South Dakota common values and common sense to the United States Congress. There are so many people to thank, but most of all, I want to thank all of you for working so hard, for standing with me, for helping bring our message to the doorsteps of so many South Dakota families. This victory belongs to all of you, to all of you. I'd like to thank my family, of course, who are gathered here with me on the stage, and a few in particular: my father, Lars, my mother, Joyce, my step-parents, Paul and Diane, my brother, Todd, and of course, my grandpa, Ralph, Style. You know, first it was, yep, that's right. Well, now whenever I see Grandpa, he just tells me, I've just been driving around. You know, I'd also like to thank my entire staff, both in the congressional office and at the campaign. You have worked tremendously hard. You have shown tremendous commitment to our efforts and to what this campaign has been all about. You are so wonderful to work with, and I could never tell you enough how much I appreciate all that you've done both for me and for South Dakota. Every member of this campaign team has been extraordinary, but I have 4 individuals in particular that I'd like to thank, both from the campaign organization, the congressional organization. That's first my Chief of Staff, Jeff Navin. With Jeff's efforts and leadership, our congressional organization got off the ground starting on June 2nd after the special election. We were responsive to constituents' needs. We advanced the legislative agenda both in Washington and here at home. And Jeff, thank you. Thank you very much. I also want to thank a very good friend and a very good advisor, someone who has been close at my side for the last couple of years following our loss in 2002 and throughout the course of the special election and this one, and a leader in his own right here in Sioux Falls, and that's Councilmember Andy Howes. Thank you, Andy. I want to thank Russ Leveson, my communications director. An Aberdeen native, and although from the rival of Roncalli High School, always giving Groton a good fight, Russ has been with me from the early months of the primary 2002 campaign. Russ, thanks for everything that you've done and being such a great friend. And finally, my campaign manager, Tessa Gould, for putting together Tessa Gould is a woman of extraordinary talent, has worked in ways that one could never have imagined when she came on board in the special election and put together all of the talent we had already assembled to put together back-to-back victories here in South Dakota for the United States House. And finally, I'd like to thank the people of this state for giving me the chance once again to represent you. I'm so proud to come from South Dakota. There's no place else like it in the country. Our people are strong, our traditions run deep, our heritage is celebrated, and our neighbors are like family. There's a Lakota prayer that ends with an inspiring thought. Teach me to love beyond my fear, and thus walk in balance with the passing of each glorious sun. As long as I am your representative, I will always walk in balance. My door will always be open. My fight will always be yours, and my heart and soul will always be with South Dakota. Thank you, Pilamaya. God bless you, God bless our troops, and God bless the great state of South Dakota.
Stephanie Herseth, who comes from a family that includes a father and grandfather that held political office in that state. South Dakota has only one at-large member to the U.S. House of Representatives, and she was re-elected after winning in a special June 2nd election, and now coming back to Washington for a full 2-year term. According to the Associated Press, with 87% of the vote reporting in South Dakota, Stephanie Herseth, the Democrat, getting 53% of the vote in a rematch with Larry Dietrich, her Republican challenger, getting just over 46% of the vote. And in one of the races that we've been tracking in Texas, the 22nd district, this is Tom DeLay's district. He has been re-elected with 57% of the vote. He was challenged in that district by Richard Morrison. And we'll show you what Tom DeLay had to say earlier today in Houston.
Hey, y'all! Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, you know how much I listen to the press. Well, the press just declared us a winner tonight, so
Tom DeLay in Houston declaring victory. We're going to take you live now to Denver, Colorado, where Ken Salazar is at Democratic Party headquarters in that state, and according to the Associated Press, remains ahead in the Colorado Senate race. This is courtesy of KUSA TV in Denver.
Ken Salazar getting set over the Democratic Party headquarters to give his victory speech, a very narrow victory over Republican Pete Coors, but Coors has conceded the race for U.S. Senate. And now we have a Democrat, one of the Salazar brothers, heading to Congress, perhaps the second. John Salazar right now currently still involved in a dogfight down in District 3 congressionally. But one of the Salazars is off now to represent the Democrats in the U.S. Senate.
He had come down earlier saying that he may not come down for the rest of the evening. So apparently things had taken a turn, possibly unexpected for him, as he gets ready to thank his supporters.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Get you some of that,
Hold on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart Tonight is a great victory for the people of the state of Colorado and the United States of America. A few minutes ago, I spoke with my opponent, Pete Coors. He ran, don't say that. He ran a good race, and he is a good man. And when people take off their hat and put it in the arena of politics for the U.S. Senate, we need to celebrate him. Help me join him in celebrating Pete Coors and what he has done here. Let me say this journey has been a long and a very joyful journey, not just my journey, but the journey of a lot of people and a lot of generations of Americans. You know, my family came here 406 years ago, and I have had the great honor. I have had the great honor of standing on the shoulders of giants to do what we are doing here today. I had a father who was a proud veteran of World War II, a mother who is watching this at home tonight at the age of 82, and somehow at the age of 20 was already working for our country in the Pentagon. We live in the greatest country of America. We live in the greatest country of America. And when I look at my wonderful wife, Esperanza, and my daughters, Melinda and Andrea, and my sister, Elaine, I love you all. I love you all. Hey, when I look at my family here today, and I look at all of you, and I look at this great state of Colorado, from one corner of this state to another, from the rural areas to the urban areas to the suburban areas, and when I look at this great nation of ours today, the one challenge that we all have as a community of Americans that believe in this great nation of ours is to create a united America. Now, let me tell you how we will create that united America. We will create that united America by making sure that we honor those priceless and timeless values of the generation, including our faith, hard work, education, support for our teachers, standing up for our veterans, standing up for our troops, protecting our land and water. Those are the values that are priceless and timeless, that make us a great American nation. And it is on the shoulders of my parents, my father and my mother, that all 8 of us became first-generation college graduates and had the opportunity to live the American dream.
Ken Salazar making his acceptance speech as Colorado elects Salazar to the U.S. Senate.
We'll be right back.
We want to thank KUSA TV for allowing us to share with you their coverage of the Senate race in Colorado. This is a Democratic pickup. Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell opted not to seek re-election. Ken Salazar is Colorado's state attorney general. He defeated Pete Coors in what is a very close race for the Senate in Colorado, getting almost 50% of the vote compared to 48% for Pete Coors. While we broke away from Tom DeLay, who was declaring victory in Houston, we want to show you again what he had to say as he thanked his supporters in Harris County, Texas.
Hey, y'all! Woo!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, you know how much I listen to the press. Well, the press just declared us a winner tonight, so I guess I'll listen to them on that one. They also declared Pete Sessions up in Dallas a winner. Randy Nuggebauer in Lubbock is a winner. Louis Gohmert in Tyler is a winner. Ted Poe right here in Harris County is a winner. We only have one more to watch, and I know Arlene Wogemuth is going to come through and beat Chet Edwards. Because of Texas right now, as things stand, we have a net gain of a few seats in the House of Representatives nationwide. Yeah. You know, God bless Texas. You know, every 4 years we're told that this is the most important election of our lifetime. But this time it's true. And before we get too caught up in the exit polls and the spin and the media analysis, I think we should all just take a moment to give thanks for the blessings we all have to be able to live in this great democracy of ours. History has been made today in Texas, not by a handful of politicians like me, but by millions of Americans just like you. Americans of every race, creed, and color whose names will never be in a newspaper. The real winner of the 2004 election will be the American people. And the wide world of freedom-loving men and women that we defend. Their victory has not been won through their wealth or power, but through their service. Those wonderful men and women that are defending us worldwide. That's who's winning this victory tonight. I tell you, I am so honored to be amongst so many friends tonight and to know that all the sacrifices that you've made over the last few months and weeks are finally paying off. I'm humbled by the reception we've received over the last few months, by the continued faith that my district has in me, and by the opportunity to serve such wonderful people in Washington. As of right now, America's election results may still be in doubt, but our future is very clear. Whatever the outcome tonight, starting tomorrow, we're all back on the job. And we all know what that job is: strengthening America's security, prosperity, and families. The American people have spoken tonight, and all indications are that they have hired a Republican House of Representatives for the 6th straight election. That means it's time for our national majority to start thinking about the future. Time to start thinking beyond just fighting the war on terror, about winning it outright, winning that war. Time to start thinking beyond just growing the economy and about fundamentally strengthening it by ridding our economy of the overtaxation, overregulation, and overlitigation that has hamstrung it for decades. Time to start thinking beyond just protecting our families and about strengthening their lives and liberty in a renewed American culture of hope. My friends, the end of this campaign is not the end of our national season of service. I know for a fact that the families of Texas will continue this work tomorrow and the next day and the next. While some of us must do the work of our government, all of us must do the work of our nation, raising our families, educating our children, protecting our communities, and serving our faith. The families of Texas are the finest people I've ever had the privilege to know and the honor to serve. I am humbled by your trust and excited about the prospect of serving you for another 2 years, especially considering the vigorous campaign we faced this time around. This has been an interesting term, to say the least. In Washington, we grappled with the most difficult issues, from war to health care to tax relief for working families. Closer to home, Texas voters were finally given a level playing field so that in 2004, for the first time in 100 years, their votes will truly be reflective of their congressional delegation. Now, with a delegation that finally reflects the way that Texans vote, I look forward to returning to Washington and working with all my colleagues to continue delivering solutions for the people of this state and the Houston-Galveston region. Whether through all the stuff that we've been working on, we will continue to work hard in the future. It looks like it's going to be a late night, but every indication is that we have plenty more celebrating to do tonight. I think we know who the ultimate winner is going to be tonight. We know that we're going to have George W. Bush as President of the United States for 4 more years. We know that we're going to have a larger majority in the United States Senate. We know we're going to have a larger majority in the United States House of Representatives. We're going to have a larger majority in the Texas Senate, in the Texas House. The Republican Party is a permanent majority for the future of this country. And you did it all by all your hard work. All those weeks, all those days, all those hours that you put in are paying off, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not paying off for me. It's not even paying off for you. It's paying off for the future of this country. We're going to be able to lead this country in the direction we've been dreaming of for years. We're going to be able to turn this country over to our children better than we found it. And that's all God is asking of us. And we're going to put God back into the public square. And then when we do that, He will heal this land and He will bless America. God bless America. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tom DeLay of Texas 22nd District and the House Republican leader declaring victory. Let's look at some of the other numbers in the race for the presidency. These are with 82% of the vote reported across the country. President Bush with about 51 million votes compared to 47.5 million votes for Senator John Kerry. That translates into 51.3% for the president to 47.7% for John Kerry. And as we look at some of the individual states, first of all, in Hawaii, John Kerry currently ahead with 55% of the vote compared to 44% for President Bush. In Iowa, President Bush is currently ahead, but you can see just how close it is with 91% of the vote reported. The president at 49.8% compared to 49.3% for Senator John Kerry. And in Ohio, several of the networks have declared the president the winner in Ohio. Right now, President Bush at 50.8%. These are actual numbers from the Associated Press. That translates into about 2.5 million votes for the president, compared to 2.4 million for Senator John Kerry, or 48.7% of the vote in Ohio. Out west in Nevada and in New Mexico, here are the numbers. Senator Kerry ahead with 49.6% of the vote compared to 49.1%. This is with 41% of the vote reported in Nevada. And in New Mexico, a state that Al Gore won by just several hundred votes in 2000, the president is ahead with 51.7% of the vote in New Mexico, 47% for Senator John Kerry. In Michigan, a state that has traditionally gone for the Democrats, John Kerry is currently ahead, 67% of the Associated Press reporting the vote in Michigan. John Kerry at 51.5% compared to about 47.5% for the president. And in Wisconsin, a state that both the Kerry and the Bush campaigns spent a lot of time and a lot of money, John Kerry ahead narrowly in Wisconsin with 49.9% compared to 49.1% for the president. We also want to show you new U.S. senators as they come to Washington for the 109th Congress. First of all, from North Carolina, Richard Burr, who takes the seat previously held by John Edwards. This is a Republican pickup in North Carolina. Tom Coburn, the winner in the Oklahoma Senate race. Jim DeMint in South Carolina. This is another Republican pickup in South Carolina, with Fritz Hollings retiring in that state. Johnny Isakson, a member of the House, now moving up to the U.S. Senate in Georgia. And Mel Martinez in Florida. Both in Georgia and Florida, those are Republican pickups in the South. Barack Obama, the winner in Illinois. This is a Democratic pickup, with Pete Fitzgerald deciding not to seek a second 6-year term. Ken Salazar, Democrat from Colorado, replacing Ben Nighthorse Campbell, who retired. And David Vitter in Louisiana, winning with more than 50% of the vote in that state, which means that there will not be a runoff, which was scheduled for December the 4th. We want to show you the scene here in Washington, D.C. at the Reagan Building, where the results continue to come in and supporters of the president continue to watch the numbers, and in Boston at Copley Plaza, where the Kerry Edwards campaign has set up shop for the night. We'll look at the scene and get more of your phone calls. Vista, California. Good morning to you.
Hi. I saw an interview on TV about a month ago where someone was able to get in the back door of e-voting software on a PC, and in about 30 seconds she showed that the numbers could be changed. So if the exit polls showed Kerry winning, then I'm extremely suspicious of what happened with these e-voting machines today.
But caller, you realize the exit polls simply a sampling of voters in certain sections of a particular city or state.
So you don't think that's any kind of confirmation on what might have really gone on?
No, I just want to point out that exit polls are just that. It's a sampling of the electorate to find out why they voted, who they voted for, and what issues were important to them.
Okay. Well, still, it makes me suspicious, you know, because if that's what they're sampling, because we don't have any other way of knowing. I mean, there's no fingerprints on what's going on. And 30% of the votes cast in this election were on electronic voting machines. So, but here in California, our legislature just passed legislation that requires a paper trail on e-voting machines for future elections.
Okay.
And
thank you, caller. Appreciate the comment. You're looking at the Associated Press results on the bottom of the screen. You can also log on to our website at cspan.org for the latest information in your particular state or congressional district. Next up, Bradford, Pennsylvania. Go ahead, please.
Oh, yes, I was. I'm a real strong supporter of President Bush, and it was really kind of a surprise considering where I live, because everybody else is for John Kerry. But I happen to agree with President Bush mainly on the aspects from 9/11 on for what he's done for this country. It's just been outstanding. I feel that fighting the war overseas and fighting the terrorism is a positive plus, and it has to be done. And I'm just really shocked that the rest of the nation wants to agree with Kerry that, you know, the wait for them guys to bomb us first before we go after them again. I just don't agree with that. I'm going to try to kill them first before they kill us. So, and I just, you know, only following politics for 8 years now, and I just can't believe the job that President Bush has done over this year, and I'll continue supporting President Bush for more years.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call from Bradford, Pennsylvania, in the northern part of the state. We'll go to Fayetteville, Arkansas. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm a new voter as well. I'm 21, and I voted for Kerry. But before I voted, actually I voted early, and I thought to myself, you know, should I vote for Bush, you know, so that he could correct the mistakes that he's made already, or should I vote for Kerry for someone that can correct the mistakes that he made? And when I really thought about it, I was like, maybe Kerry can make a difference for this country, because right now all I see is destruction, a lot of deaths, and it's just a disaster that's going on right now to me.
Caller, what do you think, from your standpoint, was the most important issue in this campaign? What motivated you to vote for John Kerry?
Actually, it was the war in Iraq, because I work in Fort Bragg, and I come across a lot of soldiers, and I get their opinions on how they feel about the war, and really a lot of them that was for Bush have turned their back on him, and now they're voting for Kerry.
We've been reading and hearing about the long lines at the polling places around the country. What was it like in the Fayetteville area?
Well, actually tonight when I went home, there was a line outside the Board of Elections, a long line. It was like about 6 o'clock. But actually I voted early, so I did my part.
Thank you for the call. We'll go on to Waynesville, Missouri. Go ahead, please. Good morning, caller. Waynesville, Missouri, you with us?
Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear you call my name. Yes, I wanted to say, excuse my speech, I had an operation on my mouth, but I called you a long time ago, and what's important is that the liberals and the Democrats, something happened to them. They got some kind of spirit is going through them, and until they give themselves to the Lord, which is the hardest thing for a human being to do, that's why angels don't want to be human. We have a free will, and the enemy wants to take our free will away, and the best way for the enemy to win is to take our free will, because if we're not united behind the president, we're going to fall underneath Kerry. And he doesn't care. He was a traitor during the war. So, and I'm not going by anything you hear on any news program. I watch CSPAN. I do the computer. I look at everything. I read newspapers, and I see what's going on. And I've lived a Christian life all my life, and I don't go to church, so preachers don't tell me. I get it right out of the Bible. And Bush was fertilized by his mother. His egg was, and this is what makes it so important to him.
Thank you, caller. Appreciate the comment. Next is a call from Ashland, Wisconsin, supporter of John Kerry, and according to the latest numbers from Wisconsin, the race still is too close to call in your state.
Yes, it's been a swing state for quite a while. Actually, I'm a young voter. I'm 19 years old, and I go to college up here. I'm originally from Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it very important to vote in Wisconsin because it was a swing state rather than to do an absentee ballot in Indiana.
Well, caller, let's look at the numbers and we'll get your comment. This is, again, with about 76% of the vote reporting in your state. John Kerry is ahead narrowly, about 1 million votes, 1,069,000 for John Kerry compared to 1,051,000 for the president.
It's very, very close. Well, what I want to say is that everything, it's very important to be informed, well-informed as a voter, especially at such a young age. It's so important because this is our future. This is the future of our country. This is where our future is going. if you don't like the past, you should try and change it. And, you know, originally I was for Howard Dean, but it's just not going anywhere with him. I would love it if he was actually our president, but John Kerry is not Bush. Bush has led this country to a war, and John Kerry is going to be the one to get us out of it.
Did your classmates vote today as well?
Yes, actually, we had a lot. They have same-day registration in Wisconsin, and most of the people in front of me, when she flipped the book over to same-day registration, all of them were 1411 Ellis Avenue, which is my college.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the call from Ashland. Next, Grand Forks, North Dakota. Good morning.
Hey, it's good to be there.
Yes, go ahead with your comment. What was the voting like today when you went to the polls?
Well, I actually voted absentee a couple of weeks ago, but it's my understanding from other people at the student housing I'm at right now that there was a line hours long at the School for the Blind, which is the precinct, one of the precincts here near the University of North Dakota.
Thanks for the call. Ellicott City, Maryland, supporter of the president. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Is it me that you're talking to
Yes.
from Ellicott City?
You're the one and only. Go ahead, please.
I voted for Bush, and I worked very hard to put forth certain facts in front of people so they could make a wise decision. And one of the reasons I voted for him well, there's several reasons, but some of the facts were that he supports the Constitution, and that's our heritage. He wants judges who have common sense and who have some beliefs of our inherent rights. And I found that when it comes to the federal marriage amendment, there was this support for a man and a woman, and the opposite with the other group. When it comes to caring about our children, it's not normal for mothers to crush the head of their children. They need help, they do. But to have Bush was, he put a band on that so that there overseas funding for that. The natural law, things that, protect infants. He had done all that, whereas the other team was going against the natural law. They were anti-family. They were anti-amendment, anti-partial birth. In other words, they were going to come through and change our whole heritage, put judges on that had no principles. So I felt like even with the stem cell research, if you look at the facts, no one was against it, not the Bush group. They were saying we already had them. We had adult stem cells that were working, but we don't want people to be so unethical that they'll just go after any federal grant.
Thank you very much for the call. You're looking at the scene both in Washington, D.C. and at Copley Square in Boston, and if you've been watching your monitor on the left and the right, you've been seeing more entertainment than speaking. That's because both campaigns are waiting to hit that magical number of 270 needed to win in the Electoral College vote. This also just in from the Kerry campaign, a statement by campaign manager Mary Beth Cahill on the voting in Ohio. Quote, "The vote count in Ohio has not been completed. There are more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. We believe when they are, John Kerry will win Ohio." That statement again from Mary Beth Cahill, who's the campaign manager. I'll repeat it one more time. The vote count in Ohio has not been completed. The Kerry campaign saying that there are more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. We believe when they are, John Kerry will win Ohio. Ohio, of course, has 20 electoral votes. The numbers from the Associated Press, this is with 91% of the vote reported. The president currently ahead with 50.8% of the vote. That translates into 2.5 million votes in Ohio, compared to 48.7 for Senator John Kerry, or just over 2.4 million. Back to the scene at the Reagan Building in Washington and Copley Square in Boston as we listen to our next caller from Milwaukee.
Hi. Actually, today I voted, and I voted for Kerry, obviously. But the line was about an hour and a half. When voting, I voted for Kerry because, I was thinking about the other people of this country, mainly college students and people that, there's millions of college students out there that don't have their degree isn't getting used because there's no jobs for them out there. But also, I think that I don't know if they plan to recount or absentee ballots or whatever they plan to do in Ohio. I think that's pretty important. But since most of these big corporations, like the network stations, not C-SPAN, but most network stations are owned by Republicans. Like a lot of those people that count, like I heard somebody mentioning the hard drive scenario earlier. Like, how do people know that those things aren't tampered with?
Okay, thank you for the call. 4 years ago, we showed you a split screen from Austin, Texas, Bush campaign headquarters site in Nashville, Tennessee, where Vice President Al Gore was about to address supporters. Tonight, we're looking at a similar scene, 2 different cities, here in Washington, D.C., with the Bush-Cheney headquarters at the Reagan Building, just about a block from the White House, and not far from where Senator John Kerry is watching the returns from his home in Beacon Hill, Copley Square in Boston, where several thousand people are still waiting for the numbers to come in. Next call is Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Very close race in Wisconsin between the president and Senator Kerry.
Oh, my, it's very stressful. Yes, Eau Claire is about 65,000 people in the city, and I wanted to let you know we had at least 90% turnout voters. And I did an absentee ballot ahead of time because I figured be long lines, so that's a blessing to have that. Well, I just wanted to tell you that I think we have to be in America very, very, very thankful that we do have democracy and that we have 2 very intelligent candidates to choose from. And I thought they both were very powerful and did very well, as we can tell. But anyway, I think one of the main things to remember is I think what spoiled it for each one of them, if one of them would have chosen not to do all that mudslinging and would just stood on the issues that they stand powerfully on and spoke up about their issues and what they vote like and so forth. And but all that mudslinging kind of put them both equal to each other. But I had to make a decision, as all of us voters do, and the way I look at it is if you're a mature voter and you looked at all the issues, you have to choose where they have morals.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. We've been talking about Wisconsin. Here are the latest numbers from the Associated Press. Only about 18,000 votes between John Kerry and George W. Bush. And at the moment, Senator Kerry is ahead in the state of Wisconsin. Also, Nevada, which is a very close race. This is a state 4 years ago that the president won. John Kerry is currently ahead, and it looks very similar to the numbers from Wisconsin percentage-wise. John Kerry with 49.6% of the vote compared to 49.1% for the president. Next call from New York City. Good morning.
Yes, hi. I'm a Kerry supporter, and I'm basically against Bush for pretty much all of the issues that everyone has been talking about. But there was something interesting I saw. I believe it might have been on one of the C-SPAN shows. They were saying that after 4 years of turning his back on the world didn't like Bush, but it liked Americans. But after another 4 years, they really would pretty much turn his side away from Americans completely, and we'd really be alone. And that's a very frightening thought. There's also something else I'd like to say. I heard someone say that as to Iraq, one of the main mistakes by going in there, you cannot outlast insurgents in their own country. They can keep this up for 100 years. We obviously can't.
Caller, was the war the most important issue from your standpoint in this election?
I don't know if I had any one particular. It was everything. It was just everything that I just felt that I didn't like about Bush.
You know, one of the questions asked in these exit polls was this the most important election in your lifetime. How would you answer that?
Yeah, I would say yes. I've never felt this motivated against someone like this before. In fact, my wife is yelling at me. I've been watching C-SPAN. I've become a C-SPAN junkie over this, and this is totally new to me. This has really motivated me a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment from New York City. Next up, a supporter of the president from Crowley, Louisiana. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. I'm a very young voter. This is my first time voting for anything, and I've never felt more strong about something than I do this. I voted for Bush, and I mean, a lot of the younger generation is being said to, you know, either not care or they're very liberal. Well, that's what it said down here. But I mean, one of my biggest things about the election was the war, because my generation is fighting right now. But what a lot of people don't understand is they chose to do that because, I mean, my generation went into it after 9/11, and they chose to do it for their country, and a lot of people don't see that. And it makes me mad because, I mean, Bush is a great person, and I think he handled the situation very well. And I think, you know, a lot of things besides, he's done a lot with our country, and I really hope that he pulls this through.
With a Senate race also in Louisiana, what was the turnout like in Crowley?
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, it was surprising to a lot of people because Chris John held the Congress. I mean, he held the representative seat for a long time. Everybody thought he was going to pull through on the Senate seat, but he didn't. I mean, David Vitter was a great opponent. I mean, he was. I really like him and what he stands for.
Thank you for the call.
Okay. Bye-bye.
It is now almost 2:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. Still no declared winner. There was a statement just a short while ago from the Kerry campaign by campaign manager Mary Beth Cahill as we look at the scene from the Reagan Building in Washington, headquarters for the Bush-Cheney campaign, and in Boston, downtown Boston at Copley Square. Mary Beth Cahill saying, quote, "The vote count in Ohio has not been completed. There are more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. We believe when they are, John Kerry will win Ohio." Joining us from the hotline offices, Chuck Todd. Good morning.
Good morning. It is morning, isn't it, Steve?
Let's first talk about Ohio and this statement by Mary Beth Cahill. Is this all part of the Kerry campaign strategy?
It is. This is the lesson. This is all about the idea of don't concede anything if you think there's even a remote possibility because of what happened, the inevitability factor that helped President Bush during the 2000 recount in Florida. But Steve, viewers should know that actually Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, just made a statement. He sort of called a press conference. I think he's still holding the press conference now. He said if current trends hold, that it would be a high watermark of about 175,000 provisional ballots. He thinks 250,000 is a bit much of a number that's out there. So 175,000. What are we at? 25,000 vote. I mean, it looks like the Kerry folks would have to win, you know, something like 95% of these provisional ballots.
A couple of things. First of all, what are the provisional ballots? What are we talking about?
Basically, these are if somebody wasn't on the voter rolls or they were in the wrong precinct or they think they were in the right precinct, then they were told to sort of cast a ballot sort of separately. You know, okay, you can cast this ballot and it's put sort of in a separate pile. And then it's got to get counted twice. I mean, first you got to find out if the ballot, if this person is a legitimate voter. Now, Ken Blackwell in his press conference a few minutes ago said in 2000 they had over 100,000 provisional ballots and 90% of them were legal ballots. So he expects most of them to be legal ballots. That's not the issue. It just takes time to go through them all.
It has been said going into this race that it's all about Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. If hypothetically we have another situation that we had in Florida, what are the recount provisions as best you can tell in that state?
Well, you're asking me questions I don't have good answers for now. But for the next update, Steve, I will promise to have a better answer on that one. You got me. I will tell you this. Chad will make an appearance because there are some punch card ballots in Ohio.
Well, let's talk about some races that we know you're an expert on. First of all, Alaska, the Senate race out there.
Well, here's what I know out of that. You basically, Lisa Murkowski has a solid lead here. She's leading by about 16,000 votes. It's a 51-43. about 51-43 advantage. She's at 51%, 61% reporting. According to people I've talked to, most of the vote that's coming in is going to be Democratic vote. But Tony Knowles has to win something like 58% in these Democratic-friendly places, and that seems a little high from the people I've talked to. As that number will close, I'm told, but the Republicans expect that they're going to hold on to that one, and that's a big hold, and it's probably one of the mild Senate upsets of the evening.
Why?
Tony Knowles was considered the favorite going in. There was this ballot initiative about the how senators should be appointed, sitting on the ballot, so the nepotism issue. Lisa Murkowski, of course, is an appointed senator.
I'm going to stop you for a moment because Senator John Edwards is on the stage in Boston.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's been a long night, but we've waited 4 years for this victory. We can wait one more night. Tonight, John and I are so proud of all of you who are here with us and all of you across the country who have stood with us in this campaign. John Kerry and I made a promise to the American people that in this election, every vote would count and every vote would be counted. Tonight, we are keeping our word and we will fight for every vote. You deserve no less. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator John Edwards speaking to supporters in Boston as we look at the scene from Copley Square, and we're rejoined by Chuck Todd of the Hotline. What did Yogi Berra say? Deja vu all over again?
Yes, you stole the headline to one of our headlines, but that's an easy thing to come up with at this point in the evening, I guess. Or maybe we're not being that original.
But Chuck Todd, talk now about the strategy, because this was not unexpected by either the Bush or the Kerry campaign. You've been writing about it in the Hotline for the last couple of days.
Well,
What's going
on?
on?
In fact, you saw it. You saw the Bush campaign do this early on. You know, the network exit polls that were unweighted or unweighted with precinct samples showed John Kerry winning every battleground state. I mean, I think, you know, we're all keeping this a secret, and it's silly to keep it a secret. That's why you saw, you know, dour faces with some Republicans early on, and not so dour faces with Democrats. And the Bush campaign said, hey, wait a minute, you know, we're getting our precinct, you know, we've checked some precincts, some key precincts in Florida, we've checked some key precincts in Ohio, and we think that there's no way we're losing like this unless there's 130 million people showing up to the polls, which of course is not going to be the case. So they made sure that the networks realized this, and they, you know, pushed hard to make the networks double check all their work, and it turned out to be a smart thing to do. So now the Democrats are saying, well, hang on, we know we have a bunch more votes to be counted. They still keep thinking that they're going to find more votes out of Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, basically a 50-50 county with maybe a slight tilt toward the Republicans. And I think they still keep thinking they're going to find a few more votes in Cuyahoga. And I think the Kerry campaign saying to themselves, if we somehow get the deficit under about 75 or 80,000, then these 175 to 200,000 provisional ballots. It's 175 is the estimation from the Secretary of State's office. 250,000 is, of course, what the Kerry campaign said. But let's say it's 200,000. Then suddenly you could see them making the case that they might be able to make up the ground. But they still got to get some raw vote. 120,000 is what it's narrow, and they need to narrow that under 100.
Let me go back to the exit polling numbers, because they were on a number of websites. So as you said,
they were everywhere.
It is
it's
no
out
secret.
there. Of course not.
What happened? How could those numbers be so wrong?
Well, from what I understand, it's a couple things. One is, in general, African Americans were oversampled, particularly in a lot of these southern states, North Carolina, South Carolina, Mississippi, Virginia. It goes on and on, because a lot of these, you saw the networks hesitated in calling Mississippi, hesitated in calling South Carolina, because the exit polls had these single-digit leads for President Bush, and that had to indicate a gigantic African-American turnout, so the networks had to double-check actual vote totals coming in and then reweigh. What's interesting is that the exit polls, they were a little oversampled on African-Americans, but to the exit pollsters' credit, Warren Matofsky and Joe Lenski, they have a model when they actually start counting vote to reweigh it. And when they reweighed it, they have it proper. So the exit polls you're seeing now on these websites, at least the breakdowns of Hispanics and African Americans and how women voted and how veterans voted, etc. These are properly weighted. What you're seeing now, the stuff you saw at the very, very beginning at 7 o'clock yesterday evening is not.
And any Senate races surprise you tonight, or I should say this morning, Chuck Todd?
Yeah, I think the two mild surprises, I guess, would be Florida. If Mel Martinez's lead holds, it was interesting. He underperformed Bush the entire evening. There was an assumption. I think everybody assumed it. I know I did, that when the heavier Democratic counties were going to come in South Florida, that John Kerry would close that gap with George Bush, and then in turn that would allow Betty Castor to basically take and build a lead, and that never happened. There's about a 75,000 vote difference there. There's talk that there's 250,000 absentee ballots sitting out there that haven't been counted. I guess if there really are 250,000 absentee ballots, then you won't see this Florida race called right away, but there's no way it's going to change the presidential. And then the Alaska race with Tony Knowles. Although I am told, as I was saying right before Senator Edwards came out there and made that statement, the numbers should close because the remaining uncounted counties are more Democratic, Tony Knowles strongholds. So that race could still narrow, but it looks like Murkowski's going to pull that off. And then, of course, South Dakota. John Thune's leading. There's 91% of precincts reporting. Thune's up 6,000 votes. 6,000 votes in South Dakota is actually quite a deep bit of a lead, but I'll be honest, I don't know what's remaining. I've got some calls into the Daschle campaign to find out, have the reservations been counted, how many provisional ballots? If that gets into the 2,000 or 3,000 vote range, that race could be days. Don't forget, Tim Johnson, John Thune from 2002 took over a week to decide.
And in that race, only about 530 vote margin between the two of them. In this race, as you said, 6,000 between...
That's a landslide for South Dakota, Steve.
This is the first time since 1952 that a leader of the Senate has lost in a re-election bid.
Assuming he loses. We're writing him off too quickly.
Well...
and the other thing you need to point out is that it's very possible the Republicans could get to 55 seats in the Senate if all these leads hold. That's a huge accomplishment, a net gain of 4 seats. I don't think anybody saw that coming, considering all the retirements that the Republicans had to deal with in Oklahoma and Colorado and Illinois, and then, of course, the appointed seat in Alaska.
Chuck Todd, who's putting in an all-nighter, and we'll continue to check in with you, and also on the Washington Journal just in a couple of hours. Chuck, thanks so much.
Forward to it. All right.
Okay, let's look at some of the races in the undecided states for the presidency. We're going to begin with Hawaii, a state that Vice President Cheney visited on Monday in a last-minute effort to try to secure those electoral college votes in Hawaii. Right now, John Kerry is ahead with 56.4% of the vote compared to 42.7% for President Bush. This is a state 4 years ago that Al Gore won by a 19% margin. In Iowa, it is now moved from the John Kerry column to the George W. Bush column, but still very, very close. 97% of the vote reported in Iowa. The president has 726,000 votes compared to 714,000 for John Kerry. In Ohio, 50.9% for President Bush compared to 48.5% for John Kerry. This is with 97% of the vote reported. I'm going to read one more time the statement as we look at the numbers from Ohio from Mary Beth Cahill, who indicates by her account that there are still more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. The Kerry campaign saying that we believe when they are, John Kerry will win Ohio. Several other states still not yet called by the Associated Press, including Nevada, where the president is currently ahead with 65% of the vote reported from that state. He has 311,000 votes compared to 301,000 for John Kerry. That translates to about 48.5%. So as you can see, about a 10,000 vote margin between the president and Senator Kerry. In New Mexico, a state that the president lost 4 years ago, he is currently ahead with 52.1% of the vote compared to 46.6% of the vote for John Kerry. In Michigan, John Kerry is ahead with about 50% of the vote compared to 48% for President Bush. And finally, in the state of Wisconsin, which is a very narrow margin right now for John Kerry, he has just under 50% of the vote in Michigan compared to 49.2% for President Bush. The scene at the Reagan Building here in Washington, D.C., and in Boston at Copley Square, where we heard from Senator John Edwards a short while ago saying that they are not conceding anything. They're still waiting for all the votes to be counted. Let's get your reaction to where we are now at about 2:40 in the morning East Coast time. Leesburg, Virginia, you're up next. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm calling from Loudoun County, Virginia, which is the fastest growing county in the United States. And I wanted to tell you that my supervisor of my area is a 27-year-old female. And I went to the polls today and voted and noted that mostly people over 50 were there at the polls voting. I don't know if that means anything. But I voted for George Bush, and my supervisor is a conservative. I wanted to actually ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask why the scrutiny would just go on the swing state with regard to counting votes as opposed to any of the other states. I mean, couldn't there be errors in any of the other states?
Well, I think what we're looking at are some of the states that remain the closest. Certainly Wisconsin is one of them. Iowa is very close. Nevada is a very close race. And so I think if you take what happened in Florida, where it was less than 1% of the vote, there's an automatic recall that is, or a recount that is triggered in Florida. And so one would suspect that the most closely watched races tonight and tomorrow and over the next couple of days will be those races that remain the closest.
Okay, because if there was any difficulty with the vote, it would occur in any of the states, I would think. If there was any discrepancies, right?
Well, you're right, although obviously if it's a several 100,000 vote margin victory for either John Kerry or George W. Bush, you'd have to do very well, particularly, for example, if you take a look at Ohio, where the president is ahead by several 100,000 votes, and yet the Kerry campaign says that they're not going to concede that state because 250,000 votes, what they call provisional ballots, yet to be counted in that state. Let's move on to Melbourne, Kentucky. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I've been watching your program and listening to the viewers, and I'm kind of in disbelief. I voted for Kerry. That people would actually even consider voting for Bush. This is a man that people are claiming to vote basically on moral grounds, and usually they're talking like one issue, usually abortion. I mean, the things that they're not looking at are like economic issues, how many people have lost jobs in this country, people don't have health care, and it's just amazing to me as people can't even consider that. And this man, this moral man, has started a war in Iraq, sent our men and women over there in harm's way for what? It's for oil and greed. He let Osama bin Laden go. We just left Afghanistan. And it just really bewilders me. It just amazes me. And they keep getting on there, up and talking about all the morals, and the churches keep going in and preaching politics. And I believe if they keep preaching politics, and keep ignoring the separation of church and state, maybe the government needs to start taxing them. Maybe they need to stick to preaching religion and not politics, or lose their tax-exempt status.
Thank you for the call from Melbourne, Kentucky. We heard from Senator John Edwards as he spoke to supporters for under 2 minutes in Boston. At just about the same time, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Ed Gillespie, speaking to supporters at the Reagan Building here in Washington, this from about 10 minutes ago.
I'm sorry to be constantly giving these updates, but I wanted to bring you up to speed on where things stand a little bit. Relative to Ohio especially, let me tell you where we are. The president now enjoys a 51 to 48.6% lead in Ohio. Now bear with me for a second, because I'm going to do a little math here. We have a 123,000 vote margin at this point. But there's still 1% of Cuyahoga County left to be cast. 1% of Cuyahoga County is about 6,600 votes. And I don't think 100% of those go one way or the other. But assume they do. There are also between 120,000 and 130,000 provisional ballots in Ohio right now. Just so you know, provisional ballots are new under the Helping America Vote Act, and the rule relative to provisional ballots is they are provisional because they are questionable. They're not counted until they're proved to be valid. And what we saw in, for example, Cook County, Illinois, in a Democratic primary, was a range of between 7 to 23% of the provisional ballots cast that were counted at the end of the night. If you assume 25% of provisional ballots were counted, that would be around 30,000 provisional ballots that would count. And again, 100% of those are unlikely to go to one candidate or the other. And so, but that is what we're waiting to discern here. And I just wanted to make sure you understood that the 123,000 vote margin compared to that those percentages of provisional ballots and the 1% of Cuyahoga that is yet to come in are unlikely to affect that outcome, but we will all be patient. So thank you for your patience right now. Bear with us, and we'll be back here with an update shortly. Thank you very much.
Ed Gillespie, chairman of the Republican National Committee, speaking to campaign supporters here in Washington, D.C., where they've set up shop at the Reagan Building. Again, what he was talking about, those provisional ballots, which, as he indicated, are ballots by those individuals who feel that there may be some sort of discrepancy. They voted. They then have to go back and check to make sure that the individuals who cast those ballots are legally registered in the district where they, in fact, did vote. You can also note that the Kerry campaign, in a statement, issued a written statement by Mary Beth Cahill. We read this earlier, but if you just joined us, I'll read to you what she had said. Quote, "The vote count in Ohio has not been completed. There are more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. We believe when they are, John Kerry will win Ohio." And again, these are the provisional ballots that you heard from Chairman Ed Gillespie. A number of states that remain very close. You can continue to get continue to get results on our website at cspan.org. We'll also have them on the lower portion of the screen. But we're going to continue with your phone calls and show you the results from the Senate races, more than 30 that took place, a third of the Senate up this year. And by all accounts, the Republicans will maintain their majority in the 109th Congress. Next up, we'll take a call from the state of Washington. Go ahead, please. You're on C-SPAN.
Hi. I voted for Bush, and I would really like to see him get a chance to finish what he started. I think he's done pretty much what he's promised to do when he was elected in 2000, and I just wanted to say that I'm rooting for him to finish up what he started.
What was the voting like where you when you cast your ballot in the state of Washington?
Well, I vote with a absentee ballot because I have a disability. But most of the people that I know voting it's not really crowded in down in here in this little town that I live in. So the people that voted here locally, it was pretty much it's a Democratic, a Republican area where I'm at.
Okay, thank you for the call from Antioch, Washington. You're looking at the results from the U.S. Senate races, 34 this year, and these are from the Associated Press actual numbers with, in many cases, between 80 to 95% of the vote reporting in. San Bernardino, California, our next caller.
Here.
Go ahead.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Fine, thank you.
I voted for Kerry my first time there, and I just think that...
Caller, I'm going to move on because you're calling on a cell phone and breaking up, so we can't hear you, unfortunately. We'll try to get back with you later. Next up is a call from Austin, Texas.
Hello.
Go ahead, caller.
Hi, I voted for Nader. And I can't believe what everybody's saying about Bush. I know before, when he was first nominated, we were talking about what would happen if he was elected, and we said that he would probably go after Saddam Hussein, he would jack up oil prices, and with everything he's done to this environment, and and no one's really concentrating, except Nader, and here you have the media who's just basically ignoring him. He wasn't even on the ballot in this state. I had to vote for him as a write-in. And I believe it's really unfortunate that a lot of people are unable to they seem to be unable to think for themselves. They take what they see on the media, which is largely controlled by, business organizations. And I do believe that they should try to even things out, again, back from before the Reagan administration. And to say that, someone is, and the whole thing about the partial birth abortion, the thing that they're trying to pass, it does not allow for safety measures, like if they're using it to save someone's life. It has nothing to do, with me at least, about ethics. It's about, the choices. And sometimes I believe it's also, it's easier to do something that way, and then instead of giving a baby up for adoption where they might end up suffering in the long run even more. And yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the call. You're looking at the results from the 34 Senate races around the country, including some incumbents who were re-elected, Patty Murray in the state of Washington. And in Wisconsin, Russ Feingold, who was re-elected in a race against Tim Michels. We aired a number of debates in the Wisconsin Senate race, and over 100 in all on C-SPAN and C-SPAN 2. This is the scene in Boston where, according to our folks in that city, the Kerry campaign has told folks that they can go home for the night. There has been what's called in our business a lid, which means no more comments from anyone by the Kerry campaign. It's about 10 minutes to 3 in Boston. The rain has been off and on during the course of the evening, and these folks at Copley Square are heading out. We don't expect to hear anything more from the Kerry campaign until tomorrow morning. Let's recap. According to the Associated Press, as we look at the scene in Boston, the following states have not yet been called officially by the Associated Press. They include Iowa, Nevada, New Mexico, Ohio, and Wisconsin. These races still too close to call. Some of the networks have given President Bush anywhere from 245 to 269 Electoral College votes, but nobody, as of now, has declared President Bush the winner in this election. Still awaiting for the results in those most closely watched battleground states of the upper Midwest and out west, Nevada and New Mexico. Next is a call from Westerville, Ohio. You're on C-SPAN. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing fine.
Yeah, I'm glad you're up here. I want to tell you a little story. 28 years ago, I lived in Erie, Pennsylvania, and a young teenager encouraged me to become involved in the presidential election. And he told me to choose whichever candidate, Ford or Carter, I would work for, and it was Carter. And so I have worked on every presidential election as a volunteer since then. And as an independently registered person, I look closely at, as do many people, at the candidate. And the important thing to me are values. And my first impression was to vote against Bush. But the more I studied the candidates in all of the debates, the Democratic debates, I became more and more impressed, not only with Kerry, but also with his wife. At first, I felt that she was a little bit too, perhaps, abrasive, but one of my heroines is Eleanor Roosevelt. So tonight I wish that I were downtown in Columbus, sharing the evening with other people, but I happen to be ill right now, so I'm working. I work from home on this election. But I was going to say, Kerry, do not make a statement tonight. And I'm glad to see that they're all going home and that they just wait. And the caller, your recent caller who asked about counting votes in all of the states, I know that if the margin is so great, you don't have to do that. However, sometimes I begin to wonder. Now, we vote electronically where I live, and I trusted that even more than an absentee ballot, which is not saying very much for our country at this time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the call from Central Ohio and Westerville. Next up, Memphis, Tennessee. Good morning. Memphis, you with us?
No, this is Memphis, Texas.
Memphis, Texas. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
There's two of them.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, I'm a Bush supporter.
Uh-huh.
And I'm an old man, and I've worked in elections since 1960. And I can remember some nights that I was terribly sad. I thought the Republican Party was dead in 1964. And then again in 1960, when Carter, when the lady said she worked for Carter, following the Watergate, I thought that we'd probably have to change the name of the Republican Party to ever get back on good footing. But in all my career, I've never called a president of the United States a bad name. I respect the office more than the Democrat Party respects the office.
Mm-hmm.
And that really hurts me for them to call, just openly, call the president a liar, call the president a traitor, call the and it would hurt me just as bad had it been a Democrat that they were calling that.
Thanks for the call from Memphis, Texas. Again, many of the Kerry supporters leaving Copley Square in Boston, this city which hosted the Democratic Convention, the first time ever that Boston hosted a party convention for the home state senator, John Kerry, and of course the city that saw the Boston Red Sox and a huge rally last Saturday celebrating that victory, the first since 1918. And now Boston seeing the question as to whether or not John Kerry will in fact be able to win the presidency. Right now with current trends, President Bush is ahead in the Electoral College vote, and so the Kerry campaign had told its supporters, with the light rain continue to fall in that city, to head home for the night. Nothing more expected until tomorrow morning. We'll move from the scene in Boston to the scene at the Reagan Building, which is inside here in Washington, D.C. Republicans still gathering and looking at the numbers. Next is a call from Cap'n Bridge, West Virginia. Go ahead, please. You're on C-SPAN.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for C-SPAN. It's the greatest tool I have as an American to learn about my political system. 4 years ago, at just this time at 3 in the morning, I got a call through to C-SPAN, and I think it's a real historical event to see our elections come so close again. I lived in Maryland then, and I could vote my conscience for Nader. This year I voted for Kerry, and I think I'm most angry at the Democratic Party because if they had put up a ticket of Edwards and Wesley Clark, we'd all be asleep now, and the election would have been decided already. And so that's kind of a shame. And then I wanted to just finish with the fact that the provisional ballots in Ohio may take up to 11 days to count. That's what the Ohio Secretary of State said about an hour ago. They wait 11 days to count them, and if the margin of error is say 120,000 and there's 200,000 provisionals, then they'll count them, but they won't do that for 11 days. And also, Iowa closed up shop. They're not going to make a decision till tomorrow.
Carla, let me ask you, because obviously this is so reminiscent of what we dealt with 4 years ago, and you called on the line that voted for John Kerry today. But as we go through this process now, which seems inevitable, that in the states like Iowa and Ohio, where the Kerry campaign and in other states, maybe the Bush campaign will challenge the results.
Sure.
How do you think the nation will deal with this?
I think we'll grow and survive, and hopefully, we'll learn something from it. I would love to see, in the next 4 years, a Friday night, Saturday election with an electronic vote that you could go on the internet or somewhere and verify with a number. I mean, we have the technology. I think our democracy can survive it for sure, and we'll grow and we'll get better. And I like to agree with the caller from Memphis, Texas, who said, there's just no point in name-calling the candidate that you don't prefer. That just doesn't help anything. Most people make too much of an emotional and not a factual voting decision. So.
And why do you think this country is so evenly divided between the red and the blue states?
Well, I'd be happy to tell you. The corporate media controls everything, and they would just as soon have all of us Americans arguing with each other about liberal versus conservative, and all these other issues instead of the real main points that are the problems in this country. So if they get us arguing on all that stuff instead of, letting us find out what's really going on, I think the voting would be a lot different. Things would be a lot different. Corporations aren't paying their fair share of taxes, and so on and so on. So,
thank you for the call from
thank you.
Cape and Bridge, West Virginia, a state that went for President Bush. Next, a supporter of the president from Vancouver, Washington. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What was the voting like today? Did you vote today?
Yes, I voted. I voted Bush today. I'm a 23-year-old male. And the reason I voted for Bush was because I'm independent for the most part, actually. But Kerry just didn't have anything to offer. I didn't see any real positions that he had that were that great, All he could really do is just point out the faults in Bush, whereas Bush at least had some stances. And so I figured that I'd rather have somebody with a firm grasp on what they believe rather than just somebody who could, I don't know how to exactly describe it. But
let me ask you the same question I asked the previous caller, a supporter of Senator Kerry. As we go through this recount process, how do you think those on both sides of the aisle will deal with it, especially the partisan supporters of President Bush and Senator Kerry?
I've been following it pretty close, and I think that I hope it doesn't go into another thing like it did in Florida. I've been following politics very closely ever since then, and I think the lawyers will have to get involved, unfortunately, but hopefully there will be enough of a lead, a good 120,000 voter turnout for Bush. That way there won't be that much of a chance for Kerry in Ohio,
Okay. Thank you for the call.
That's what it's all going to come down to, though.
Appreciate it. Thank you from Vancouver, Washington. Next up, we'll hear this caller from Riverside, California. Go ahead, please.
Hi, yeah. I voted for John Kerry, of course, and I feel that John Kerry has a very good heart, and I feel that he knows what he's doing. George Bush has a lot of different issues, and he stutters a lot when he talks, and he changes his stories a lot. And I don't understand that, because so many people are saying that George Bush is a Christian-going guy, that there he is throwing these other people's kids that have like one or two kids into the army, and I don't understand that at all, how he can say he's a Christian and then he goes and does that.
Thank you for the call.
You.
This is the scene in Washington, D.C. at the Reagan Building. We're also keeping track of the Senate races, including the Colorado Senate race, where we heard from Ken Salazar, the State Attorney General, declaring victory in that race. These numbers, with 88% of the vote reporting in from Colorado. Ken Salazar has just over 50% of the vote compared to 47.5% for Pete Coors. Earlier tonight, the head of Coors Brewery in Colorado spoke to supporters.
You guys are great. Well, it's been a long night. Let me just tell you that I just had an opportunity to call Ken Salazar and congratulate him for being our United States Senator. No, we ran a wonderful, clean, positive campaign. And we I'm particularly pleased and proud to be surrounded up here with my family.
For those of you joining us from 9 News, we are listening to Pete Coors making a concession speech from GOP headquarters.
They've been right by my side during this entire campaign, particularly Marilyn. And I couldn't be more proud of them, and I couldn't be more proud of all of you. This is a little different speech than I wanted to give tonight, but in many ways, it's the same speech, because what I would do under any circumstance is come out here and tell you what a remarkable bunch of volunteers and staff you all have been during this campaign. Thank you. We have really enjoyed campaigning all around Colorado and meeting and getting to know so many of you here tonight and around this state. It's just been a wonderful experience. And, you know, I jumped into this race because I did and still do believe our country is at a great crossroads, and that I could no longer stay on the sidelines, and that I'd be disappointed if I didn't give this an effort and participate in this process. This is a great process. This is a great country, and I'm proud to be part of it. We can all be happy that we're going to continue to have a Republican-controlled Senate. That will make a Senate that will make a real difference, positive difference for this country in the future. And we can also be very, very we can also be thrilled that we've got George W. Bush for 4 more years. As I've said throughout this campaign, I'm not doing this because I need a job. And I will now go back to having the greatest job in America running a beer company. Thank you all very much. I love you. God bless you. Thank you.
That coverage from KUSA in Denver. Pete Kors conceding the race for the U.S. Senate over Ken Salazar, which is a Democratic pickup in that race. Let's look at the numbers. First, for the U.S. House of Representatives, you need 218 for a majority. The Republicans going into this election with a majority in the House, and they will maintain that for the 109th Congress. As of now, there are 224 Republican seats, 196 Democratic seats, 1 independent, and 14 yet to be decided. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Senate, the Republicans adding to their majority for the next Congress with 52 Republican seats, the Democrats holding on to 44 seats, 1 independent, Jim Jeffords of Vermont, who aligns himself with the Democrats, and 3 races yet to be decided. And in the governor's races, the Republicans now hold on to 28 of the state houses, compared to 21 for the Democrats. One of the Senate races getting a fair amount of attention in South Carolina, Jim DeMint, who declared victory earlier tonight. Here's what he had to say.
Ms. Tenenbaum just called and graciously conceded the race. To say that I'm pleasantly surprised would be an understatement. Folks, the irony is if you add 23% to her total, you get my total tonight. Like we said before, it is amazing what a regular low-voltage guy can do with the help of some good friends and family. Thank you all for all you did in this race. You know, we started this Mission Impossible almost 2 years ago. And Mission 1 was getting by a pretty tough primary, 6-way primary, expensive primary, but Mission was accomplished.
Jim DeMint earlier tonight declaring victory in the South Carolina Senate race. We move now to Anchorage, Alaska, where former Governor Tony Knowles is talking to supporters.
Quickly, can we? You know, we've been here before. It was just 10 years ago. We were behind in the count. Nome hadn't reported in, and all those other ballots hadn't been counted. Wanted to give you a status report of that, though. The numbers, we are behind now. Nome has not reported in. That includes the Nome district includes all of the villages in western Alaska from Dillingham up through the North Slope to Barrow, plus all of the interior villages of the YK drainage, so and the Seward Peninsula. So there's a lot of people whose votes haven't been counted, and so I don't make any decisions on anything until all the votes are counted. There's also, and we have not been able to get from the Division of Elections, a report from them on how many challenged ballots, and we believe that there may be up to 15,000 of those, and how many absentee ballots, somewhere between 35 and 45,000 of those. So,
all right, Tony Knowles speaking to his supporters at the Knowles campaign headquarters tonight, where they're watching election results, not conceding at this point, says he will wait for those ballots to be counted, especially because Western Alaska...
KTUU in Alaska simulcasting their coverage. We just heard from the former governor, Tony Knowles, in the race for the U.S. Senate. Let's look at the numbers to show you exactly what the former governor was talking about in his race to defeat Lisa Murkowski, who was appointed 2 years ago by her father, who now serves as governor of Alaska. 64% of the vote reporting in from that state. Senator Murkowski getting almost 51% of the vote, 106,000 votes compared to Tony Knowles' 90,000 votes, or 43.2. So that translates to about 16,000 vote margin, and still no winner declared in that race. But Lisa Murkowski is ahead, again 64% of the vote reporting in. There are still supporters gathering at the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. In Boston, most of the Kerry supporters have left. They were gathering outside at Copley Square. The Bush supporters gathering inside at the Reagan Building, which is about a block from the White House. We'll continue with your phone calls, get your reaction to the results so far. Tell us what it was like when you went to the polls today and what you think about where we're at tonight with a race yet to be called. In the road to the White House, Destin, Florida, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Christian from Destin, Florida, and I want to know why Dan Rather is just eating his words. President Bush is going to win. I'm a huge Bush supporter, and I don't understand why they just won't let it go and Kerry go on home.
What has Dan Rather been saying tonight? We've been here doing our own coverage.
He is just going on and on about how Kerry's going to get in there, and right now, for the popular vote, there are 3 million for President Bush. There's no way possible that Kerry's going to win.
Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
Minneapolis is our next caller. Good morning.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
I just wanted to say, actually, that, I'm pretty much an avid supporter of, the Kerry on my own term. But the main reason for my call is I'm just freaking impressed at how many people are actually gone out and voted this year versus the other years. As far as the youth is concerned, and how many people are supporting just going out and putting in their number.
When you went today, caller, how long did it take for you to cast your ballot?
At least an hour and a half. Not incredibly long, as far as most people waited in line. But I got my vote in. I voted for Kerry. It's kind of a bummer that I don't think he's going to win, but at least more people got their word in. More people went out and voted. So congratulations to the Bush parties and congratulations to the Kerry parties for at least casting everything.
And what are your thoughts as you look at where we are tonight? No winner declared in the presidential race. President Bush ahead in the Electoral College count.
What was that? I'm sorry?
I said your thoughts about where we're at this hour. No winner declared, but the president is ahead in the Electoral College vote.
Like I said, I'm really impressed with how many people are casting their votes. I mean, it's really a close race. So far, I've been catching it and watching it, and this is really the first year I've really got into anything as far as really wanting the president in my way to win. And I'm just amazed at how close everything has been.
Thank you. Suffolk, Virginia, you're next.
Yes, I'm a big Bush supporter, and I think it's really unfair that Senator Kerry and Kerry supporters blame Bush for the war. I understand exactly how people feel when their family have to leave and go to Iraq, because I myself have a brother that was stationed in Iraq for a year and is scheduled to go back. But after 9/11, I think the Americans really wanted action, and they wanted to be protected from terrorists. And I just think that, the casualties in Iraq are very unfortunate. But unfortunately, with war, casualties are
are just going to happen, and it's very unfortunate. And I know I worry about my brother when he's overseas, but I mean, we have a system in America of checks and balances, and that's why we have them, is so that not just the president can declare war, but so that everyone has a say. And I think it's just unfair, and I think the people really need to sit back and rethink their decision for Kerry, because he's tried to play both sides of the fence. When the war was supported, then he was all for it, but when then people were kind of against the war, he kind of switched over and changed his mind. So I like a president who's very decisive.
Thank you. Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Next up, Macomb, Mississippi. Good morning to you. You're on C-SPAN.
Hello, yes. I was just going to give you guys a call. I was a little disappointed in the actual turnout in the southern areas for the younger population. I'm 23, and I drove an hour just to vote because I was out of town and made it just before the polls did close. But I do think that some of the issues involving this election, I am a big Kerry supporter, is not really focused on what issues we're having in the United States, but what issues are in other countries overseas. And I feel that if we can't get along as a communities together, how can we solve other problems in other areas, such as we're fighting the inevitable, which is death, and terrorism is something that cannot be prevented, will always happen because there's hatred in the world. There are things that you can do to slow that process down, but there's nothing that's going to completely stop that. If we have issues such as abortion, and we have issues such as gay rights, which I haven't heard anyone speak about, I'm a big avid believer that everyone should have the equal right for opportunity as someone else, and that when others are given the freedom to make decisions or laws concerning other people's lives, that's a little much too much freedom concerning other people's issues, if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, appreciate the comment. Thanks very much.
You.
Jefferson City, Missouri is our next caller. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
I'm a big Bush supporter, and I would just like to remind the American people, that we were going into a recession, in 2000, and President Bush has gone through a war as our president, and now our economy's starting to come up and everything. And I just think that John Kerry, he talks a good talk. He talks the talk, and George Bush walks the walk. I can sit here in Jefferson City, Missouri, and tell you that I will not raise your taxes, but what I actually say and then what I actually did is two different things. And I think that if Kerry, which I don't think will happen, but if he did get the presidency, I think that those who do support him will see that.
Thanks for the call. Next up is Kenosha, Wisconsin. Go ahead, please.
Hi.
Did you vote today?
No, I did not.
Why?
Because I'm only 16.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
But if I did, I would have voted for Kerry.
Why?
Because, just all the stuff that's gone wrong under Bush's administration, it just really has me going. And I don't think he's done a really good job. But I think Kerry, I don't really like everything about Kerry, but I think he's got, I think he can fix some things. But I heard that only 17% of young voters turned out today. Do you know if that's true?
I have not seen the actual results of the breakdown, but I'm sure we'll have that by tomorrow morning. As a 16-year-old, I imagine you're in high school. You're going to be up all night?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Ashland, Kentucky, you're next.
Hi, I'm Andy McClay from Ashland, Kentucky. 20 years old, and I voted for Kerry today.
And what was the turnout like?
It was actually surprisingly disappointing for people around my age, but maybe there was a lot of absentee ballots because people my age generally don't stay in the city that long. But the main concern I had with the lack of young people is the fact that a lot of the issues around Kentucky, such as the gay marriage bill that got passed, involved more younger people than the older people. It just blows my mind that we can have such constitutional amendments under the Bush administration that really violates our rights. And people are saying, well, Bush is pro-gay. Kerry's pro-gay marriage, but Bush is actually pro-gay marriage now too. A few weeks ago on some morning talk show, Bush did blatantly state that he was pro-gay marriage, and it just seems to me that people vote based in these areas, vote based on the religion instead of voting based on what facts have been heard, and it just seems like a blind bias.
Okay, thank you for the call. If you've just joined us, it is about 3:30 in the morning, and supporters of the president continue to gather at the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C., waiting for more of the results to come in. Let's take a look at the states that still have not yet been called officially. First in Iowa, 98% of the vote reporting, and President Bush is ahead by about 21,000 votes. 50% of the vote compared to 49.2% for John Kerry. In Michigan, John Kerry is ahead with about 50.5% of the vote compared to 48.3% for the president. In New Mexico, a state that the president narrowly lost in 2000, President Bush ahead with 52.2% of the vote compared to 46.6% for John Kerry. In Ohio, where there are still some provisional ballots to be counted, but the president is ahead with 51% of the vote in Ohio compared to 48.4% for Senator Kerry. And finally in Wisconsin, which remains very close at this hour, 49.9% for John Kerry, 49.2% for President Bush. You can see the margin of error, the vote difference in that, under 20,000 votes between the president and John Kerry. We want to show you also from earlier this evening the North Carolina Senate race. This is Richard Burr, who won in a closely watched race against Democrat Erskine Bowles. This is a Republican pickup in the U.S. Senate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank goodness Brooke didn't know that Fox News was carrying her introduction live, did she? This is overwhelming. It really is, to see the size of this crowd at a place that really plays such a special part in my life. But today is a special day for me, and I want to thank everyone who believed in my candidacy and really who went out and worked to make tonight's victory possible. There's so many special people who I want to thank by name. First, one man that's with me tonight, who served as an advisor from the very beginning of my campaign and who went across North Carolina on my behalf, helping to raise money, Senator Jim Broyhill. Jim, Brooke, and I thank you for everything that you've done. And also the chair of my campaign, who I look forward to joining in the United States Senate. She campaigned for me, with me. She made TV commercials for me, and I greatly appreciate everything she has done. And soon I will have the great, distinct honor of referring to her as the senior senator from North Carolina. She threw me a little while ago because she put me on the phone with the other Senator Dole. While they couldn't be here tonight, there are 4 individuals who served as advisors and who did their part in a large way to make this happen. And I hope they're watching on TV tonight so that I can thank them in the right way. Senator Jesse Helms. Senator Helms, even with the limitations that he's currently under, was tireless in the requests that we made and the locations that he went to. Senator Locke Faircloth. I can tell you that I did events from Washington to Georgia, and as I got to those events, I looked around and there was Locke Faircloth already there as a supporter on my behalf. I can never thank Locke Faircloth enough for what he's done. Former Governor Jim Martin and former Governor Holzhauser. I've talked to Governor Martin and I've talked to Governor Holzhauser both tonight, and they both send their regards. They wish they could be with us, but their advice to me was just, from a standpoint of statewide candidates, was invaluable to this campaign. There are some other very special guests that I want to thank. For without them, I couldn't have entered this race, much less be standing here tonight as a winner. First is my wife, Brooke. For those that don't know, she has a full-time career. She set that aside. She went out on the campaign trail when I couldn't come home from Washington. She went out on the campaign trail when I said, here's an area that we need to beef up, and I've been there, and they need to see a fresh face. They need to see the other side of that commercial, we approved this ad. For the last 10 days, on and off, she and I have traveled together. I think it's mystified the national media and the local media that in the last few days of a campaign, she and I would actually go to Main Street of Waynesville, North Carolina, Main Street of Elizabeth City, Main Street of Edenton, Main Street of Hendersonville. I said very early on in this campaign, I don't do things like most statewide campaigns, and I proved that that works. I owe Brooke more than I can ever say to you publicly, and tonight I just want to say, Brooke, thank you for everything. What do I say about Tyler and William? Yeah, Carolina. I think Tyler was changing voters one girl at a time. And William, I told this story on the campaign trail that William and I had a Saturday night where we happened to be home together. Brooke was in the Northeast traveling. We're driving to eat dinner. William looks over at me and he says, "So what are you going to do if you lose?" Said, "I don't know. I guess I'll be home more often. I can help you with your homework every night. Make sure that dinner's on the table at the right hour and that you actually have what you should be eating." He looked over at me. He said, "I guess I better start campaigning, huh?" Listen, without these two, Brooke and I really could not have done this. They have put up with the brunt of us being gone, of the inability to have two parents at home for really the last year and a half. And to them, I am eternally grateful. I can't stand up here without thanking my parents, David and Martha Burr, who have supported me in everything. They have supported me in everything that I've attempted to do. They have done TV commercials, they've done radio commercials, They've helped introduce me to voters and told everyone that they knew that I'd be a good senator. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Thanks.
WRAL's coverage of the election returns from North Carolina. Congressman Richard Burr, the winner in that race. He served 5 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives, defeated Erskine Bowles, who ran 2 years ago and lost to Elizabeth Edwards, and now Erskine Bowles losing to Congressman Richard Burr. Here are the numbers. 99% of the vote reporting from North Carolina. Congressman Burr with almost 52% of the vote, compared to 46.5% for Erskine Bowles, former White House Chief of Staff in the Clinton administration. Again, we're going to take you back to the Reagan building, where campaign supporters looking at the numbers and possibly awaiting for the president to come to the stage. It is about 3:30 in the morning. The president about a block away at the White House. We'll show you the scene and take more of your phone calls. First up is Joplin, Missouri. Go ahead, please.
I'm a first-time caller, and I waited in line an hour this morning, and I just wanted to say that I voted for President Bush, and the reason I didn't vote for Kerry, and I don't understand why anybody really did, he wrote a book, and on the cover he put an American flag upside down, flying backwards, and even though I don't know what that means, maybe one of you do, but it can't be good, and that don't sound like somebody that should be our president.
Thank you for the call. Next up is a caller from Hawaii. Go ahead, please.
Hi, yes. To answer that lady's question, he probably put the flag upside down and backwards because everybody in America is thinking more about moral standards than what's actually going on.
Well, actually, I think, caller, she's talking about the book that John Kerry wrote about 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes more sense today if you look at it, because Bush lost so many jobs, and everybody's voting compared to he don't want gay marriages and all this other stuff. But if you think about it, we're so self-concerned that we're worried about what other people are doing than getting jobs and supporting our families. The troops are getting sent over there. People I know personally have died, okay? They're not thinking they're losing their children. Jobs are lost, and he's raising medical standards to the nth degree. Give Kerry a chance to prove what he's saying is true, and let him in office.
Thank you. Next is a caller from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Good morning.
Hi. I'm a first-time caller. Good morning. I took my 2 children with me today to go vote, and their ages 5 and 9, and I voted for George W. Bush. I voted for him because of his ethics, morals, and for what he stands for. And he wouldn't sell our country into socialism. And I think if we look at other countries like Russia and China and other countries, they aren't for gay marriage. And I just think we're following after a lot of liberal countries who want that. And I heard a few of your callers earlier that they were disappointed that they didn't see a big turnout of young people voting. They should have been in Pennsylvania, where Democrats picked them up at college and encouraged them to vote in Allegheny County after hours at 10 o'clock. And guess who they probably encouraged them to vote for? Kerry.
Okay. Thank you for the call. From Pittsburgh, Denton, Texas, you're next.
Is Denton, Texas?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Okay. Hi. I early voted for John Kerry. I'm a disabled, and so I chose to go when there wasn't such long lines. And I truly believe at this particular point, because I live in a red state, even though I got to exercise my right, my vote really didn't count. I believe until the electorate has decided that it really needs to do proportionate, that we're really going to have a hard time with the polarization that we have in our country. And I think we have decided in our long runs that we've now got a third party. If you will look at all the moderates that will be in the House and in the Senate, that we've decided that none of us can tolerate the far left or the far right.
Thank you, caller. Appreciate that comment. You're looking at the scene at the Reagan Building, and we'll take you now live to Anchorage, Alaska, where Senator Lisa Murkowski is speaking to supporters.
Oh, we're live? All right. Are we ready? Then let's go and tell everybody what a great campaign we ran. Let's go.
All right, you're just hearing from Senator Lisa Murkowski live from the Snow Goose. It appears as though she is heading here right now because she's saying, are we ready? Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
And are we live? And I think the fact that she now saw
That live coverage from KTUU in Anchorage, one of a number of stations that C-SPAN has been able to simulcast. We want to thank them for allowing us to share with you their coverage of the returns there. Right now in Alaska, Senator Murkowski looks like she is ahead by 15 or 16,000 votes, with 51% of the vote compared to Tony Knowles with 44%. We're looking at the scene at the Reagan Building. We also want to take a look at the leadership races in the House, beginning with Nancy Pelosi from the San Francisco area. She represents California's 8th District. She won easily in re-election against two opponents, including Jennifer DePalma, getting about 85% of the vote in California's 8th District. Speaker Dennis Hastert was re-elected with 68.5% of the vote in Illinois' 14th District. And in Maryland's 5th District, the House Democratic whip Steny Hoyer with about 68.5% of the vote. He was challenged by Brad Jewett, the Republican candidate. And Roy Blunt, whose son won in the Missouri governor's race, was re-elected in Missouri's 7th District, getting about 70% of the vote. He was challenged by Jim Newberry, the Democratic candidate. We're looking at the results from the leadership races. And Tom DeLay, who's the House Republican leader, responsible for the redistricting that created several new seats for the Republicans in Texas, and voters in the 22nd District of Texas re-electing Tom DeLay. He spoke to supporters earlier in the night in Houston.
Thank you. Well, you know how much I listen to the press. Yeah. Well, the press just declared us a winner tonight, so I guess I'll listen to them on that one. They also declared Pete Sessions up in Dallas a winner. Randy Nuggebauer in Lubbock is a winner. Louis Gohmert in Tyler is a winner. Ted Poe right here in Harris County is a winner. We only have one more to watch, and I know Arlene Wogemuth's going to come through and beat Chet Edwards. Because of Texas right now, right now, as things stand, we have a net gain of a few seats in the House of Representatives nationwide. Yeah. You know, God bless Texas. You know, every 4 years we're told that this is the most important election of our lifetime. But this time it's true. And before we get too caught up in the exit polls and the spin and the media analysis, I think we should all just take a moment to give thanks for the blessings we all have to be able to live in this great democracy of ours. History has been made today in Texas, not by a handful of politicians like me, but by millions of Americans just like you. Americans of every race, creed, and color whose names will never be in a newspaper. The real winner of the 2004 election will be the American people. And and the wide world of freedom-loving men and women that we defend. Their victory has not been won through their wealth or power, but through their service. Those wonderful men and women that are defending us worldwide, that's who's winning this victory tonight. I tell you, I am so honored to be among so many friends tonight and to know that all the sacrifices that you've made over the last few months and weeks are finally paying off. I'm humbled by the reception we've received over the last few months, by the continued faith that my district has in me, and by the opportunity to serve such wonderful people in Washington. As of right now, America's election results may still be in doubt, but our future is very clear. Whatever the outcome tonight, starting tomorrow, we're all back on the job. And we all know what that job is: strengthening America's security, prosperity, and families. The American people have spoken tonight, and all indications are that they have hired a Republican House of Representatives for the 6th straight election. That means it's time for our national majority to start thinking about the future. Time to start thinking beyond just fighting the war on terror, about winning it outright, winning that war. Time to start thinking beyond just growing the economy and about fundamentally strengthening it by ridding our economy of the overtaxation, overregulation, and overlitigation that has hamstrung it for decades. Time to start thinking beyond just protecting our families and about strengthening their lives and liberty in a renewed American culture of hope. My friends, the end of this campaign is not the end of our national season of service. I know for a fact that the families of Texas will continue this work tomorrow and the next day and the next. While some of us must do the work of our government, all of us must do the work of our nation, raising our families, educating our children, protecting our communities, and serving our faith. The families of Texas are the finest people I've ever had the privilege to know and the honor to serve. I am humbled by your trust and excited about the prospect of serving you for another 2 years, especially considering the vigorous campaign we face this time around. This has been an interesting term, to say the least. In Washington, we grappled with the most difficult issues, from war to health care to tax relief for working families. Closer to home, Texas voters were finally given a level playing field so that in 2004, for the first time in 100 years, their votes will truly be reflective of their congressional delegation. Now, with a delegation that finally reflects the way that Texans vote, I look forward to returning to Washington and working with all my colleagues to continue delivering solutions for the people of this state and the Houston-Galveston region. Whether through all the stuff that we've been working on, we will continue to work hard in the future. It looks like it's going to be a late night, but every indication is that we have plenty more celebrating to do tonight. I think we know who the ultimate winner is going to be tonight. We know that we're going to have George W. Bush as President of the United States for 4 more years. We know that we're going to have a larger majority in the United States Senate. We know we're going to have a larger majority in the United States House of Representatives. We're going to have a larger majority in the Texas Senate, in the Texas House. The Republican Party is a permanent majority for the future of this country. And you did it all by all your hard work. All those weeks, all those days, all those hours that you put in are paying off, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not paying off for me. It's not even paying off for you. It's paying off for the future of this country. We're going to be able to lead this country in the direction we've been dreaming of for years. We're going to be able to turn this country over to our children better than we found it. And that's all God is asking of us. And we're going to put God back into the public square. And then when we do that, He will heal this land and He will bless America. God bless America. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tom DeLay, the House Republican leader from Texas's 22nd congressional district, declaring victory. And as a result of redistricting and some new pickups for the Republican Party, this is what it looked like this past Congress in Texas, where there were 16 Republicans and 16 Democrats representing that state in the U.S. House of Representatives. When they gather for the 109th Congress, there will be 21 Republicans and 11 Democrats. That's what Tom DeLay was referring to with the pickup of those additional seats in Texas. We also want to show you one of the closely watched governor's races, Christine Gregoire, who is ahead very slightly with 49.1% of the vote compared to 48.7% for Dina Rossi. This is again with the 91% of the vote reporting in the state of Washington. Still too close to call. This is what it looks like at the Reagan Building, where the supporters of President Bush are still gathering and still waiting for the possibility that the president may come to speak to supporters, as additional states may fall into his column, but nothing as of yet. Right now the president has 269 electoral college votes, one shy of the 270 needed to win. Let's hear from this next caller from Bainbridge Island, Washington. Thanks for waiting. Go ahead, please. You're on C-SPAN.
Yeah, I voted for John Kerry, and he was a man with a conscience, and I really feel that this country really needs a president that has a conscience and has compassion for other people around the world, because we're viewed by other people. Also, they're watching this election, and, you know, he also left the terrorist himself, Osama bin Laden, get loose, and that's just not right.
What was the voting like when you went to the polls earlier today?
Pardon me?
What was the voting like when you went to the polls in Bainbridge Island?
Pardon me?
What was the turnout like?
It was quite a bit of people, a lot of people, elderly, young. It was real good.
Thank you for the call. Next, Wichita, Kansas. Good morning.
Well, good morning to you. Happy to be on the program.
We're glad to hear from you. One of the states that went early for President Bush, Kansas.
Yes, my wife and I both voted by absentee ballot last week, and I have really been amazed at how many people who have bought into Kerry's rhetoric. I hear people say, well, Bush changed his mind on a thing or two, and they don't look at Kerry changing his mind all the time. And Bush lost jobs. Bush does not lose jobs. Big business takes jobs overseas. They poured out of this country during the Clinton administration. You know, the presidents can't stop that. But I want to add just a few comments. Kerry is, in voting, is the biggest liberal in Congress, the fourth biggest one by vote, tends to be his running mate. People don't know that he has voted for schools to hand out the morning after abortion pill without parental knowledge or comment or consent. He has voted to increase taxes on Social Security benefits. He's voted against the death penalty for murders of policemen. He's voted to continue the marriage penalty in tax. He's voted to cut FBI funding and almost all military funding. During the Clinton administration, our military was cut in half.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate the comment. Next, we'll get a call from Athens, Georgia. Go ahead, please. Athens, Georgia, you're on C-SPAN. Thank you. We'll next go back to KTUU. This is their coverage of Senator Lisa Murkowski.
Once again, the Knowles campaign is refusing to concede because they have not yet heard from the west coast of Alaska and the north slope of Alaska, which contains a lot of votes for Knowles.
The numbers have changed a little bit as we're looking. 360 precincts now reporting. We're seeing that Murkowski's are roughly a little more than 13,000 vote advantage, so perhaps some of those are slowly trickling in. 360 precincts out of 439. It's a slow move across the floor as you can barely see her.
And she's probably getting
screen.
pulled a million different directions right now.
No doubt. Here are the latest numbers I was just telling you about. A little less than 13, a little more than 13,000, so a little more than 50%.
Now, to give you, just again, to go back and give some perspective, at one point, she was well over 16,000 votes ahead of Knowles. The last two updates that we've received, that lead has shrunk a little bit by about 1,000 each time.
It certainly has, and as Knowles said, you have got to look at his strength. 10 years ago, he was in this situation. It reversed, and so he's certainly hoping for the same, but you definitely have to watch those hand-counted areas, especially in his strength, which is along the west coast and through the Nome area, the interior villages. I think she's literally stuck in the middle of all this. So you can see Lisa McGuire there standing before the senator. She's taking off her scarf, giving her kids a final hug, no doubt, before she starts making her way before the TV cameras once again.
The chant is going up 6 more years. We'll have to see if she's going to address the media individually or if she will do a mass speech a la Tony Knowles. We'll see what's going to happen here.
All right.
It is just a mob scene out there on the floor.
No doubt. They are just all pushing their way through here, trying to at least, it's almost as though they want to just touch her to say congratulations, say hello, and give her a hug, and she's got everybody approaching her.
Getting some congratulatory hugs from some of the folks here in the crowd.
It's great to listen in too, because you can just hear the energy. You can see Justin Stiefel passing through in the background. Her campaign manager, certainly a hard campaign. There's Elliot Bundy there. Certainly a campaign that's experienced so many things, from simple vandalism at campaign headquarters.
Yes, that was serious, yes.
There's really been no calm portion of this race from the start. It was just go get them, and somewhat, the attacks just started so early, inundated with, even we saw a lot of, he protected the family business, so did he. Just a lot of nasty reminders. At the same time, you saw a lot of influence with Ted Stevens and Don Young coming forward and saying, hey, this is the team. We can't let the team go.
Yeah. We have never seen a race like this before, where there's been so much at stake, so much money spent, so much time spent where people have entered races the way they have in terms of an appointment by the governor of Alaska, the father of the woman that he appointed to take his place in the U.S. Senate. It has been a very long, very strange campaign, and it's not over yet. We still have quite a bit to go because simply we're going to have to wait and see what the outlying areas bring for Knowles, if anything, and then we're going to have to see how the absentee and question ballots also fan out here for the two candidates.
I think one thing is for sure, while the nation watches literally this last race, our polls close last. We are one of the last ones in which to determine the United States Senate. I think it's one thing is for sure, and that the United States Senate composition does not matter and does not hinge on this one. So in that sense, it'll be comforting for the nation to see a composition and the fact that they won't have to wait perhaps weeks and weeks and weeks to see all of that. Well, to see though, there are a couple of other close races across the country, huge upsets, including Tom Daschle in South Dakota, which is one thing the Democrats used in this state, the Republicans used, and that is, the Republicans saying Tom Daschle, Hillary Clinton, Ted Kennedy, that trio is who Tony Knowles is with, and they use that as part of their campaign. Tom Daschle, it appears, no longer heading back.
That's right. We'll have to see what happens there. That, again, was a very, very close race. So that is going to do it for us here. We heard from Lisa Murkowski, of course, earlier tonight at the Snow Goose, I think is where she was at, and we heard her remarks there that she felt pretty good about what was going on, but again, it was kind of a wait and see to see what indeed the next couple of precincts will bring her, as well as the counting of absentee and question ballots. We, of course, will be back with you tomorrow, and we'll have it all over again. We'll get all the updates.
KTUU is the NBC affiliate in Anchorage, Alaska. Their coverage of the Senate race, where Lisa Murkowski is ahead by about 14,000 votes compared to former Governor Tony Knowles in that race for a 6-year term. As you heard from their coverage, Lisa Murkowski, appointed by her father 2 years ago. This is with 73% of the vote reported in now. The AP has Lisa Murkowski with 109,000 votes compared to 94,796 votes for Tony Knowles. We want to thank KTUU and our other television stations which have allowed us to carry their coverage and show you how the races are being covered in some of the key Senate races around the country. And a reminder, you can continue to get updated results on our website at cspan.org. Two of the races still among the most closely watched. In Ohio, for example, President Bush is ahead by about 144,000 votes. And in Nevada, President Bush is ahead by about 20,000 votes. We heard earlier from Senator John Edwards, who spoke to supporters in Boston, saying they're not going to concede anything. They've waited 4 years for a victory, so they can wait one more day as the Kerry campaign looks at the numbers and decides what to do next. Meanwhile, Bush campaign supporters continue to gather at the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C., where they've been all night long. And as you can see, where it is now approaching 4 o'clock in the morning, still a full crowd at the Reagan Building, just a block from the White House. We'll look at the scene and get a call from Parson, Kansas. Go ahead, please.
Yes. How can I vote for Kerry when he blames Bush for the increase of gas, when he himself did not pass an energy bill for 14 years, when he says he values life, when he allows the killing of human beings in his abortion beliefs and in the embryo stem cell research, when he allows his people to call the president as Hitler for killing innocent civilians in Iraq, when he personally shot innocent civilians in Vietnam, and on I can just go on, and this will deprive your callers the time. But I am just so ashamed because even the Korean Authority calls your president as Hitler because of the Democrats' very unfair, insulting comments about the president.
Thank you for the call. Appleton, Wisconsin. Go ahead, please.
Hey, first off, I want to say congratulations to Russ Feingold and a huge Senate win for us. And my comment is, the Catholic Church came out not too long ago and said, we need to remember, you cannot base this election off of one issue, and that is abortion. There's too much stake in this election. We had economic issues. We had Iraq issues. Our president had absolutely no plan for the peace. He went in there and just tried to ruin things, and that's exactly what he did. And in the meantime, our economy has just gone downhill, and that's why my vote went to Senator John Kerry.
Thank you. Bakersville, California, you're next.
Hi.
Hi, this is Barbara, and I'm calling from Bakersfield. And I voted for Mr. Bush. I feel like the integrity of this country has lied with him, that he has been a very good president, and everybody blamed him for a lot of things, and I don't think the blame all lies just on our president. It lies with a lot of other things, and he has brought a lot of good things to our country. We should all be very proud that everybody has come out to vote, and I'm just so glad to see a lot of people voting and to put aside all their differences in America and to see what Mr. Bush has done for this country. He hasn't done everything bad, as everybody, a lot of people have said, as Carrie said.
Okay, thank you for the call.
Thank you.
We're going to continue with your phone calls. We want to find out what it was like when you went to the polls, also your thoughts about where we are as a country as we look at the results, and the red states and the blue states, very reminiscent to what we saw 4 years ago in the race between then Governor George W. Bush and Vice President Al Gore. Also a look at the House members who were defeated, 4 from Texas. Also, Congressman Phil Crane of Illinois was defeated. He's been in the U.S. House of Representatives since the late 1960s. Martin Frost, Nick Lampson, Max Sandlin, and Charlie Stenholm, Democrats from the state of Texas. We heard from Tom DeLay earlier. Redistricting took place in that state, and all 4 Democrats from the Texas delegation were defeated at the polls today. Also defeated, Craig Benson, Republican governor of New Hampshire, and Joe Kernan, Democrat from Indiana, who's been in office for just over a year. Joe Kernan took over from Governor Frank O'Bannon, who passed away in 2003. Back to the Reagan Building and Bush campaign headquarters tonight, and your calls. Danville, Pennsylvania, good morning to you. You're on C-SPAN.
Thank you, sir. I would just like to issue a warning to my fellow Americans by echoing Thomas Jefferson. And Jefferson, who was very big on education as well as democracy, said that if we as a people do not make educated choices through the democratic process, that our elected officials will turn into wolves and our nation will turn into automatons, reduced to sinning and suffering. And a lot of the people that I've talked to were very uninformed, or if they were informed, they go to the media that suits their political taste. And I just want to encourage everyone to seek out as much as education, be informed, know the difference between democracy and other forms of government, and in which direction that we're headed.
Okay, thank you for the call. You're looking at the Reagan Building, where we've been seeing folks gathering during the course of the evening, and they have not left. That's in contrast to what we saw in Boston, where the Kerry campaign folks had told the people in Boston to leave. Nothing more would be said tonight. One of the expectations is that we will hear from President Bush if another state is declared for the president, putting him over the top, the 270-plus electoral votes that he needs to win. And as we've been hearing and reading from observers on both sides of the aisle, there is the expectations game, and also the sense that if the president comes out and declares victory, that helps them if there is any sort of recount in states like Ohio or Iowa or Nevada, which remains still very, very close. Earlier tonight, though, we did hear from Senator John Edwards, who is the vice presidential nominee on the Democratic Party. Here's what he had to say in Boston.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's been a long night, but we've waited 4 years for this victory. We can wait one more night. Tonight, John and I are so proud of all of you who are here with us and all of you across the country who have stood with us in this campaign. John Kerry and I made a promise to the American people that in this election, every vote would count and every vote would be counted. Tonight, we are keeping our word, and we will fight for every vote. You deserve no less. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator John Edwards was on the stage earlier tonight in Boston. He served one term in the U.S. Senate. His seat, by the way, now goes to Richard Burr in North Carolina. Coming out, it was the only public comment from the Kerry Edwards campaign. There was also a statement by Mary Beth Cahill on Ohio. She said the vote count in Ohio has not been completed. There are more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. We believe when they are, that John Kerry will win Ohio. Let's look at some of the numbers, including Iowa, where about a 14,000 vote difference between President Bush and Senator Kerry. This is with 99% of the vote reporting in, and right now, the president is ahead by about 14,000 votes, 50 to 49.1. In Ohio, President Bush with 2.7 million votes compared to just over 2.6 million for John Kerry. This is a state that both the Kerry and the Bush campaigns put an awful lot of energy and resources and time and effort. The last-minute campaign rallies by the president and Senator Kerry took place in Ohio, and right now that state is in the president's column. In New Mexico, President Bush is ahead, but you can see just how close New Mexico is. This is with 99% of the vote reporting and about a 1,700 vote margin between the president and John Kerry. President Bush is ahead in New Mexico. And in Wisconsin, John Kerry is ahead, also a state that is very, very close. 1.4 million for John Kerry and 1.4 million for George W. Bush. The difference is only about 14,000 votes, putting John Kerry ahead. So some states that remain very close and still no statement publicly from President Bush. He did have an opportunity to be with his family, and the White House Poole was able to travel to the residence at the White House and see him watch the returns, but that's the only thing that we've seen from the president. The folks at the Reagan building still gathering. The media is still waiting for some sort of official statement either from the president or the Bush campaign. We'll watch that and continue with your phone calls. Next up is Dallas. Go ahead, please. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call. I'm a Baptist minister here in Dallas. I just want to, first of all, congratulate the Bush-Cheney campaign. I do believe that moral values did play a factor, in Bush getting reelected, and he has very strong leadership in him. I'm just proud of him and proud of the whole campaign, and I do think that the Democrats just go ahead and concede to Ohio. It's common sense. It's impossible for from what I heard, I was watching Fox News, and they were saying that they had like 130,000 provisional ballots, and that with them counting that, they'll still be out of reach of catching George Bush. But anyway, I'm just proud of George Bush, and I'm 1 more year for him.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Athens, Georgia. Go ahead, please. Athens, Georgia, go ahead. We'll try a next call from Alliance, Ohio. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Go ahead with your comment.
Yes, I'm a Ohio Republican. My father, he's a bailiff and a pastor here in the city of Alliance, Ohio, under a Republican, great Judge Lavery. I just wanted to say that on the dude that just commented earlier from Dallas, yes, I voted for Bush, and I hope he could bring it out, because I have a brother in the Army and I have another brother in the Navy, and this war is really, really, critical and it's serious, and we don't need no newcomer coming in. We need our president. And for those that voted for our president, thank you. And God bless you.
Thank you for the call. Fond du Lac, Wisconsin is our next caller. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I voted for John Kerry, and watching all the TV coverage from your station, I fear for this country. I think George Bush is a strong leader. I think he's backed by strong people, but I think they're heading in the very wrong direction. I think we can almost say that we now have a state religion, and I don't appreciate that.
Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
This is what the headline looks like on this Wednesday morning. USA Today, cliffhanger, all eyes on Florida, Ohio, in a dramatic replay of 2000. The story by Susan Page. We're going to continue with our look at some of the Senate races, including the Colorado Senate race, where Ken Salazar, who is the State Attorney General in Colorado, declaring victory early in the evening. This is a seat now held by Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell, a Republican. He retired. Ken Salazar, a Democrat, the winner in that race.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Get you some of that, Kim. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Tonight is a great victory for the people of the state of Colorado and the United States of America. A few minutes ago, I spoke with my opponent, Pete Coors. He ran, don't say that. He ran a good race, and he is a good man. And when people take off their hat and put it in the arena of politics for the U.S. Senate, we need to celebrate them. Help me join him in celebrating Pete Coors and what he has done here. Let me say this journey has been a long and a very joyful journey, not just my journey, but the journey of a lot of people and a lot of generations of Americans. You know, my family came here 406 years ago, and I have had the great honor. I have had the great honor of standing on the shoulders of giants to do what we are doing here today. I had a father who was a proud veteran of World War II, a mother who is watching this at home tonight at the age of 82, and somehow at the age of 20 was already working for our country in the Pentagon. We live in the greatest country of America. We live in the greatest country of America. And when I look at my wonderful wife, Esperanza, and my daughters, Melinda and Andrea, and my sister, Elaine, I love you all. I love you all. Hey, when I look at my family here today, and I look at all of you, and I look at this great state of Colorado, from one corner of this state to another, from the rural areas to the urban areas to the suburban areas, and when I look at this great nation of ours today, the one challenge that we all have as a community of Americans that believe in this great nation of ours is to create a united America. Now, let me tell you how we will create that united America. We will create that united America by making sure that we honor those priceless and timeless values of the generation, including our faith, hard work, education, support for our teachers, standing up for our veterans, standing up for our troops, protecting our land and water.
That was Ken Salazar, the Attorney General in the state of Colorado, declaring victory. Let's now look at some of the governor's races around the country. Ruth Ann Minner, who's seeking a second term, defeating Bill Lee in the state of Delaware. Bill Lee is a former state Supreme Court judge. The current governor getting about 51% of the vote compared to 45.7% for Bill Lee. In Indiana, this is a pickup for the Republicans. Joe Kernan, who took over when Frank O'Bannon died in September 2003. He lost to Mitch Daniels, who served in the Bush administration as the Director of Office of Management and Budget. The numbers from Indiana giving Mitch Daniels a win in that state. In Missouri, Claire McCaskill, who is the auditor in Missouri, she beat Governor Holden in the Democratic primary, but Matt Blunt is the winner in the Missouri governor's race with 1.3 million votes compared to 1.2 million for Claire McCaskill. By the way, there are 11 governor's races around the country. Montana, Brian Schweitzer, who ran for the U.S. Senate 4 years ago, winning with about 52% of the vote compared to 44.5% for Bob Brown, the Republican candidate in Montana. In New Hampshire, John Lynch defeating the current governor, Craig Benson. John Lynch is a Democrat. He won with 51% of the vote compared to almost 49% for Craig Benson, who served 2 years in New Hampshire as the governor of that state. And Mike Easley, who's the Democratic candidate for governor, seeking a second term in that state, winning with 55% of the vote compared to 43.4% for Patrick Ballantyne. In North Dakota, John Hoeven is the winner in that race, a Republican. He defeated Joseph Satrom. And in Utah, John Huntsman, the Republican candidate, winning with about 56.5% of the vote, defeating Scott Matheson. John Huntsman served as a deputy trade ambassador. And Jim Douglas in Vermont, the winner with about 59.5% of the vote, defeating Pete Clavelle in that state with about 38.4% for Pete Clavelle. In this race, which still remains close, but Christine Gregoire is ahead at the moment with 897,000 votes compared to Dino Rossi's 895,000 votes. This race, of course, has not yet been called. 96% of the precincts are reporting in the Washington governor's race. And in West Virginia, Governor Wise, who did not seek a second term, the winner in that race, Joe Manchin, winning with about 63.5% of the vote compared to 33.9% for Monty Warner. We're going to continue with your phone calls. Next up is San Diego. Go ahead, please. San Diego, you with us? Right now, we'll show you what San Diego is not with us, so we'll go to Mike Easley, who won re-election for governor. This is what he had to say earlier tonight.
It'll be a long night, but when we wake up in the morning, we're going to wake up to a better America and a better North Carolina. And I'll tell you, Erskine Bowles will make a great U.S. Senator. You know, I made an ad with Andy Griffith. Y'all got to see it. Andy and I were playing a little bit of guitar while we were between takes. And he looked up at me and he said, "You know, you better stick to being governor." And I'm proud to say the people agreed with him tonight. Let me take just a minute to thank a couple of people, very important. When you're running for governor is a lot easier if you're not governor. And you have to give up a lot more control if you're an incumbent. And I want to thank my campaign manager, Jay Wright, for doing a great job for us. As good as they come. And I want you to know I got a call from Patrick Ballantyne, very courageous and courteous call at the mansion about 30 minutes ago. And he ran a good and a hard race, and there'll be another day, but not with me. I know my best asset is also my best friend, and I want to thank Mary for not only being a great wife, but for being a great First Lady. Thank you so much. And I could not have made it through the summer campaign without my best buddy and campaign aide, my son Michael. You know, we're very proud of him. It seems like only yesterday we were standing up at these events and Mary was holding him. And I was his T-ball coach, and now he's off in his second year of college, pursuing his own dreams and aspirations and ambitions. And that's what we want for every family in North Carolina, to see their children grow and prosper and reach their full potential. You know, the politicians have been able to speak a lot and talk a lot the last 10 months of this year. But tonight, the people got to speak. Tonight, the people spoke up, not for me, but they spoke up for opportunity and for progress, so that every child in every corner of every county of this state will have the opportunity to play in the winner's circle of our economy in North Carolina. The people spoke. The people spoke up. They spoke up and they said that in good times and in bad, we will not retreat on education in North Carolina. The people had their say tonight. They had their say, and they spoke up for those who built this country and made it great. They said, we will never leave our seniors behind. Not in North Carolina, not in America. They spoke up for schools, for colleges, for universities, for those who learn in them and for those who teach in them. And they say we are going to make sure they're taken care of in this state all the way through the university system. That's what the people said tonight. But most importantly, the people sent a strong and powerful message to the politicians. One that I think we all heard very clearly. They said, you do whatever you have to do to bring good jobs and a better economy to this state, and we will support you and protect you all the way. They encouraged us to make the tough choices. And so I say to the people tonight, I will be bold and aggressive. I will not be satisfied with the status quo. We have work to do. And I say to the people that I will take your hopes, your dreams, your ambitions, and your aspirations, and I will embrace them as my own. and I will work as hard as I can every day in every way with all of my energy to bring to the people of this state what they so richly need and deserve. Thank you all for all of your help. God bless you, and God bless North Carolina.
Coverage from WRAL and Governor Mike Easley, Democrat, announcing his win over Republican Patrick Ballantyne in a race for a second term. This is the scene at the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. and the Media Filing Center, where they are still expecting something from either the president or somebody from the Bush campaign. And this is just outside the Reagan Building, is only a block from the White House, and the president has been up watching the returns. We were told earlier, not sure if he is heading over early this morning. Obviously, they are waiting for some of the returns in the races that remain too close to call, among them New Mexico and Nevada and Iowa. We had a statement earlier from the Kerry campaign saying that all the votes in Ohio have not yet been counted, and so they're ready to contest that. The folks in Boston have been told to go home. They did so a couple of hours ago, and so the only activity going on right now publicly is at the Reagan Building. We're going to continue with your phone calls as we await for the next developments in this historic night and now early morning in the presidential election. Visalia, California, go ahead please. You're on C-SPAN.
I went and voted for President Bush, and I used to be a Democrat. Hello?
Yes, we're right here.
Okay. And I just want you to know that I was born and raised in Boston, Massachusetts, and I had the privilege of meeting John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Teddy Kennedy right after World War II. I'm a lady of going to be 80 years old. Now, I voted for John F. Kennedy and been a Democrat most of my life, but I'm with Zell Miller today because the party left me. I didn't leave them. They got so liberal. I believe in this president, George W. Bush. He says what he means, and he means what he says, and I'm also implying about the morality in our country, what has gone wrong with it. And I think the nation has seen this and found this out. And I'm praying that tomorrow morning, when I finally go to bed in the wee hours of the morning, I'll wake up and George W. Bush will have 4 more years.
Thank you. We're not going to go to bed. We're going to stay up all night.
Oh, are you? Well, I just wanted you to know that this has answered prayers from many people from coast to coast. And all they have to see and note that all the southern states that many years ago used to be Democrat, and one by one, they've all turned to be what? Republicans, just like I turned to be Republican, because something has gone radically wrong with the, they better start checking it out and say, where did we go wrong? Well, some of us know where they went wrong.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment. Phoenix, Arizona, go ahead. You're on C-SPAN.
Hi. Well, please don't cut me off. I have quite a bit to say. I hope that your last caller, I understand that she's a Republican now, and Zell Miller would have done us all a world of good if he would have went to the Republican Party years ago instead of hanging on and counting votes against us and in the Senate. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I think that the Republicans are onto something. Somehow they found a way to put Jesus in bed with big business. And not only that, but I hope that every Republican's 18-year-old sons and daughters, because they now can get in the military as well, will go down to their recruiting office tomorrow if George Bush is president and sign right up. Because I know they'll be wanting to go to Iraq and Iran and Syria and every other place that George Bush is taking this country. I fear for this country of what's coming. I am so scared of 4 more years of George Bush. I am totally terrified of that. He certainly is the least Christian president. I mean, Christians, it's not just saying that you're a Christian makes you a Christian. It's acting like a Christian. And every time, I mean, what we've done is we have said Abu Ghraib is fine. Guantanamo is fine. That's the message we have sent to the Muslim world.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments from Phoenix. Next, a caller from Bakersfield, California. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm a 19-year-old voter, and this is the first time I've had the opportunity to vote in the presidential election, and I'm glad for voting President Bush. I think he'll serve the country great in the next 4 years.
Thank you. New York City, good morning to you.
Hi, I'm listening to your audience, and it's a sad day in this country that people have allowed crooks. They call Dick Gregory called the Bush people cabinet thugs with suits on. It's sad that this country have allowed the people to do the things that they have done. Bush should have been in jail for years. Cheney is selling the tanks to the governor, to the country for war. If you're a vice president, why are you doing this? I remember during World War II, which I'm only 57. I remember during World War II, the American people got out there and built tanks, had jobs, built all the ammunition for the war, World War II. And all of a sudden now, the vice president is selling this stuff. And as far as these states like talking about sin and all that, and pregnancy and gay people, Montana and Utah, these people have 3 and 4 wives, 20 children, and they used to be on SSI, and they got so much money they bought a company out of California, a computer company called System Control. It's in Utah now. The people that married 3 or 4 women, some are preachers. How do we live like this? And you're jumping on Kerry, where Bush is, he and his father. Look what his father did to Carter with Reagan. What is wrong with them? They are morons. I'm ashamed to even tell anyone I'm from this country anymore. And that lady before the gentleman that spoke, she should be afraid of what Bush and them have done and what they are going to do, and the books that are out.
Thank you very much for the call. Bakersfield, California, you're next, and then we'll have an update on the South Dakota Senate race. Go ahead, Bakersfield.
Yes, hello. I voted for President Bush, and I think we ought to give him a chance. You know, he's President Reagan's in his second election said don't change horses in the middle of the stream, and I think we got to give him a chance.
Thanks for the call. Lafayette, Louisiana, go ahead.
Yes, I voted for Kerry for president. I was flying on or about 9/11. I really admired President Bush for the way he held up. But then when we went to war, my son and I sat there and we could not believe that we were going to be shocked and awed, and we were. And then suddenly we saw body parts flying in all directions. My son has a friend who he worked with in the oil field in Louisiana that is waiting in Kuwait to go into Iraq, and we don't know if he'll come back in one piece or not. But this is a sad day for America when they start bashing JFK and Carter. I mean, these were people that were for peace and had the sense to negotiate.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment and call from Lafayette, Louisiana. There is an update in the South Dakota Senate race. The Associated Press has declared John Thune the winner with just over 51% of the vote. Tom Daschle, who is seeking a 4th term, he is the House Democratic leader. 2 years ago, John Thune narrowly lost to Tim Johnson by just under 530 votes, and now he is the winner by a margin of about 7,500 to 8,000 votes. Joining us from the hotline offices on this early morning edition of the Washington Journal, Chuck Todd.
Morning, Steve.
Surprised about the results in South Dakota?
I'll be honest, I'm not surprised. I mean, it was always going to be very close, and they were always, I always thought Daschle had his back more against the wall this time because this is a presidential election year. Turnout in South Dakota, the Republican turnout was always going to be a little bit bigger than it was, and basically a little, the Democrats had a little less chance of being able to control the turnout and being able to take advantage of the advantage they have on the reservations.
So it doesn't look like there'll be any recount. Tom Daschle has conceded the race.
7,000 votes in South Dakota is a landslide.
We talked about this earlier, but in case our audience missed it, how was John Thune able to turn this around from 2 years ago when he narrowly lost against Tim Johnson, who was viewed as a weaker opponent compared to Tom Daschle for John Thune?
I think there were two things. One is Tom Daschle was the Senate Majority Leader at the time, and it really was this idea in the 2002 Senate race that a vote against Tim Johnson was a vote against Tom Daschle and booting him out of getting rid of South Dakota as being the state that was in charge of the U.S. Senate. This time, Tom Daschle was Senate Minority Leader running for re-election on his own, and Thune had two advantages. One, presidential turnout. I mean, I think, to be honest, that's the difference in between losing by 500 some odd votes and winning by 6,500 votes. And second, Thune did a very good job at painting Daschle as out of touch with South Dakota. That was the constant theme, that Tom Daschle would become more Washington than South Dakota. And I think another factor, I said two reasons, but a third that I would offer is I think that South Dakotans had Daschle fatigue. Daschle was on the air starting in July of 2003, and he never left the television airwaves. Thune ran very much an invisible campaign for about a year and a half and didn't really hit the airwaves till August of this year. And at the time, people were saying, well, what's taken Thune so long? And I think he ended up seeming a little fresher, seeming a little rested, seeming a little more mature from his first hit and from his first campaign. And so, put it all together, and that, I mean, I think Daschle will say that the presidential turnout was the biggest thing against him, but I think all of it had a little something to do with it.
Let me, before we move on to some of the other Senate races, if folks are just tuning in, maybe just waking up, NBC, by the way, just declaring Minnesota a win for John Kerry. That gives him 221 electoral votes compared to 269 for George W. Bush. There's still an awful lot of people just down the street at the Reagan building waiting for something. What are they waiting for?
Well, there's all these rumors that President Bush is going to leave the White House and do something, declare something, whether it's victory or at least thank his supporters or something to that effect. The expectation is that he's going to go there, and that's why nobody has left the Reagan building.
And again, this has been thought out by both the Kerry and the Bush campaigns as much public relations as it is political strategy, isn't it?
It is, because you want to create this air of inevitability. I mean, whether President Bush declares victory or not has no relevance as far as the count is concerned. I mean, these provisional ballot counts would have to go on anyway. It's, the way the Ohio law works. And so whether someone concedes or doesn't concede, it wouldn't matter. But PR matters a lot here. Public opinion matters a lot.
Did you think we would be talking at 4:40 in the morning, still not knowing who is going to be the next president?
I'll be honest, I really didn't think we'd be rerunning the 2000 election. I really thought that it would break in one direction or the other. And one could argue that there was a small break toward the Republicans. I mean, people can't, it shouldn't be overlooked. The president has a substantial popular vote lead, a lead in the popular vote that many people probably didn't expect. This is the first time since 1988 that a presidential candidate will get more than 50% of the popular vote. That's a big deal.
Now let's go on to some of the other Senate races. The Louisiana Senate race, another surprise tonight.
A mild surprise, but it's interesting. There were a lot of Democrats who really just thought that Republican David Vitter, because he was a Republican and Louisiana had never elected a Republican in the United States Senate, that they would be able to hold him under 50, fight it out amongst themselves, figure out the runoff, and win this thing in December, very similar to the strategy from 2002 with Mary Landrieu. But I think there was a short memory there. In 1996, the last time that there was a contested U.S. Senate race in Louisiana during a presidential year, a very bad Republican candidate named Woody Jenkins came within an eyelash of winning on Election Day. He got about 49.8%. Mary Landrieu's 51.2, whatever, 50.2, whatever it was. It was very close. Contested. Woody Jenkins actually contested the result there for a while. And so there was definitely going to be a Republican reservoir of vote there that was going to be able to get Vitter over 50. And, you know, he barely got over 50, but he got it. And I was surprised that Democrats thought it was going to be so difficult for Vitter, to be honest.
And two high-profile Democrats among, how many in that race, 6 or 7?
Oh, overall, I mean, there was 3 very serious candidates and then one semi-serious candidate.
2 other states we want to get an update from you, Chuck. First of all, the Florida Senate race.
Florida Senate race not called. Nobody wants to call it. There's only about an 80,000 votes separate Mel Martinez from Betty Castor, but Mel Martinez has declared victory. And even throughout the, we don't need lawyers to get involved, somewhat of a preemptive attack, because we've heard nothing from the Castor camp that somehow she's going to make get lawyers involved or saying. I think she's just waiting. We have heard about these potentially 200,000 absentee ballots that are still to be counted. That's a decent amount of ballots to be counted if in a race that's only 80,000 votes separating the two, particularly if the absentee ballots are from the southeast part of the state. But Steve, if Martinez does hold on and ends up winning this seat, it will be a southern sweep for the Republicans. And that is what makes this what we're calling a provisional landslide for the Republicans.
One other race, many people over the weekend, the pundits had said that Tony Knowles is going to defeat Lisa Murkowski. Tony Knowles twice elected as governor of Alaska. Lisa Murkowski just appointed 2 years ago by her father. And as of now, she's ahead by 14,000 votes.
She is. Now the vote, like I updated the last time, the vote is supposed to be Democratic. It's been closing a little bit. There's still some more votes to be counted, and apparently both campaigns went home, went to bed, and they'll worry about it in the morning. They're not. I think they're kind of used to Alaska, if they're close elections, not to have to stay up all night, but rather get some rest, probably like the rest of us.
Meanwhile, we're up. Keep on going.
Raring to go. The other interesting story out of all this, Steve, is the fact that it is possible that we're going to have a net zero. I'm not doing a plug for some sort of weird internet ad campaign, but a net zero in the House. It's not clear yet that that's where we're headed, where neither party gains or loses seats. But the way it's working out, we're getting dangerously close to a net zero.
Will we be hearing more from Alan Keyes on the political scene?
I don't think so. I think when you lose a race by when you can't even get 30% in a race in the state of Illinois, sure, it's more of a Democratic state than it was 8-10 years ago, but you can't get 30%. I would assume this is it. I don't even think MSNBC, Steve, is going to offer him a talk show. Maybe I don't even know if they'll put him on as a pundit anymore, to be honest.
Thanks very much, Chuck Todd. As we talk to you from the hotline offices, as Chuck indicated, Barack Obama, the winner with 70% of the vote in the Illinois Senate race. He spoke to supporters in Chicago earlier in the evening.
Thank you, Illinois! Thank you! Thank you, Illinois! I don't know about you, but I'm still fired up. I am fired up. Look at this crowd. Thank you, Illinois. Let me begin by thanking all the people who have been involved in this effort, from downstate to upstate, city, suburb, from every community throughout the state. Let me say how grateful I am to all of you for the extraordinary privilege of standing here this evening. Let me thank, because I will forget later on, it's a thankless task, let me thank right now the best political staff that there has been put together in this state. They are wonderful. You know who you are. You guys have been outstanding. I appreciate all of you. Let me thank my pastor, Jeremiah A. Wright, Jr. of Trinity United Church of Christ. fellow Trinitarians out there. Let me thank all the elected officials who've stood by me through thick and through thin. But most of all, let me thank my family. I am so grateful to my nephew Avery, my niece Leslie, my mother-in-law Marion, my brother-in-law Craig Robinson, his wonderful girlfriend Kelly, my sister Maya, my new niece Suhaila right there, my brother-in-law Conrad, and most of all, my two precious daughters, Malia Obama and Sasha Obama. And the biggest star in the Obama family until the two girls grow up, the love of my life, Michelle Obama. Give it up for Michelle. Give it up. Before I begin, let me also thank the service of the person whose seat I'm going to be replacing. Peter Fitzgerald comes from another party, and yet he served ably and with integrity in this state, and I'm grateful for his service, and we should all applaud the service that he provided to us. "656 days ago, I announced in a room a little smaller than this, all right, it was a lot smaller, that I was announcing for the United States Senate. And at the time, as many of you know, people were respectful, but nevertheless skeptical. They knew the work that we had done to provide health insurance to children who didn't have it, to help make the tax system more fair, to reform a death penalty system that was broken. But they felt that in a nation as divided as ours, there was no possibility that someone who looked like me could ever aspire to the United States Senate. They felt that in a fearful nation, someone named Barack Obama could never hope to win an election. And yet, here we stand because we had a different concept, a different notion of the American people. We understood that there was a core decency to the American people, that there were a set of shared values that extended beyond race and region, extended beyond income and ethnicity. A belief that every child in America should have a decent shot at life. A belief that we are brothers and sisters, and that we have mutual obligations towards each other, and that those mutual obligations express themselves not only in our family, not only in our workplaces, not only in our places of worship, but also through our government. We believed the possibility in a government that was just as decent as the American people are. And we knew that despite the misinformation, despite the bitterness, despite the partisan politics, that when you talk to people, those common values would come out. That the innate instincts of the American people would surface if we could speak to them, if we could connect to them, if we could talk to them directly. And because of the efforts of so many of you in this room, we had the resources, we had the manpower, we had the capacity to touch each and every one of those hearts throughout the state. And so as a consequence, I had a chance to hear the stories of people. And they would tell me, we don't expect government to solve all our problems. We know that we have to teach our own children initiative and self-respect and a sense of family and faith and community. But what we also know is that government can help provide us with the basic tools we need to live out the American dream. And we also know that we're tired of politicians who are attacking each other instead of attacking problems, and that if we can come together as one people, that we can make progress and close the gap between the ideal of America and its reality. And today, we stand here in the land of Lincoln, the man who once called for us to appeal to the better angels of our nature. We stand here as testimony to that belief that Lincoln articulated, the possibilities of appealing to those better angels. We stand here as one people, as one nation, proclaiming ourselves to be one America with the capacity to work together to create a better future for each other. And it is and what a magnificent gift that is to the nation. How wonderful it is that we've been able to accomplish this without negative ads and without the normal partisan politics, and just focusing on the issues that matter to people: health care and jobs and education. And it is because of you that I've been able to do that. Because you created a protective garment over this campaign. Your spirit allowed us to run the kind of campaign that we've been able to run. We've had some good breaks in this campaign. There is no doubt about it. And I am under no illusion. I am under no illusion that we come out of this assuming that all people throughout the state of Illinois agree with me on every single position. But I think that what we've showed is that all of us can disagree without being disagreeable. That we can set aside the scorched earth politics, the slash and burn politics of the past. We can consign that to the past. We can look forward to the future. We can build step by step to ensure that we arrive at the practical common sense solutions that all of us hope for. That's what this campaign has been about. But we also have to remind ourselves that this is really just the end of the beginning. This is not the end itself. In the ultimate equation, we will not be measured by the margin of our victory, but we will be measured by whether we are able to deliver concrete improvements to the lives of so many people all across the state who are struggling. We will be measured by whether those men all across the state, in Galesburg and Rockford and Decatur and Alton, those folks who've been laid off their jobs, seen their jobs moved to Mexico or China, lost their health care, their pensions threatened, whether they are able to find jobs that allow them to support a family and maintain their dignity. We are going to be measured by how well we deliver the resources to the school districts all across the state who are in deficit spending, to make sure that our children have the teachers and the programs they need to excel. We are going to be measured by whether or not we can provide access and affordability to health care so that no families in Illinois are bankrupt when they get sick. We are going to be measured by whether our senior citizens can retire with some dignity and some respect. We are going to be measured by the degree to which we can craft a foreign policy in which we are not simply feared in the world, but we are also respected. That's what we're going to be measured by. I told some of you about a story a couple of days ago where during a rally that the clergy had organized on the south side of Chicago, I was asked to meet with a woman who had attended a reception beforehand. And she was a woman who had voted absentee for me already. And wanted to shake my hand and take a picture with me. And she came to the reception, and she was very gracious. She said how proud she was to have voted for me, how proud she was of the campaign that we had run. We shook hands, we hugged, we took a picture. And all of this would be unexceptional, except for the fact that she was born in 1899. Her name was Marguerite Lewis. She may be watching television tonight. She's 104. She will be 105 on November 24th. And I've had much occasion over the last several months to think, over the last several days to think about Marguerite Lewis. Trying to imagine what it would be like for this woman, an African-American woman born in 1899. Born in the shadow of slavery. Born in the midst of Jim Crow. Born before there were automobiles or roads to carry those automobiles. Born before there were airplanes in the sky, before telephones and televisions and cameras. Born before there were cell phones and the internet. Imagining her life spanning 3 centuries. She lived to see World War I. She lived to see the Great Depression. She lived to see World War II, and she lived to see her brothers and uncles and nephews and cousins coming home and still sitting in the back of the bus. She lived to see women get the right to vote. She lived to see FDR drag this nation out of its own fear and establish the GI Bill and Social Security and all the programs that we now take for granted. She saw unions rising up, and she saw immigrant families coming from every direction, making a better life for themselves in this nation. And yet she still was held back by her status until finally she saw hope breaking through the horizon and the civil rights movement and women who were willing to walk instead of ride the bus after a long day's work doing somebody else's laundry and looking after somebody else's children. And she saw young people of every race and every creed take a bus down to Mississippi and Alabama to register voters, and some of them never coming back. And she saw 4 little girls die in a Sunday school and catalyze a nation. And then she saw the Civil Rights Act of 1964 passed and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 passed. And she saw people lining up to vote for the first time, and she was among those voters, and she never forgot it. And she kept on voting each and every election. Each and every election, she kept on voting, thinking that there was a better future ahead, despite her trials, despite her tribulations, continually believing in this nation and its possibilities. Marguerite Lewis believed, and she still believes, at the age of 104, that her voice matters, that her life counts, that her story is sacred. Just like the story of every person in this room, and the stories of their parents and grandparents, the legacy that we've established, the history of so many people building calloused hand by calloused hand, brick by brick, a better future for our children. That's what America understands, that we don't just inherit the world from our parents, but we also borrow it from our children. And that is why tonight, as we stand here, we have to understand that we have another journey ahead. And it's going to be a journey even more challenging than the one we've already embarked on. There are people today, right now, who are as skeptical about the future as they were at the outset of this campaign. There are people who are saying that the country's too divided, that the special interests are too entrenched, that there is no possibility that one person in the Senate can ever make a difference. They don't believe that we can provide affordable health care to families across the state of Illinois. They are not convinced that we can provide economic development for rural communities that have been forgotten. They don't really ascribe to the notion that in this competitive global economy, we can still assure that every person gets a living wage. They are skeptical of the possibilities that our children can enjoy a better future than we have. And for those skeptics who believe that we can accomplish what we set out to accomplish, if our minds are clear and our heart is pure and we believe in a just and merciful God, I say to them, look at this crowd tonight. Look at this election today. And I have 3 words for them, the same 3 words that we started this campaign, the same 3 words that we finished the primary, the same 3 words that are going to carry us, because as Dr. King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. As long as we help bend it that way, I have 3 words for them. What are those words? Yes, we can. Thank you, Illinois. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, Illinois. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
State Senator Barack Obama declaring victory in the Illinois Senate race. Let's look at the latest numbers in the race for the White House. With 96% of the vote now in, President Bush with 51.1% of the vote. That translates to 57,220,000 votes. Senator John Kerry at just under 48% with 53,582,000 votes. And this is what the Electoral College map looks like at this hour, with those states in yellow still in dispute: Iowa, Ohio, and New Mexico. Right now, President Bush, according to the Associated Press, has 254 Electoral College votes. Senator John Kerry has 252, yet to be decided, 32. You can see this mirrors very much to what we saw in 2000. New Mexico still in dispute. Iowa, a state that Al Gore won in 2000, and right now it is too close to call. And Ohio, with those provisional ballots, still no final call in the Ohio race, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. Let's show you some of the headlines from the editions of the morning papers, beginning with the New York Daily News, and the headline says, "Into the Night." There are also 2 editions of the of USA Today. This is Cliffhanger, which was the earlier edition of USA Today. And the later edition has Bush near victory, but Ohio count is in dispute. Another headline on this Wednesday morning, the Financial Times: high turnout as divided America makes its choice. The Washington Post, as we get through these papers here, the front page of the Washington Post says Bush takes electoral lead. Outcome could hinge on Ohio. And the Washington Times has night on the edge. Bush takes Florida, all but clinches Ohio. And finally, this headline from the Baltimore Sun: close call again. We're going to continue with your phone calls. Next up is Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
I voted
Good morning.
for John Kerry.
What was the turnout like in your area?
Well, I voted within 5 minutes. I voted early, and I went right into the polls, and it was a 5-minute process. It was very fast, and I voted for John Kerry. And I know that Tennessee is traditionally a Republican state, but I think that this is the first time I've ever voted in a presidential election, and I'm 43 years old. And I was hoping that most of the turnout would be people like me that had never voted before and who were angry at the way things were turning out in the country these days. But however, I was surprised to find that most of the country apparently is watching different news programs.
Thank you for the call. Let me explain to you what you're looking at and what we're waiting for. If you've just joined us, we'll continue with your phone calls, and we'll show you in just a moment what John Edwards had to say earlier in the night. But we're hearing from the White House that President Bush would like to come to the Reagan building to declare victory, but so far he can't do that because he doesn't have the 270 electoral votes needed to win. That could come, depending on what happens in states like Iowa and New Mexico. And so people are still gathering at the Bush campaign headquarters at the Reagan building at this hour, now 5 minutes after 5 in the morning. Our next call comes to us from Bloomfield, Minnesota. Go ahead, please. Caller, you're on C-SPAN. Go ahead.
I'm from New Mexico.
Yes, good morning.
I just have a few things I'd like to add. There was a caller earlier that said the Bush supporters she felt were morons. And I resent that. I feel like all the voters who are out there voting, especially in this election, are educated and they research their issues that are important to them. And I am a Bush supporter, but I wouldn't feel that any Kerry supporters were morons. Maybe they just have different issues and feel differently than I do. I do think it's important to have a president with morals. I don't think that John Kerry doesn't have morals. I just think that they're maybe not as strong as Bush. I was kind of disappointed in the voter turnout in New Mexico. I did vote early, but I talked to several of my friends that voted today, and they said that there was no problem getting in at all. It could have something to do, in my county, we had 40% that voted early, which is almost twice as much as the last election. So
Okay.
it may have had something to do with that.
Thank you for the call. Ripley, Mississippi is next. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm calling. I voted for Ralph Nader. I voted for him because I'm, kind of upset about these outsourcing issues we've been having. I work in the technology industry. I own a small business here in Ripley, Mississippi, and it's, I see what's going on in the world, and I see that sometimes when people call into these large companies like HP and Dell, you get somebody from India, and that's taking jobs away from Americans, and it's putting a lot of people out of business because of that.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Former Congressman John Thune ran for the U.S. Senate 2 years ago. He lost to Tim Johnson. This time, he challenged the Senate Democratic leader, Tom Daschle, and won the race. Tom Daschle conceding and John Thune declaring victory. This is what he had to say earlier in the evening in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
All right, South Dakota. It's time. Thank you all very, very much for Senator. Thank you all very, very much. It would be nice just once to have an election settled before 4 a.m. in the morning. But I have to tell you, I've been on the other end of this equation, and if I have to wait until 4 a.m. in the morning, I'd much rather be on this end. Today the voters of South Dakota spoke, and I am enormously grateful that they have given me the opportunity to serve as their next United States Senator. If you had told me 2 years ago that we would be doing this again this year, I would have said you were crazy. These races... These races are hard, they're expensive, and they're bruising. The last fall, when we were debating whether to do this again, we prayed a lot about it, as did a lot of other people, and finally concluded that this was something that we needed to do. I remember, and I need to start first by, of course, thanking my family, and I remember as we were having this discussion, some of you have heard me tell this story, we were going around and around about whether to do this again. This was sometime in the last December, and you know, we did what most families do. We prayed about it, discussed it, considered it, sat down around the kitchen table, and even had a family vote. Secret ballot. Everybody got a chance to vote. Should Dad run for the Senate again or not? And the vote came back 3-1 in favor of running, and I was the no vote. So I do have to say thank you to my wonderful family for putting up with yet another campaign. This literally has been their 6th campaign in the last 10 years. They're troopers. And I need to give a special thank you to the stars of this campaign, our 2 teenage daughters. To my wife, Kimberly, who has endured, persevered, provided strength, encouragement, great advice, and sometimes comic relief. All I can say is, in addition to you having all my love, you have my greatest respect and admiration. I have to say thank you to just an extraordinary campaign staff led by the incomparable Dick Wadhams. Thank you to all of you for just an incredible campaign from start to finish. You guys truly are the best. And I want to also say, you know, Ryan Nelson started out driving me back in 1996. He's been with me every campaign ever since in the last 10 years, and he's been a steady, confident, and steady hand and guiding force through these 6 campaigns, and I have to tell you, it was the driving force behind getting Dick Wadhams to South Dakota. The most unbelievable group of volunteers that I have ever seen assembled. I cannot thank you enough for the countless hours, the time, the dedication, the commitment to our cause. It is the most remarkable effort I have ever witnessed, and I am eternally grateful for all of your hard work. Thank you to all across South Dakota, those in the room this evening who've prayed for us, encouraged us, sent us emails, contributed to the campaign, and supported us. in so many other ways. It truly was a team effort this year, and I want to say thank you to all of you for supporting us, for standing with us day in and day out in what was a long and grueling campaign, but ultimately, this is what it's all about. I want to say thank you to Senator Daschle for his many contributions to public service and for a hard-fought campaign. Tom Daschle has given 30 years of his life to public service, and for that, all South Dakotans owe him a big debt of gratitude. I wish Tom and Linda and his family the very best in their future. To those this evening who voted across South Dakota for me, I say thank you. I am honored by your support, and I will work very, very hard to be deserving of your vote. To those who didn't vote for me, who were hoping for another result this evening, thank you for participating in this great democratic process that we have in this country, and let me pledge to you my commitment to work for the betterment of every South Dakotan, no matter what your political party, no matter where you're from. We are one South Dakota, and when elections are over and settled, we all have to work together for the betterment of this great state. I will put South Dakota first every single day, every single vote, and now the really hard work begins. Because we have big challenges ahead of us. We need to end the gridlock, the partisanship, the political games in Washington. And to begin moving the agenda, a positive agenda that is good for America, that will create jobs and economic opportunity, that will help address the crisis that we have in healthcare, that will help us address the crisis that we have in energy, and work constructively in a forward-looking way to move the agenda forward positively for the future of South Dakota and for the future of this country. I look forward to working together, forging partnerships, strong partnerships with our state, local, and tribal leaders to create new opportunities for our South Dakota communities. And I will need the help of every South Dakotan. I pledge to work my very, very hardest for South Dakota, and I ask you to stand with us as we work together to make South Dakota's future even better and even brighter for our children and our grandchildren. That is what this race was all about. You all have inspired us greatly in the last several months. I look around me. I've got my family here this evening, my mother and my father who are in their 80s, still live in my hometown of Murdo. We had a little rally in Murdo yesterday. Yeah. My very first campaign, we had a pie auction in Murdo to raise money for the campaign. We raised the grand sum of $4,000, and I thought that was all the money in the world at the time. Little did I know what this one was going to cost. But I'm grateful for that heritage, for the roots and the foundation that we have here in South Dakota, for the great family heritage that I have. I'm grateful for the heritage that I have, the political heritage I have. Jim Abner is here tonight. I know what it's like because to be on the losing end. I stood here in this Ram Coda, actually over next door, 18 years ago when Senator Jim Abner lost an election that year. I know what it's like to lose an election myself, having lost one 2 years ago. And it is such a great honor to be able to have Senator Abner here this evening and to express my appreciation to him for everything that he taught me. Because I think everything that is good about politics and everything that is good about public life, I learned from this guy right here. So, without further ado, I think we got it's a little early in the morning, but I think everybody's got a little celebrating to do, and I'll tell you what else. Since the last several months, day and night and day, 24/7, we've been out, and many of you have too, working on this campaign. And when you finally get to the finish line, it's like, you know, relief, and especially when you get an outcome like this one. But I have not done some things that I normally do this time of year, and so I've got a date with my 12 gauge in a cornfield coming up here real soon. And I can't wait to get out there. Thank you all very much. God bless you. God bless this great state and this great country. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Former Congressman John Thune, Republican, defeating the Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle in that race. He ran 2 years ago and lost. He came back and won in one of the most expensive and closely watched Senate races around the country, winning by an estimated 7,000 votes in South Dakota. Here's a look at the current and, more importantly, the new Senate for the 109th Congress. 2 races yet to be decided, but the Republicans picking up 2 seats in the new Senate, with the Democrats holding 44 seats, the Republicans 53, and 1 independent, that being Jim Jeffords of Vermont. We'll also look at the House totals for the 109th Congress, and as you can see, the Republicans and the Democrats virtually where they were from the 108th Congress. There are 9 races yet to be decided. The Democrats had lost 4 races in Texas, but picked up a number of seats, including 1 in Illinois. As they go into the 109th Congress, the Republicans will hold 227 seats compared to 198 Democratic seats. And you need 218 for a majority in the U.S. House of Representatives, with 435 members of the House. And then finally, the governor's races. There were 11 governor's races this year. The Republicans will keep 28 of those state houses, the Democrats 21. 1 race yet to be decided, that in the state of Washington. We'll continue with your phone calls and show you the scene at the Reagan Building. We are expecting somebody from the Bush campaign to come out and make remarks. The president has not yet reached 270 electoral votes, with the results in Iowa and New Mexico and Nevada still to be decided formally. Cleveland, Ohio is our next caller. Good morning.
Good morning. I voted for Senator Kerry, and I'm a first-time voter, 24 years old, and I'm kind of disappointed with the turnout because I was kind of hoping for some change. President Bush, I don't think he made any large-scale advancements for America in the whole over his 4 years, and I just think I was just wondering what happened to all the anti-Bush Americans. And I mean, it seems like when it came down to this day, it seems like people just got scared to vote against Bush.
Do these numbers surprise you?
Well, I think they're pretty good, but they did. I was hoping for Kerry to win, but it doesn't look good for him.
Thank you for the call. Next, we'll get a call from Ohio, supporter of President Bush. Good morning. You're on C-SPAN. Go ahead with your comment.
Good morning. Thank you very much, C-SPAN, for giving me the opportunity and for others to call in and voice their opinions. I think that's one of the things that makes our country great. I want to say I'm excited to see Bush, so far ahead. I think it's awesome because he is a man of integrity. He's an intelligent man. And for the caller that said some things previously about he was shocked about how the votes are turning out. I'm not shocked at all. This is what has made our country great. Is people who have prayer, God. It has made our country great, and I think you're seeing people come out and vote based on what they feel has made the country great. Bush is a man of integrity. He's said some things, and he's trying to go forward with that. And change takes time, so things are not going to, automatically. Everything is not going to change overnight. And I think we are seeing progression. We're seeing a lot of great things. This is a great nation. I'm honored to be an American, not because I feel better than any other person in the world, because I have friends all over the world, but because I believe that what makes this nation great is that we have the ability to see that in our own power and strength, we're nothing without God. And I'm glad to see a godly leader move forward, do some things to bring about change. I think we're going in the right direction, and I think that some of the callers who've talked about reducing the name calling and saying they're ashamed. Why are you in this country if you're ashamed to be an American? It's an honor to be an American because we have the opportunity to help other countries, to help other people. In regards to the war, I just want to say this: in order to have peace, you have to have war sometimes, and we have to be in it for the long haul. When 9/11 happened, everybody wanted to let's ensure safety and whatnot. We've gone forth to ensure safety throughout the world, and now that we're in the heat of things, though we miss those who have given their lives for the country. The point is they've given their lives to ensure safety. Now's not the time to back up. It's time to do whatever we need to do to ensure that, and let's not reduce to name calling each other different names and whatnot, and let's look at the issues and let's continue to move forward unitedly together. And I think that as long as we continue to put Jesus Christ first, we're going to do that. So
Thank you for the call. Aberdeen, Maryland, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Well, I voted for John Kerry, and I was Reagan Democrat for a lot of years, and I really liked Mr. Reagan, and I respected him. I didn't agree with all of his economic theories, but I did respect him, and I thought he brought pride back to this country. President Bush supposedly admired Reagan, but I don't see him anything like Mr. Reagan. Mr. Reagan was gracious to his opponents. The way he treated people in foreign affairs was gracious, and I believe that's why he was able to do as much as he was in the Cold War situation. I am proud of this country. I was so proud yesterday at the elections to see the turnout. I just was blown away. And my state went overwhelmingly for Kerry, but I think what struck me through the election was during the Democratic convention, there was clear intention to try to go, take the high road, and then Kerry was being criticized for not fighting back at the attacks and the other things. And I actually sent an email to the White House, not that I expected they cared, but I told them that the reason I wasn't going to vote for the president was that unlike, this whole portrayal of Kerry as a flip-flopper, we just heard a couple of acceptance speeches, and Mr. Thune said, he was going to always keep South Dakota first in his Senate thing. We forget this is a representative democracy, and it was John Kerry represented the people of Massachusetts for all these years. It was his job to represent their views, and Massachusetts is a very liberal state. To then, when the man runs for president, and he's applying to represent the people of the nation, and his views are different from some of his votes, to say, well, he's a flip-flopper, I think it's misrepresenting the whole point of our nation.
Thank you for the call. There are still a handful of House races yet to be decided. We want to go through some of those numbers, and we're going to begin with Colorado. John Salazar, who's the brother of Ken Salazar, who won in the Colorado Senate race. Right now, with 92% of the vote reporting from the 3rd District in that state, John Salazar, the Democratic candidate, is ahead with about 51% of the vote. In Georgia's 12th District, John Barrow is currently ahead. This could be a Democratic pickup from Max Burns, the Republican incumbent in Georgia's 12th District. In Indiana's 9th District, Barron Hill, congressman from that area, is currently behind by a very narrow margin, about less than 1,000 votes from Indiana's 9th District over Mike Sodrell, the Republican candidate. In the 3rd District of Louisiana, the numbers there, Billy Tozin, the Republican candidate, with about 32% of the vote compared to 23.8% for Charlie Melancon. And in the Louisiana 7th District, right now the race has Charles Boustany with 38.5%. This is with 100% of the vote reporting from Louisiana's 7th District. And in New York, Brian Higgins in the 27th District is ahead with 50.8% compared to 49.1% for his Republican challenger, Nancy Naples. And Jim Gerlach, the Republican candidate in Pennsylvania's 6th District, is ahead by a percentage point over Democrat Lois Murphy. Finally, in Washington's 8th District, Dave Reichert is ahead with 51.7% of the vote. Dave Ross, the Democratic candidate, has 46.5%. That's in Washington's 8th District. And look at some of the closely watched House races yet to be decided for the 109th Congress of the U.S. House of Representatives. Our next call is from Clinton, Missouri. Go ahead, please. You're on C-SPAN.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I'd just like to say that my vote solely goes for George Bush. And a lot of people don't like the fact that George Bush took us to war, but I would like everybody to know that we're living in such a dangerous day and age where people are flying planes into our buildings and cutting people's heads off. It's very dangerous. I respect the fact that this man's trying to make it right, trying to clean up the world a little bit, at least make it a better place for us. I mean, I think we need to respect the man a little bit more and carry us through and continue it on. And I don't believe you should change your horses in midstream. The man's taken us very far so far, and I believe he can take us the rest of the way. And
thank you for the call. Indianapolis, good morning to you. Next call is from Indianapolis. Go ahead, please.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning. I voted for Senator Kerry and did the majority of the United States, which is what I believe. We have the greatest nation in the world. It's hard to believe that the American people are voting for Bush and is not as smart as we claim to be. When I was a kid, we went to school, and the next morning we knew who the President of the United States was. I don't understand how we do not know who the President is this late. History repeats itself. 4 years ago, the same thing happened at the polls where there was a delay. I would like to know what is going on with why we don't have an answer yet. What is the delay? Why is it taking so long? The counting the ballots. And the other thing is the people that did vote for Bush, I hope that they have secure jobs. I just want to tell the Republicans out there that did vote for Bush, please be secure in your job, because if you get laid off, if anything happens to you, be prepared to go apply for a Pell Grant. If you're 55, that's what Bush said, go and apply for a Pell Grant. If you got laid off from General Motors or Ford, who outsourced their jobs, please make sure that you have a great education. Not only that, why is Bush going after Saddam Hussein? Yes, planes flew into the World Trade Center. However, Hussein did not fly the planes into the World Trade Center.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. The crowd is getting smaller inside the Reagan building, but they are all still waiting for something, an expectation that either White House Chief of Staff Andy Card or somebody else may happen to speak to the supporters inside the Reagan building. We'll continue with your phone calls. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to say I remember the day at 9/11 and everything when all the people rose up and united together and the flags flew everywhere and everybody was united. And now I see the papers that says the world is divided in half. And I just like to say that I think that Bush has stood up to what he said he was going to do, and now I don't understand why all the people are going back to vote and, saying it's Bush's fault. Thank you.
Thank you. The headline from the Financial Times has high turnout as divided America makes its choice. What may be a record turnout for those coming to vote for President Bush and Senator John Kerry, the president ahead in the actual numbers with more than 51% of the vote. Next call comes to us from Carlsbad, New Mexico. Good morning.
All right. First off, I want to say even though that I did vote for Kerry, I am not. That was more of a vote of no confidence for Bush rather than a vote for Kerry. I am a member of the Green Party, and I do support their platform, and they do represent my values. But I will tell you what two of my major values are, and one of them is peace, and the other one is not profiting off of war. And the way I see it, Bush is 2 generations deep in war profiteering. His grandfather invested money for Nazi Germany and made millions of dollars off of that. And also, Cheney is the major architect of both of these Iraq wars, and his company that he was head of, Halliburton, has profited handsomely.
Thanks for the call. Lima, Ohio, good morning.
Good morning. Just wanted to say it's not about really being a Republican or a Democrat. I voted for Bush because I thought he was the right person for the job. And I think that we're seeing across the country people voting for the person that they believe is going to do the job. We need strong leaders who are able to make decisions in this particular time, and Bush is the person for the job. He's a man of integrity. I'm all for him. I'm honored to be an American, and I'm glad to see the polls represent that this nation is a nation based on values, and it's just not going to fly. I was watching a documentary on some of the veterans and their comments in regards to previous wars and different things like that, and we just need a strong person right now. So I think he's making the decisions that need to be made. And for all those people who want peace, listen, peace sometimes has to come by war, the blood of innocent people. Though we hate it, sometimes to ensure peace we have to go to war.
Thank you for the call. Boulder, Colorado, good morning.
Hi, I voted for Kerry, and I had something I just want to talk about the election because we had a really good turnout actually at our school because there were a lot of people coming by, and but I've been finding that this election is more of an election based on individuals and not the parties. So like people attack the person and not the party or anything, and I find that kind of uneducated. Because
Andrew Card.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you for staying up so late with us, and good morning. I'm Andy Card. I'm President Bush's Chief of Staff. We are convinced that President Bush has won re-election with at least 286 Electoral College votes. And he also had a margin of more than 3.5 million popular votes. President Bush's decisive margin of victory makes this the first presidential election since 1988 in which the winner received a majority of the popular vote. And in this election, President Bush received more votes than any presidential candidate in our country's history. Republicans also scored other great victories in this election. We won important victories adding to our majority in the House and adding to our majority in the Senate. In Ohio, President Bush has a lead of at least 140,000 votes. The Secretary of State's office has informed us that this margin is statistically insurmountable, even after the provisional ballots are considered. So President Bush has won the state of Ohio. President Bush has also been declared the winner in Nevada. The other victories that he has had will be added with the strong showing of margins that we are looking at in Iowa and New Mexico, and we're also going to put those states in the winners column as well. This all adds up to a convincing Electoral College victory, as well as a strong endorsement of President Bush by his fellow Americans in the popular vote. President Bush decided to give Senator Kerry the respect of more time to reflect on the results of this election. The President will be making a statement later today. Again, I thank all of you who stayed up these many hours waiting for the opportunity to celebrate this victory. And I also thank all of the volunteers all across this great country that work so hard. But most importantly, I thank the many voters who participated in this important election. It was a great celebration of our democracy. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
President Bush began his day yesterday in Crawford, Texas, made a stop in Columbus, Ohio, and watched the returns from the White House. You just heard from White House Chief of Staff Andy Card, who made the statement declaring the president the winner in the popular vote and in the Electoral College vote. However, no formal victory statement by President Bush. That will come later today, according to the White House Chief of Staff. And the only statement we had from the Kerry campaign came in two forms. First of all, campaign chairperson Mary Beth Cahill announcing that all the votes in Ohio have yet to be counted. She was referring to those provisional ballots. And we heard from Senator John Edwards, who came out and said that nothing further would be said until all the votes are counted. We'll continue with your phone calls for the next couple of minutes. Next up, a caller from Los Angeles. Good morning to you.
Yes, good morning. I'm up in the middle of the night here. It's I think, a great day. I'm very happy to see the results. One of the things that really jumps out at me is the fact that with the high turnout, which usually turns elections for Democrats, I think we've rewritten that rule now, thanks to the job that the Republicans did in getting out new voters. Also, 3.5 million popular vote victory. Let's see if the Democrats, who have been complaining about President Bush not winning the popular vote for the last 4 years, change their tune and stand on the principles they've been standing on for the last 4 years, which of course they won't.
Okay. Thank you for the call from L.A. Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Karl Rove and all of the Republicans who successfully reelected the Lesser George, who grew up a millionaire and has brought us $2 gasoline and hundreds of thousands of jobs lost, and who has never succeeded in any business he's ever been involved in, and was successfully bailed out by his Saudi friends repeatedly. So I hope that if you've liked the last 4 years and where we've come, then you've got 4 more years to see how much further down we can go. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next call, also from North Carolina in Huntersville. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm 44 years old, and we had an excellent turnout at the polls. I did vote for George Bush, and I'm glad that he did win. But I just want to say that I think we put too much emphasis on the man instead of, we all profess to be Christians, and we say that we know God, but do we pray? Because everything that goes wrong, the president gets the blame for it. I understand the loss of jobs. My husband and I both lost our jobs, but that's an opportunity to step up to the next level. Start a small business. Create jobs for other people. I think we need to stop passing the blame, and we need to get out in our own communities and do something. Not only in the communities, but also in our cities and our state, and that's where the change is going to come from. But I'm glad of the turnout, and I'm glad that George Bush did win, and we're looking for another, I guess, change for 4 years, and I think he will make a difference. 9/11 kind of, it steered us in another direction, and nobody expected that, but I think we're on the right track, and I'm looking for, excellent results.
Thank you for the call. We had been waiting for several hours to hear from the Bush campaign, and we have. We heard from White House Chief of Staff Andy Card, who declared victory, and again, as we said earlier, the president will come out formally with some statement later in the day. The president is at the White House. Senator John Kerry is in Boston at his home on Beacon Hill, and we expect to hear from him as well at some point later in the day. We're going to continue with your phone calls and the discussion of this election night, election morning, which is another historic one, with Chris Cillizza from Roll Call and Greg Giroux from Congressional Quarterly. One of the races not yet formally decided is in the Florida Senate race. We heard from Betty Castor earlier, who said that she wants to make sure all the votes are counted. And we heard from Mel Martinez, who served in the Bush administration as the Secretary of Housing.